just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से आप
की मास्टर 닥치막으로
भी हरूटा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके 그 जवाब
선수 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 거를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
It's been a long wait after the April tournament to look forward to the best teams in India. Welcome back, trainers, to Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series. This is going to be the May decider, you can call it as. This is going to be the day where you're going to get the top 3 teams who will go to the regional playoffs. Who is it going to be? We're going to wait till the end of the day. But to start it off, my name is Lucifer, and along with me joining is going to be Nekroz. Nekroz, it has been a valiant effort. Teams have started from yesterday itself in the group stage. Today, it is going to be the playoff stage. What are your expectations?
See, if we just talk about the previous time as we appeared in the April tournament, we had got some exciting matchups in the previous month. But now it's time for May tournament. It's time for some new uprising teams to shine up, and for those teams, those who were not able to make it up to the mark in the April tournament, to get another start, to get another opportunity to qualify for the regional playoffs. We have seen many teams competing, coming on the top and making it up to the regional playoffs, but now it's time. I'm really expecting some new faces, maybe some new game styles, or maybe some new strategies coming up this time.
Same, because there have been interesting teams stepping up, newer faces. We will look forward to them. But talking about this time, as we see teams in Japan, it will be a total of 31 teams. Letting you know the division, Japan will have 4, Korea with 2, Asia Pacific East, whose stream is going on right now simultaneously, will have 3 teams, West will have 3, India will have 2 teams. Yeah, now you were wondering, like, regional playoffs, Lucifer mentioned 3 teams. This is regional playoffs. To qualify to the regional playoffs, in every May April qualifier there will be top 3 teams, but there is the June last chance qualifier where we'll have 2, meaning in Pokemon Unite regional playoffs of India we'll have total of 8 teams. From there, Nekroz, trickle downing to just 2 teams who will be representing on the global stage. As I said previously, we saw all teams in London trying to fight for the world title. This time it'll be in the home of anime. In Japan, Yokohama, Japan 2023 is what we are going to see in August. And I'm really enjoying the various new teams coming in. We know the top teams of India, but they are having a challenge from these newer teams.
The new teams, they have been showcasing some tremendous gameplays in the previous April tournament. This time, in the month of May, we are also expecting some of the same dominative performances from the upcoming new teams. But if you just talk about the double elimination format, yes, it is. The first to win 2 games will be there, and then around the tournament will be consisting of the top 8 teams. And if you lose 2 matches, you are going to get eliminated from this tournament as well. And the top 3 teams from this very day, will be qualifying for the regional playoffs to compete with the others.
I do want to let our viewers know before we head over and start it off, it has come to our notice that there has been some discrepancy in the tiebreaker that we had on day 1 in the format for this May competition. It is currently under investigation, and the affected teams will be reached out to once the investigation is complete. But today's tournament, as of now, that the stream we are seeing, will still proceed based on yesterday's tiebreaker calculation. So we look forward to what happens until the investigation is completed. But till now, as you saw the format previously, the rules coming in right now, there's no change. One I'm pretty sure everybody is looking forward to is what Pokemons are banned. Every other thing remains same. Zacian is going to be banned. So I am really excited that we'll be finally able to see Chandelier. I've seen it already in the other tournaments coming in for Pokemon Unite, but in the India region, we're going to have our first visit or first view of how teams are going to play. Draft pick in front of your screens, bands, as you initially know. First pick is one team that's going to get, and then immediately to counter, there'll be two picks that the other team will be making, that is the orange team. Let's wait and watch how it works out, how teams will change the draft, and especially Nekroz, because of the recent patch. We'll talk about it as we go into the draft, but right now, the prize at stake. In front of you, the team who comes out on top today will get 7,500 USD.
Oh man, that's a huge amount to be getting as a winner's position. Well, winners always takes a greater chunk, we all know about it, but coming up in the second position, we also get to say 3,750 US dollars will be awarded to the second position team. The third position will have $3,000 US dollars for themselves. For the fourth position, there will be $1,500 for them, and in the fifth position, will be also rewarded with 750 USD.
Top 5 teams will get some chunk for all the efforts that they've put in. But I'm pretty sure the teams who have come down so far will not just look forward to this prize, because there is 1 million USD at stake, Nekroz. 1 million USD. If this team ends up going to Japan to fight for the world's title, to represent India on a global stage, they'll be coming back home not just with the title, but also with a bigger chunk, a bigger briefcase. I'm excited for that. Which is that team? Which are the top Indian two teams is something that we have to still wait for. This is still the May qualifiers. After that, we have the June last chance qualifier, where we'll be seeing two teams qualifying. I don't know what to expect, but with all the new changes, new Pokemons coming in, it will be an interesting, I would say, fight, a battle of how they channel their Pokemons, how they time it perfectly. I want to ask you before we head over and start off today's first game, I mean on stream, to let the viewers know, we will eventually head over to the bracket where you'll get an idea about the matches that we'll see. So far, what has been the journey? But Nekroz, what are you expecting? Do you think we would see that final grand finals played twice, depending on the lower bracket team that is coming out, or is it going to be ending like the previous time with just one grand final?
I am really expecting it to go in a one-sided way. Might be because the teams that are coming up, as especially if we just talk about the previous April tournament, new teams, those who have arrived to compete among the top teams of the Indian region, they actually overpowered them. More precisely, it was, if you just take on a new team, you don't even know about what kind of tactics or what kind of strategy they're using against you. They might be prepared more than any other team, because if you just talk about the new teams, the underdog teams, if you just call it off, the trainers, those who are just coming up, they have nothing to lose from here but to gain every chunk of the respect as well as the bragging rights for their side. So I believe it might just turn out to be a one-sided way. But yep, if we just talk about the upper bracket final, will be played between Flip It versus Team Griffin. But on the other hand, in the lower bracket, we are going to see Team No Lapras against Team Liquid and SATUL Esports versus Team Haveli.
You can see, Nekroz, already that the top teams are facing trouble. There's SATUL, who did win their first upper round. In the second one, they were taken down by Flipit, and now they're fighting for one last chance in the lower bracket, at the brink of elimination. We see Team Liquid as well here. But look at what has happened. Team Liquid lost their first match against SATUL, and then they've been pushed in the first upper bracket itself, and then lower first round they won it against Team Jupiter, did qualify, push further. Now they're going to fight off against Team No Lapras, who pushed further, defeating Haveli. So this storyline right now is going to be interesting. Still waiting for the grand final reset. We did explain it previously. If there's any new viewers right now, I do want to tell them. So any team coming in from the lower bracket final, if they take down the team who had a journey in the upper bracket final, say for it whether it's Flipit or Team Griffin, it will be different in terms of the upper bracket team will finally use their safety net. I mean, I'm pretty sure after hearing me, everybody loved watching what just happened in front of the screens. It was a surprise. Evolution is coming, guys. Evolution. There is the EV event coming through with the 2 new introductions. There's going to be Umbreon as well as Leafeon. If you did not know, Umbreon will be joining us on May 25th and then Leafeon on 8th. And all of these will be part of that new quick battle that you just saw. Very interesting, Nekroz. This is something that I was actually holding off before we jumped into the tournament to talk about. But also look at this. There's something that we did talk about in the April. There is Evolution that you can right now enjoy after May 25th. And then on 17th of June, there's going to be a Swiss style battle that will be happening. Where our viewers, if you've not taken part here in the May qualifier, you can just try and jump into the challenge day of Pokémon UNITE. And see what you can reap in terms of rewards.
I mean, why just only watch and enjoy when you can actually take part and also win some rewards for yourself? So you can actually take this chance and step up, get your confidence a little boost, and with that you can just come up and get some good winners. You will be able to showcase your skill in front of so many audience. But yeah, with this we just talk about, I'm pretty sure that before my birthday, if anybody is trying to gift me a Leafeon or an Umbreon, I'll be more than happy than any kind of gift if I am expecting in the month of June. But yep.
Wow.
Man, Sam, I'm really expecting you.
I know you were directing it to me, Nekroz. I know
Yes,
you were
of course.
directing it to me. You could have said
You're
it
my-
right. Directly.
You're my best bro, right? So
I'm not going to give it to you, man. I'm telling you, because I myself would want an Umbreon and Leafeon. I would want to unlock it. I've seen its gameplays. I've had a chance to test it out in the beta environment. It is phenomenal. And again, for viewers right now who's looking forward to who more of Pokemons you can expect in the fray, Leafeon is already, you know, there's going to be Inteleon. Again, this is for leaks, whoever wants it, or if you no one. There's going to be eventually Blaziken as well. I'm still looking forward to a lot more, and I would want to see a lot of our OG Pokemons, some more coming into the fray. But as of now, these are your little nitpicks that you can enjoy about. We are going to be seeing a Defender, we are going to be seeing a Speedster, an All-Rounder also very soon, Ranged Attacker we just saw recently, and I did mention Inteleon coming through, can be again another ranged attacker. Wait and watch out for it. Pokemon Unite will have so many changes that people would have a variety of choices coming through, but also certain times need to take down their opponents. Now, the main thing that we were waiting for is going to be the match. Let's jump and get ourselves introduced with the playing 5. We're going to talk about the teams and the matches that we have right now, Nekroz. No Lapras versus Team Liquid.
I mean, you have got a team name of No Lapras, so we should be expecting that there will be no Lapras usage from their side. Might be, like, keeping the jokes aside, but if you talk about the roster.
Do you think with no Lapras they were intending on picking Zacian if it was allowed? I mean, for the tournament it's not, for all the viewers. Zacian is not allowed. You saw the playing 5. We'll quickly talk about their stats. Again, these stats are based on their day 1 and now day 2 so far the journey, because right now we are seeing lower bracket round 2.
I mean, if we just talk about the frequently used Pokemons, I am really expecting to see the Slowbro rather than the Eldegoss, but yeah, it depends on their entire team composition. But yeah, if we talk about Team Liquid, we have seen the Blastoise 100% pick rate, so we are definitely going to see a Blastoise coming up from their side. Possibilities of getting a Blissey, yes, there's a 50-50 rate with the trio with Blissey, 75% with that Venusaur, but I believe in spite of Venusaur, there might be some usage of, maybe we can expect a Ninetales or maybe a Glaceon if there is a chance, and if there is an Hoopa, definitely it will be one of the most valuable choices that we can actually call it off for.
Nekroz, I feel like Team Liquid have something new prepared, because Venusaur was not a Pokemon that we saw in the meta, and especially with new patches coming through, we kind of directed ourselves to different ranged attackers coming through. The Cinderace, Ninetales, Glaceon. But again, players are looking forward to banning Glaceon because they're unable to hold it off, and we did speak about it. Glaceon is one such Pokemon. Lock, load and destroy. That's the kind of moveset with the Icicle Spear that it has. We will see as of now what it'll be. And I was discussing with you, like, with the patch that recently came, the right now meta that has kind of turned to be is a ranged attacker, speedster and double defender meta. We are somewhere seeing the all-rounders fall out. They come in here and there, but they don't kind of have a proper positioning in the meta. But it can change. It's all about how teams make it work, and that's the reason we say there's no one proper meta that teams can work with. Let's jump into the game and see what will happen, Nekroz, with the bans, with the picks, and how both of them will counter each other.
Oh man, I'm really expecting some definite good picks from both the ends. I really want it to be an interesting composition from both the sides, but well, as no Lapras will have the very first advantage of getting the first pick. There might be a first pick that we are expecting should be at least like Glaceon. Now it's actually getting a good. It has got a good buff. It has got some good damage rate as well. So getting a Glaceon in the very first pick will be one of the choices. But well,
it'll be a ban.
Yeah, it's done. You cannot go with it. A Hoopa and a Glaceon ban indeed. No Lapras don't want any kind of hindrance.
Hey, this is a bait. No Lapras for the bait. Irony in their name. They go with Lapras being the first pick. But on the other end, we see Itachi and Doc coming in with their quick lock-ons on Cliffable and Dodrio, which was expected. We needed the scoring machine. Liquid in the stats also show that they like to play Dodrio, and it's picked.
I just can say that it was indeed a big bait. You have kept the name of No Lapras, but well, a Chandelier coming from like the side of Fake Gold. Okay.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen a Chandelier like so far, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's why I said in April, we didn't have Chandelier yet. Right now, we have Chandelier in play. I was just waiting to look forward to the defenders. We have two, Slowbro and Lapras. On the other end, Liquid with 100% Blastoise will still keep that 100% ongoing. Artist with a Delphox. The two more picks that Lapras can make. I'm not going to call them No Lapras anymore. I'm going to call this team Lapras because they have Lapras right now locked in. Make an Eldegoss pick and then an Urshifu. I think Liquid might still look for a range attacker, and you can see Furia. As I said, this is becoming more of a ranged attacker and speedster meta. They don't have a double defender setup though, but I still feel like this Gardevoir and Delphox pick might be really good if Chandelier's pick doesn't work out. The Imprison is something I'm looking forward to, of how they make it work.
And especially if we talk about Delphox and Gardevoir in a single composition has always proven up to be one of the most deadliest duos of ranged attackers that we can actually call it off, because both of those Pokemons have got a good damage rate. They can deal a good amount of damage from the long range as well, and if the proper players are using the proper Pokemons of their choices, they might be coming up on the top. Yes, we are accustomed of seeing Furia coming with a Delphox or a Gardevoir, but this time Sadao have decided to take the Gardevoir in his hands while handovering the Blastoise to Doc to handle all the defensive. But I am rather looking forward with an aggressive Blastoise rather than a defending one.
There were still small changes that you saw from Liquid. Furia, he eventually moved into the Speedster, where Itachi picked up that ranged attacker. So Team Liquid, a little confusion is what I saw in the preparation phase, but I've seen these players, we've seen how they play. All these three players, Sada, Furia and Itachi, know how they can make their Pokemons work. A lot of, I would say, experience they do have. But again, last minute choices, not too sure. Itachi also, have seen him on the Dodrio, has been phenomenal. But right now, they have Team Lapras. Again, Team No Lapras, removing No Lapras, jumping into the game. The first round between these two, they are in the lower bracket. They're fighting for survival.
Oh, this is going to be the very first round and the very first match of this day, and now it has been started, so we can actually call it off. The small Pinku just trying to, feed on to those neutral Pokemons and just trying to level up as fast as possible, because the more faster he levels up, the more beneficial he will be for his own team. The duo just trying to feed on to those Pokemon as well, just to.
He's trying attack stack.
Yeah.
Lapras wanted to do something, but again, passive agility. Furia will back off, but he still needs to find Eos energy. They're denying all of it. Clefairy right now backing up the Dodio. Can he get the last hit? No, and Artist, he had to put himself in the danger zone and make sure Furia survives. But finally, Sadao is out of his mid path. So is the Kupfu, is evolved to Urshifu. Level 5 Urshifu, early game advantage is super crucial. They need to look out for it. He's gone to the bottom path. Alternate Swablu fight will be there. It's going to be a 3v2 battle on Team Liquid's favor on the top path. The other end, Lapras having a 3v2 fight on the bottom path.
Oh man. Looking forward to what Ruben can actually make it up. He also is trying to get some good KOs. The Cliffable will be a valuable one indeed. Dudu is trying to manage it with some good scores. But yeah, if we just talk about Doc, I believe he's going to try up maybe with some, we can just call it off attacking one. We can see that Hydro Pump and the Rapid Spin might be there is a chance. So we can also see the Surf coming up on his end. Lapras stacking up, getting stacked up by the Cliffable as well as the trio. It might be a bit trouble, but Eldegoss comes up handy to provide some good support indeed for his side.
36-24 is only the score right now. Nothing to be worried about. Quick check on the levels. 6 on Dodrio, 6 on Gardevoir, 6 on Delphox. Finally Squirtle evolved to level 5. Will be a Wartortle right now. Sadao has switched positions and will be playing alongside his other teammate. 2 ranged attackers on the bottom path. Artist pushing to stacking his special attack specs, I think. That's what he has. Will back off. I mean, there were 2 tanks chasing 1 tank, so both of them barely making any dent on each other. Urshifu right now on the bottom. It is a 3v3 battle, but before anything could have been done, Liquid stole all the Altaria and Swablu. Look at how well they're playing right now. They're not giving No Lapras any chance. Any Pokemon response, they take it away. Final Regispawn.
Regis definitely is looking forward, but well, if we just talk about again that Imprison is getting used.
It's supposed to, guys, interesting moveset. I thought it would have been Imprison. I mean, against Zacian, it's too good. And any other proper all-rounder, but right as now, it looks like Urshifu's jumping on none other than Dodrio. Barely survives over there, Furia. Still the battle is not ongoing. Surf trying to push the players out. Artist will try to heal his teammates. Oh, look at the jump coming in from the Lapras. He's trying to cause troubles. Players are low. Delphox punishes Urshifu. Lapras still survives and backs off even with the low health. Slowbro will be the one who's right now going down. Delphox with a 2 KO streak. A quick jump coming in from none other than Team Liquid. They peel themselves off the fight, heal up, and then get back into the fight, where they immediately wipe Team Liquid.
No, Lapras had a chance to just get that Regis in their favor, but it eventually turned out to be that Liquid was the better side, but just getting the multiple KOs was the verdict that turned out. Delphox standing up, the Gardevoir's damage also made it happen, but Chandelier need to step up. It has to be a better choice, or it has to be a good choice for their side. But if Chandelier doesn't work out for No Lapras this time in the very first round, it will be tough, because Team Liquid, they have proven that themselves to be a strong team in the previous time, but yet again the ball to just being used. This time the Regieleki will be the target, but again it's Team Liquid who takes it home for their side. Delphox will secure it for the team side, with Chandelier gets the KO done for the trio, but eventually the Regieleki will hit the tower. Some heavy scoring will be coming up from the side of Team Liquid, but Urshifu gets stuck. Delphox down.
That Unite came in from Chandelier. The Midnight affected a lot. They were able to destroy the goal zone, but Urshifu chasing Artist takes him down as well. Liquid might have gotten the goals, but the Unites have started being used from none other than No Lapras. Something to be watched out for. Oh, Eldegoss gets punished. No score coming in. Poltergeist trying to hold them off. Lapras as well using none other than the Bubble Beam to trap the players rather than pushing up, because previously Furia with the Drill Peck stunned and drained the health of Lapras and made sure they got the Regieleki in their favor. Easy peasy goal coming in from Furia, stacking his attack weight as well. He will recover all the Ace energy, get another stack done. and there's nobody. But right now the Registeel has appeared at the bottom. That's where another fight has started. Is there a chance that Lapras this time secures this? Another Unite coming in from Delphox. A brilliant Unite from Blastoise. But Urshifu with the secure. The fighting move Urshifu. They're trying to trap Dodrio, and yes they do. The Slowbro Unite works out. Dodrio nowhere to run. He gets taken down. Now is where Lapras try to push. They have the attack weight advantage. I'm sorry, Registeel's attack advantage. Two serves. One from Blastoise, another from Slowbro. Both of them doing their best, but look at the ranged attackers. Gardevoir goes huge, not stopping. It's a future side Gardevoir with Psychic coming through. They're unable to do anything. They got to score, but they were punished and sent back to their bases. It's only Lapras who survived.
Lapras doesn't have a good score with himself just to make some good move, like good scoring in the bottom lane. But what he wanted, he just couldn't do it that perfectly. He got some good scores, but yep, indeed, if we just talk about the channel, he's making some good moves, trying to get some good value for his team as well. But in the crucial moments, he's the first one person, or I might say the first Pokemon to get taken down by the side of Team Liquid. They don't want to allow Chandelier coming up and open up.
They're taking Regieleki. No contest there. Team Liquid's front line is phenomenal right now. There's no second questions to it. And Team Liquid looks like they want to make the Regieleki push. Dodrio and Cliffle, both of them pushing up. They see Chandelier and Lapras and they're deciding to back off. But in the meantime, look at this bottom. They're trying to hold off the Eldegoss. It's trying to heal itself with the Spores coming through. Future Sight does damage. Psyche coming through, slowing them down. And the last hit will make sure with a basic attack itself that Sadao puts the Eldegoss down. The way Team Liquid are pressuring no Lapras right now is insane. Ruben finally after taking down Regieleki along with his teammate on Eldegoss, Chandelier will jump towards the legendary pit. Liquid have a big lead. And look at the position. They've taken control of the tall grasses towards no Lapras' side. They will not let them get out of their mid path. Slowbro moves out. If he gets isolated, it'll be too good. He has the Unite. He'll be super crucial here, Nekroz. If he misses his Unite, it's all gone. But oh no! Lapras is stuck. Lapras gets KO'd. Now it's time for Slowbro. Unites none other than Delphox. But the Unite triple trample coming through. Slowbro gets put down. The front line completely destroyed on no Lapras' end. Easy peasy looking for Team Liquid. Easy peasy pickings. Chandelier, if he goes down, everything will fall off. He does not have the Unite as of now. The future side denying any kind of push coming in from them. Eldegoss is also down. Urshifu trying to go in for a secure. Team Liquid also not going to secure Rayquaza. They are also going in looking for a score. A 32 comes. The goal zone on top gets destroyed. But look at the bottom pressure. 3 players trying to push bottom on Team Liquid's end. Urshifu along with his Lapras has finally come back towards to the Rayquaza pit. But look at Not Furia. Gets a big score for the team. 388 on the scorecard. Unite a little bit earlier. Nobody falls prey to it. Urshifu trying to do damage. Gets Delphox out. But there is still Sadao. He's still surviving. His front line is still working out. Artist takes the beating coming in from Urshifu. Sadao will survive. Lapras with the bubble beam trying to trap. 30 seconds on the clock here, Nekroz. No Lapras. It doesn't seem like they have any kind of chance to get back into the game.
They had to get the KOs that were eventually on an early stage, but Dodrio, in spite of even just scoring the goals, he's got what he wanted. He gets some KOs, gets the Rayquaza as well. 12 more seconds on the clock, 50 more scores with the Dodrio, and some 50 more scores from the side of Blastoise, and plenty amount of huge scoring coming up from the side of Team Liquid as they take on this very first round against Snow Lapras with a win. It's a definite good start they were seeking forward. And the lower bracket round 2 match 1, it's just getting started as Team Liquid gets a big win and with a great start.
I mean, I have no surprise right now from Slowbro and Koishima on Eldegoss. They were the front lines. They played as the front line, but we know Lapras can have situations where it can pick knockouts. But Doc on the other end, being a defender, he's picked 2 knockouts, 8 assists. Look at Artist, 12 assists coming through. Did talk about Gardevoir and Delphox. Brilliant play coming in from the backlines. 11 knockouts, 5 on Itachi, 10 assists on his end. Sadao having 5 assists. We'll quickly talk about none other than the battle data where we see damage dealt 70,000 and 88,000 respectively from the range attackers Gardevoir and Delphox. On the other end, we did talk about it. Chandelier is going to be crucial. He did do justice. Ruben as well in Lapras with 70,000 damage coming in. I felt like the Urshifu somewhere was lagging behind. And Team Liquid secure the first round.
I can actually say it will be a very, very interesting round to watch out for, because the second round I'm really hoping what will be the picks, because this time they wanted to go with the first pick. Glacian was banned. Hoopa was banned from the side of No Lapras. They did not want Team Liquid to get a hand on that Hoopa. But in spite of banning that, the performance they had delivered. I'm really looking forward that we might see a Dodrio ban next time. But if you ban the Dodrio, there is still option for the Hoopa.
Yeah, Hoopa with a hyperspace hole, little buff that it got. Players are still trying to use it, but you can see the Glacier and Hoopa buff coming through, making sure Liquid don't have chance to retreat. Artist is a really good Hoopa player. Glaceon is a problem for a lot of these teams in the recent times. They're unable to deny it, and especially a team which has a really good front line, it is difficult. Mystical Fire and Flame Charge are the ones. I think it was a Fire Blast, yeah. The move sets coming in from Delphox. Graph speaks for itself. At least there was some contest in till the 4-minute mark, but after that it was nothing. It was just Team Liquid running away, all objectives in their favor. Reggie Eyes, Reggie Steel, wait, okay, one objective was taken away from No Lapras, but I think this is just karma maybe right now. Again guys, don't take it too seriously, it's just a small fun fact I'm pointing. They mentioned their name as No Lapras, but pick Lapras and karma got them maybe. Again, maybe. Just for fun. But for now,
Sam,
yeah.
Sam, are we still going to witness a Chandelier again in the next round? Because I really think that
I think so. I'm not too sure about the Poltergeist move coming through, whether it was thought through or not. Because again, I've seen in the recent times it has been imprisoned. Poltergeist is also still a good move. Again, it doesn't let anybody walk out. If they get touched to those floating chairs and tables, they do take up damage as well. Now we'll jump into the game. A quick idea of I'll let you know what happened. It was the front line and also peeling of decisions coming in. If you talk about none other than Team Liquid, that is the reason you saw here there were 3 players and just one Dodrio in that bottom Reggie fight. That peeling of decision, getting life back, and then Delphox and Gardevoir swinging back again. Here also, making sure they take Regieleki in their favor. 2 unites being committed. First, none other than the Gardevoir, and then even aggressive unite coming in from Delphox. And you can see how the front line is working. At all times, Artist and Blastoise, both of them in the front line, guarding their Delphox and Gardevoir. You can see they're sitting in their flux zone, completely flush, without any worries. And no Lapras could never reach. Even in the final fight, you keep a look at it. It's always first point of contact, the Blastoise coming through, or Artist, or none other than the Cliffable. Brilliant play coming in from Artist and Doc, and there was nothing that anybody could do. They did catch Delphox once on the Unite, that was slow bro, but it was only Urshifu who was trying to take the Delphox down. He does take him down, but then immediate repositioning coming in from Artist and Dog. That is the reason they could not do anything. Gardevoir still survived. Not Furia was still there. He fought, made sure he punished the Urshifu, got the round coming through. This was the breakdown. As long as you keep your front lines, right, Nekroz, strong, your back lines will do the job. And that's what Sadao and his teammate did together. Made sure they punished the opponent, Itachi.
I mean, that was immense domination. We can actually say that. It was definitely a good start.
Rather than saying domination, I would put it in a way that they played their own gameplay. They're just like, they wanted to do this, they wanted to do that. Yeah, that's just natural. Their usual gameplay.
And this will give a good heads up to the side of No Lapras that if you got to win this one, if you at least want to make the series count, because we know 2 losers in the entire double elimination format and you're already out of this tournament. They have got already one. They cannot afford to get a second one, which will be this one, because every stage now, here it counts towards this road to that grand finale of this very May tournament. But when we just talk about this first round, will actually give a good head start to the side of No Lapras. Whether they want to make a comeback, they have to just come up right now. Either they have to make any kind of changes in the composition, or they have to make some good strategical changes for their side to make a counter for Team Liquid.
Quickly talking about the player info here, Nekroz. You saw why the Hoopa ban came through from none other than No Lapras. They're worried about Artist helping their teammate at the right time. But Artist and Cliffable also proved a point. Quickly talking about the other stats as well, you can see average damage dealt is not a lot because again he's a support player, not your daily all-rounder or ranged attacker. His stats speak better in none other than the average damage taken in recovery. On the other end, you can see it's going to be Koishima for No Lapras. Eldegoss as well now, but this Eldegoss, just like how easy it is to burn cotton, that's how he was getting burnt and sent back to the base. The Pokemon was fainting right, left and center. There was nothing that anybody could do. His next pick was just like how we saw Artist, a Blissey. But better stats still on none other than Artist compared to Koishima as of now from No Lapras.
Oh, well, the Eldegoss did work out, but still if you just talk about the other Pokemons also needs to step up. Urshifu tried to make some brilliant job, but as we speak, again, the Gardevoir as well as the Delphox combination, in my opinion, it actually is one of the most deadliest long-range attackers that we can expect in any of the team. If I were an opponent team, maybe in the side of No Lapras, I would be scared to get just in front of both of them when they're stacking up together in the bottom lane. But we have already witnessed Delphox and Gardevoir sticking with each other in the very final stretch of fight, in the Legendary Pet fight. Maybe let it be in the bottom lane, maybe let it be in the top lane. They are all competing, and the way both of them have, given up the domination, it was tremendous.
Yeah, I think the only thing No Lapras were missing was speed. They were unable to quickly have some surprise from their end. Chandelier's range is not that great as of we see coming in from both Delphox and Gardevoir, especially with Future Sight, right? As we saw Chandelier trying to use its move Overheat or even Poltergeist. With the Future Sight coming through, already predicting where they can move, putting down the Future Sight and just making sure the damage affects a lot, and Delphox also jumps in to put a lot more damage, is why it's working out. Let's jump into the second round of the game. Let's see if there is a comeback situation. Again, all the matches right as now have been BO3s. So the first round, Team Liquid. They even get the first pick this time. No Lapras, I hope they have something different strategized. Previously, they had the first pick. They picked Lapras, still did not work out. This time, they'll have the second pick. But Nekroz, I want to ask you. Change in bans? Is it so?
This time, we might expect a Glaceon ban coming from the side of No Lapras rather than Liquid, because Liquid will definitely try to cherish the first pick of Glaceon. But yes, this time Team Liquid have banned Chandelier, not allowing them to take it anymore. But a Hoopa pick this time from the side of Doc, we can expect it.
Oh, a Chandelier ban. Interesting. Liquid thought, whoa, that was something troubling for them. So they ban No Lapras from picking Chandelier, but the Glaceon ban still sticks on. So there will be the Hoopa available. Let's see if Artist gets his hand, but this time Team Liquid say, if your name is No Lapras, you will not get Lapras. You made a choice previously, but this time you're going to deny it. And they had to go for Slowbro, and they will snatch Artist's Cliffable, but he still has a Hoopa here, Nekroz.
If I were the Artist, I would have gone with the Hoopa. There is no question with that. But now still, living with the Blastoise again, go with it. But your pick indeed will be helpful. But Doc not going with the Hoopa, still trying to go with a Blissey as a healing option. But Rubenkt, what will be his pick? A Ninetales definitely can be a good choice.
Yeah, new patch. Oh, and then a Zoroark. Now, the only way to stop a Zoroark, the Lapras Bubble Beam. Can be interesting, can stun him. Or they're bringing in again the 100% pick rate Blastoise. 2 players, 2 Pokemons to deny him. Oh wait, actually make it 3. Blastoise, Lapras and Blissey with the Egg Bomb can deny Zoroark of his move combos.
Man, this is going to be really fun. This round is going to be really interesting, because if we just talk about, they've got a Ninetales, they have got a Zoroark as well, No Lapras, and if they are going with that Buzzwole, definitely will be very much effective. They've even got a Cliffable. According to the composition, I believe No Lapras have got an upper hand in my opinion.
I mean, if they dodge the stuns, No Lapras might have an upper hand. If they don't, from the get-go, it should be Team Liquid in control. They strategize well, Nekroz. You saw Ralts to evolve it to Gardevoir. They send it through mid-path, get that ongoing, and start doing damage. This time it looks like Itachi, he's confident, he wants to keep the Dodrio with himself. So now back on Gardevoir. Not Furia. He's like, I want to play Blastoise as we have a double defender comp this time. Previously they had a double ranged attacker comp. But on the other end, ranged attacker, speedster, all-rounder, supporter, defender, all the things Nekroz, No Lapras have, but do they have what it takes to get this game?
I mean, if we just talk about this time, I'm really surprised that Doc is Furia is coming up with that Blastoise rather than Doc, and we can see that Gardevoir being used by Sadao rather than Furia. So, if you just say Sadao, which actually played it pretty well, playing that Gardevoir in the previous round, and it's better decision to stick with it. But right now, you're giving a ranged attacker, defender, but that to a Blastoise, which already comes with a good responsibility. But as we just talk about the second round, is it going to be in the favor of Team Liquid, or they want to win it and seal the series in their name and look forward to the next round? Or this is going to be Team No Lapras to make a comeback and still be alive in this very series?
Not too sure if they can make a comeback. I think it will depend on their ranged attacker Ninetales. Need to evolve that Vulpix to Ninetales super soon. Cool, looking forward to the early stacks. Same goes on none other than the teeny tiny Squirtle. Zora in the meantime on the mid path on No Lapras' end. Rals on Team Liquid's end. Again, Itachi also looking forward to his early stacks. They will not get that wild Pokemon. It will be stolen away. No Lapras get it in their favor. Oh, nice jump through. This is what I was talking about. Using feint attack. Gets the first one but gets immediately stunned. Illusion. He's running for his life. Barely makes that survival. He came to save Koishima and was about to become a prey himself. Jumps in again. Gets the wild Pokemon and backs off. Future Sight again being played. Alongside Confusion as of now might be changed again back to Psychic.
I mean, getting some early KOs of Zoroark will be very beneficial for the side of Team Liquid, because if you just talk about the Buzzwole, definitely has a huge impact. It's in the very close range, melee range. The trio coming with some early scores. The Avalanche will create some hindrances for him. But eventually, when you talk about Lapras, comes up as support on the side of the trio. But Blissey, one after another, getting KO'd. First it was Zoroark, then it is coming with from the side of Buzzwole. The Wartortle also struggling and trying to keep it up. The Hydro Pump won't be that much useful against these two. You've got two big Pokemons exactly right in front of you. The Blissey is not there. It will be very hard for Furia to just take the control entirely on his shoulder of the top lane. Zoroark steps in. It is going to be a tough time for the Gardevoir eventually being KO'd. Zoroark is definitely a bad news for the side of Team Liquid, Sam.
I will not call it so early. It can be. And early game he is dominating. Picks up another. Looking for a third on Artist. Destroys the top goal zone with his teammate. 2 KO streak for Illusion OP right now. Yep, early game super good. Already at level 9. Opponents are still stuck at level 7 max. Now gets to level 8 is the Dodrio. Make it the Gardevoir as well, but still having 1 level advantage. I've still not seen the Ninetales, right? It has just been Zoroark. Wanted to steal the blue buff. Doesn't get the blue buff, but might get the KO right now. Future Sight does secure it. The Dodrio was there, but not Furia also comes through. But the 7-minute mark is the spawn of the Regis. It's going to be a Regirock on the bottom this time. It's going to be time for special defense advantage. Surf gets the wild Pokemon. It is going to be a team battle except for Buzzwole and Zoroark not indulging in the battle. Team Liquid, all of them securing Regirock in their favor. Nice Blizzard and Avalanche, which will slow them down for now, but everybody jumps on none other than the Ninetales. This is what I was talking about. There might be the other players who are looking good, but it is the Ninetales that'll cause problem. Brilliant Unite from Sadao, and the Dodrio within the Unite picks up 2 of them. That's the bottom path control, taking away the lead. Buzzwall is stuck inside the bubble beam, and another KO. Brilliant back-to-back KOs. Team Liquid have got this game back in control. Level 10 Zorok tried to spawn in, but that Blastoise Unite.
You can't just survive from that.
There's
No way.
nothing.
I mean, we were just talking about, like, they're just... this is the main strategy that has been worked out one game after another from the side of Team Liquid. If you just see the stacking power that they have got in each of the lanes, let it be top, let it be bottom, the way they have contested each and every time to make a comeback, they have got what they wanted. In the previous match we saw, the previous round we saw how they have managed to get so huge lead in the comparison to No Lapras. This time the same thing is happening again. A stack push is working out one after another, but this time the Regidiki comes up in the favor of Team No Lapras. They will be trying to come up with again a good stack attack on the top lane, but this time will Team Liquid be able to defend it? Because I really think it will be tough.
It will. But I think their front line is good. Again, they tried. The Unite comes out, causes trouble. Ninetales has started off. The Regieleki is causing trouble, but that Unite from Gardevoir finds huge value. Salah with a 2 KO streak, but fake hole. He is causing trouble. He pushed up to their flux zone, but the front lines are back in again. Regieleki will not get the space it wanted. Illusion fighting against none other than Lapras, trying to run away. Oh, gets the berry in time, increases the speed, runs away with feint. On the other end, look at No Lapras team. They did not get any advantage on the top path. They wanted to score. Buzzwall did everything. Popped Unites, took players in his arms, smacked them to the ground. But still not a round, or still not a goal zone to destroy. Regice has spawned, but there seems to be a tussle on the top path. Bliss assistance coming in on Not Furia. Artis is low, but they're deciding to back off. But again, Zorark, he's trying to swing in, but this surf is enough to stop Zorark. Artis still goes down because he was already low. He had committed his Unite, but for now, a 40 gets secured from none other than the Ninetales, but Ninetales is in prey, is in the sights of none other than Dodrio, but immediate team backup comes through, but Liquid were quick to secure Regice. Oh, nice Unite from Slowbro, another one to capitalize from Zoroark, but it's only 1 KO they get. They take down Lapras, denying Lapras from getting a huge level advantage because we are almost close. Unite failed, eject. Oh, you're Not Furia, his United eject that he used, but with a move that Buzzwall ran away. It could have been a changer. He could have denied the Buzzwall for a little amount of time because this top path, Regieleki, eyes have been set on from none other than Lapras. Look at them. Not even giving last hit chance here, Nekroz.
Zorark will be a very bad news for this time. Again, this is the time. They want to make things happen in the way Team Liquid. They're losing the lead, what they have made it up some seconds ago or some minutes ago. The trio still trying to come up with some good scores. Still have some good scores in lead for himself. 21 more. But he has to wait for it. He cannot be very much desperate about getting the scores because this time the level difference is a bit working out for the side of Team No Lapras. You can see the amount of Eos energy spreading up, but this time the use of Regieleki will be the one of the cause that Zoroark might get some good scores, but eventually will be punished down by Blastoise. But again, the top lane being in the hands of the Buzzwole and the Cliffable, not just trying to give it up right now. The bottom lane will be stacked just for a few seconds, but in the 5 seconds we're going to see the Rayquaza coming up in the legendary phase.
Rayquaza spawn. No Lapras this time do take control. Previously they were denied. Ninetales is Blizzard and Avalanche is working out.
Oh,
But
has to
huge hit. The Future Sight and Psychic both connected on Rubin. Not now worried about anything thrown from Ninetales. He's heading right towards it, but look at the way both Artist and Doc are playing together.
Oh, Ninetales.
But Blastoise from the right edge. He's pushing the players. He's going to be super crucial. He's challenging Buzzwole as of now. We cannot see it in front of our screens, but it's going to be interesting of what Blastoise can do. Finally with the serve. United right in between.
Okay.
He might take out Ninetales. Good Unite coming in to trap players. Ninetales is out. Buzzwole pops its Unite. Bliss assistance being provided and Goal is stuck. His speed being slowed down because of the Psychic. Basic attack from Blastoise puts him down. A 2 KO streak right now. Cliffable Cord, last player surviving is going to be Slowbro. 1v5, there's nothing he could do. Gets wrecked. Team Liquid, this was a challenge a little bit coming in from Team No Lapras, but now with all the 5 players knocked out, there's no chance that No Lapras can make it back into the game. Goal zones plenty available. Aeos Energy plenty available for Liquid. They will score north of 500 is what I feel.
Oh man, this Rayquaza fight was indeed something to make a brilliant comeback. Team Liquid, it was a situation, they wanted the KOs, they got what they wanted. Kudos to Furia. Well, the Blastoise started off for a most impactful Pokemon in this legendary pit fight. It was definitely Furia who stepped up, got a beautiful angle, got some good scores what they wanted. Zoroark will be coming with a score of 88, but will it be enough? No, it's not at all.
It doesn't even matter, Nekroz.
Exactly. It's all done and dusted, and Team Liquid will just get the score in their favor as the BO3 series comes to an end with a win for the side of Team Liquid with a scoreline of 2-0.
A great effort, a valiant effort from No Lapras. They gave it their all. Zoroark knew that he couldn't play Night Slash here. Night Slash would have been an even better move to do a lot more damage, but he knew with 3 stun Pokemons coming through, it'll be too tough for him to execute that combo. Got 8 knockouts, early game domination was there. Buzzwole came in between the 5-minute mark while they were trying to push the Regieleki, but having 3 front lines, 3 tanks in the team, Team Liquid did not give their tier 2 top path goal zone. I want to look at the battle data, Nekroz. Like recovery. Kiyoshima had a better game here. Walks also. But you can see how much it has affected. Previously we saw easy double digits coming in for their Gardevoir, Delphox, even their Speedster. That was again Dodrio. Not this time. Yeah, and you can see it has affected the damage. It is not Furia who played a phenomenal game on Blastoise. You can say 83,000 damage, but he's evening and closing towards the Speedster on the other end, who's level 14, not 15, with 86,000 damage. And I said, as Koshima, he did have a better game, 81,000. Ruben played his best on Ninetales. That Ninetales, I was a little bit worried if it doesn't activate or get better in levels, it'll be trouble. It did cause trouble, but the way Not Furia pushed from the right edge of our screens, I think No Lapras was not ready for that. Then immediately ejecting towards them as he used the Unite, that's where No Lapras lost their footing. We'll see it in the replay.
Exactly. But if you just talk about again and again, this has been such a brilliant match. Oppressing the Zoroark was mainly, I would say, the most effective thing that Team Liquid would have wanted, and they have got it. If Zoroark was there in the final stretch, in the very, like if you just talk about the legendary pit fight, if he got that allowance to just, come up and attack freely on his own without getting oppressed by any other Pokemon from the side of Team Liquid, things would have turned out to be very different as what we are seeing. Till the 9th minute, there was a very equal competition between both the teams, but when the final fight came, that ultimate team KO actually changed everything. Team Liquid, what a bounce they have got from that 9th minute.
It was a tough battle. I mean, it was a tough and close battle. I thought maybe Not Furia might be back into the game the way they were playing. Had all categories of Pokemon. It's just not enough. We'll quickly jump into the replay where we'll talk about some specific moments where it could have flew through No Lapras' end. The momentum could have been taken over. Early game, you saw, I spoke about it. Zorark was insane. He was jumping on anyone and everyone. It gave them advantage. Early goal destruction is what they made happen. But after this, the bottom Reggie fight is something that they had to work a little bit better on. I think that did not happen. The pressure coming in, you can see as a team that 4 tanks that were there, they were making sure that the Dodrio and the Gardevoir had no troubles at all times. How much ever Fake Ghoul did, he did take down the range attacker, he did take down the speedster, but look at this, the front line, one gets KO'd, another pops out, another gets KO'd, another respawns. That was just wasting so much time, and at the last he knew he had to give up. They tried to walk back and all of them started to jump in. Look at how much efforts they had to put to take down Lapras, understanding those tanks were so much annoying. This last fight, once that Ninetales was taken out, they knew they did not have any Pokemons to push. That Blizzard was not there, the Avalanche was not there, and they started jumping on one after the other. They took down all the tanks, they took down the heavy hitters, everything fell flat. And easy peasy, after 5 Pokemons have been cleaned, fainted, Team Liquid get that victory in their favor. But you could see as a Team Nekroz in that replay how well no Lapras tried. They gave it their all. They tried to isolate a single Pokemon to try and take it out. But there was just too many frontline defenders coming through. Too many tanks that they deal with one, there's another one. They deal with that one, there's another one. And by the time the second one goes down, the first one who had been fainted, that Pokemon respawns and it's back into the fight.
I mean, it was a complete team performance that we saw, and that kind of performance is actually expected by all the teams those who are participating in this April tournament. But well, I will just talk about the lower bracket semi-finals. Team Liquid have already made their place, but now the question is SA Dual Esports versus Team Haveli. This one match, this will decide another BO3 series. The one who wins 2 will be playing against Team Liquid Esports in the lower bracket semi-finals, and the one who wins it will move on to lower bracket finals. But well, in the upper bracket final as well, there are 2 teams, but now the teams in question, the match which is in question, it's SATUL Esports versus Team Haveli.
Rex, Snowy, Kurim, Badsha, All Might from SATL Esports. Abdul, Uchiha, Akemi, Kiyotaka, Grey Matter from Haveli. And looking at Grey Matter's name, I think he might dig deep down into the brains of how SATL might want to play. He might just get the Grey Matter out of their brains and figure out what better he would have to do.
But well, Sam, the roster changes of SCTUL have already, been into the gossip of the entire Indian community of the Pokémon UNITE, that this roster might be one of the best rosters in the Indian region right now. Because in the previous April tournament, the roster was a bit different, but when they have managed to change it, they have came back. Now they have mastered, they have got some good synergy up on their side. We might expect some brilliant performance. So
Stats.
There was one setback, but it's fine.
You can see the stats in front of our screens. SATL playing a lot of ranged attackers. On the other end, if you speak about Haveli, they have defenders coming in the forefront, and then the ranged attackers to follow up. So one end you can see prioritizing the backline more to do heavy damage and also having the Chandelier. On the other end, they have first the front line as a stronghold, and then coming in as the backlines is Haveli. They've had a chance to play Glaceon, but highest on Mew. On the other end, highest was the Gardevoir. Interesting, I want to see how it works out. I've seen Badsha as well playing a lot of Mew, right? He's right now known as one of the best Mews in the country. When there is another opponent who plays Mew in a tournament, it'll be interesting to see if he can actually play better. And that's what we talk about, right? When there are new players, new teams, they might just upset big teams. And I think that is the best part and parcel of tournaments that we see, that there are newer teams that cause a lot of momentum shift. Is it going to happen in the second match is what we are now ready to see in Nekroz.
first match was definitely a banger. A brutal amount of domination, a good amount of team effort gameplay that we have witnessed in the very first match of the day. The second match of the day, which is going to start up. This is going to be another match in the lower bracket itself. But the one team who wins it will advance to the lower bracket semi-finals to face Team Liquid. But it is something that, makes me a bit sad. But all the teams, those who are playing right now, let it be SATUL, let it be Team Haveli, let it be Team Liquid, or the other two teams, those are in the upper bracket final as well. All the teams are so perfect. I really want all the teams to actually come up in the grand finals and play, but it does not work out that way. We are just going to get only 2 teams out of all those teams that are in this lower bracket semi-finals and the finals as well. So if we just are going to see the top 2 teams, which 2 teams will it be? And which top 3 teams from this May tournament will advance to the regional playoffs? Because we have seen True Rippers and Revenant already in there.
Yeah. As of now, I have no idea. I mean, previous game itself, I did think Low Lapras might be back into the game. Unfortunately, we would have to say goodbye to that team for the May qualifiers. They put up a valiant effort, but as I was previously saying as well in stream, that now you have an idea of how teams play, what changes you would have to make. There is still the June last chance qualifier. As a team, practice, grind, get ready. There are going to be slots for last chance as well. Make use of it. But now SATUL under the radar right now might be tough for them. They've already been pushed to the lower bracket. This tells you the challenges that teams are going to face as we see the India's best team who will be shining when we finish the regional playoffs. It's just like how you make statues or how you carve, right, some beautiful figures. I think this is how it goes through a lot of processes, a lot of heat treatment coming through, a lot of pressure, and that's where finally you get the final finish, a team which is going to be shining. Now it's time, Nekroz. We're not going to wait. Let's jump into the second game of the lower bracket. Looking forward to who is the next team who's going to move ahead and the other team who's going to say goodbye to us.
Oh, well, Lucifer, the first pick from this very first round of this VO3 series, it will be SATUL Esports who will get the first upper hand in this case. But Haveli, we just talk about, they will have the second pick. But what are the bans do we expect? A Glaceon definitely might just come up from the side of Haveli, and we might see a ban maybe of a Lapras. I don't think so, but yeah, but Clefable indeed.
Glaceon has been a default ban. SATUL denying Haveli Clefable as of now, because we've been seeing, right, people have been using Clefable as a stronghold either in Follow Me, as no attacks connect to anybody else, just the Clefable, or use Gravity and slow down the opponent and jump on top of them, in making them vulnerable to a 1v3. Picks, quickly talking about it: Lapras with the first on All Might, Uchiha Obito with none other than Slowbro, and then a Hooper on Grey Matter.
In this time, now the picks are just getting more interesting. Bacha with the Chandler. I really want to see how it is going to work, because in the previous round, the Chandler did not work out the way it should be. Well, Chris this time going with the Mew. You're up against one of the best Mew trainers in the Indian region. That is Bacha, as we all know. But yeah, Kyotaka with that Blastoise. So what will be the last 2 picks for the side of SATUL? A Snorlax or Trevenant? Okay, so that not might be.
I'm told, and as we've spoken about it, it is a ranged attacker and speedster meta these days. Teams will look forward to having more ranged attackers and speedsters rather than involving themselves in defenders and all-rounders. And they'll be happy when they have a Lapras on the team. There is still a double defender comp coming in from Haveli and a Hoopa, so healing will not be a problem. Defenders can rely on themselves while they take damage, and in case their ranged attacker and an all-rounder gets stuck in an unfortunate position, there's the Hoopa with the hyperspace hole. For now, Bacha, who's changed in terms of a ranged attacker, picked up the Chandelier. Is a sight to witness. In the previous game, we did see Chandelier once, but it was not enough. I'm pretty sure the audience were also not satisfied. Same goes for me. Not saying I'm looking forward to SATUL, I'm saying I'm looking forward to Chandelier popping off. Preparation phase, small changes. You've seen Might was initially having it, but right now it is Might who takes the Buzzwall, and Rex will be playing the Lapras. I didn't think, might have seen him play on Lapras, but we know he acts as the heavy hitter, the puncher for the team. So he has to go for some Pokemons which can do a lot of hits rather than tanking. So he picks up the Buzzwall, and now it's going to be an interesting fight coming through. Double defender versus a single defender. One team has a speedster, the other team doesn't have any speedster, but they do have a Urshifu secure. Can they make it work? Nekroz, what are your thoughts if I ask you early game?
I really want to see that Badshah. He has always proven himself to be one of the most successful long-range attackers. If he has not got that new, not a Delphox, not a Gardevoir or anything, he's got a Chandelier with himself. I am really expecting for him to step up as one of the most, I would say, impactful Chandelier trainers of this game, might be. But yeah, I'm really expecting for SATUL to make a good start against them. It might be a big statement at the very early phase, but I really hope that SATUL will lead this first match.
That's what I'm pretty sure the audience will be, but they should also be ready for any upsets that can happen. In the April qualifier it did happen, in the May qualifier as well it can happen. The buff Pokemons right now are going to be Zoroark and Kufu. Both of them evolving to Zoroark and Urshifu respectively. Early stacks coming in on the top path from both the ends. In the bottom it's just battle for the wild Pokemon.
It has to be in that way. Buzzwole is initially trying to make some good scores. Upa is still trying to, just slack him off, because he's quite aware Buzzwole will be one of the most troublesome Pokemons that can actually cause him much more trouble in the top lane. But yes, the Zoroark, he's here to make some good KOs. The Urshifu has also leveled himself up. The level 5 Zoroark versus level 5 Urshifu. In the close range it will be very vulnerable. Level 5 Buzzwole is also there to make some good assistance. But in the bottom lane we can see it's a 2v2 heading on. Yep, this top lane fight is going to be crucial. Definitely crucial one. Zoroark just tries to back out. Not willing to give up at this point, but the Urshifu is looking quite furious right now. The hyperspace will be activated. Won't be that much easy to expect. Only this Squirtle was able to make a comeback. Just go back to the spawn to survive. Count the scores which are coming inside of SATUL. It's phenomenal and it's a good start.
45 to, okay, 50 to 9. We're going to be seeing the center Altaria and Swablu very soon at the 8-minute mark. And Mew positioning there. Zoroark also looking forward to it, with Blissey trying to cause some trouble. Urshifu as well has position. First jump in is going to be the Urshifu before Zoroark could even get close, along with Rex. Urshifu secures all of it. Heavy hits coming through. Hyperspace hole teleports the Urshifu. He had a chance to at least find Zoroark or the Lapras. But now it's not going to happen. Badshah with the overhit trying to burn up one of the players, and successfully does. The Mew is out. Ranged attacker being taken out. SATUL always looking forward to that vulnerable Pokemon that they can target and take it out. This here is going to be the ranged attacker. And Badshah himself will reach to level 7 and deny the opponent ranged attacker on level 7. Will stick to level 6. Oh my!
Mike is just trying to get some good kills. He's just trying to get some good output from his side. The Warthog is just making some hindrances. But yep, there's nobody else to make the stack deny. It will be a successful stack for the side of Team Away. Eventually, the Reggies have already appeared, and now they're looking forward to gather some good output on their side. I'm just trying to get these objectives in their favor. Zoroark looks a bit more interested, and the Chandelier will do the formalities and will get this Reggie Rock in their favor.
Nothing that the Slowbro could do. Players repositioned with the hyperspace hole, but Blastoise Abdul might just get to level 9 as well, as he secures this Reggie alone. Bottom, oh my god, I was about to say, he didn't pay attention to his health, and Might will reap all the benefits of what Abdul had done. Free Reggie Aliki being gifted from Haveli. Abdul not paying attention to his health. He could have retreated. His goal zone was nearby. He also had the serve, but he didn't pay attention to the AoE electric damage. He thought he could dodge with that with the serve.
It was a big mistake indeed. You cannot actually afford this kind of mistakes at this stage. You have to be very cautious. You have to be very cautious. Each and every second, each and every minute counts a lot. Because one small mistake can get you out of this tournament. Eventually, when you talk about the Chandelier, it's just dodging the solar beams that is being implemented from the side of Mew. And it's that very crucial. Chandelier needs to be very active. And he needs to be very promising in each and every fight. Zoroark still focusing on leveling up. Level 10 he has already accomplished alongside Buzzwole. And level 11 Urshifu can actually cause some pretty more trouble as what we can expect.
Right now hiding as he's level 11. Would not want to give away the feed. Chiobito also waiting to see if who's going to come and try to secure a goal. But does he have the idea of Snowy? Lapras is moving into the direction. Urshifu jumps on him. In the meantime, bottom might causing trouble for the tank. Slowbro is like vanishing. Slowbro is getting nothing.
He has to generate his value for himself. The Regirock is being contested. I don't see any chances for Team Haveli to make any kind of steal possible. You can see Buzzwole, you can see the Chandeliers there stepping up. The Blastoise will get the Zoroark down. Top lane still remains in those contesting positions.
No last
with the
hit.
Regirock.
You might have a solar beam, but SATL are smarter. They let them take the hit and then they go for a last hit. Oh, nice smackdown coming in. None other than Urshifu. He goes down. Slowbro does capture with a Unite, but there's no hitters coming through to take down the Buzzwole. And now you can see SATL regaining control. Mew is down, barely surviving is going to be the Slowbro. And in the meantime, Blastoise also gets in prey of All Might. 2 KO tree coming in for him. They'll quickly try to jump up. Hyperspace hole, quick rotations. They're trying to bring it up. It's not working out. SATL might just punching his way through the players, but finally the Mew causes trouble. Bliss assistance a little bit late, but the Slowbro still goes down. Solar Beam comes through, but only denying one of the players from scoring. Lapras is still going on and on, finds KOs of 2. Then he goes down, but Zoroark is still there, finds the 2 of his own. And SATL, even with a lot of contest coming in their end, positioned their tanks in a brilliant position and secured, scored and got KOs.
Oh man, you can just look around and see how much of the chaos energy was completely split out in the bottom lane. Lapras, the score of 40, is just trying to march and get some good pretty scores. Already the focus for the side of Team Haveli and so SATL Esports will be on the Regieleki. You can see the overheat being used, but you have to see it. This time the Chandelier is working pretty well for the side of SATL. The amount of assistance, the amount of support Bacha is providing for his team with that overheat and the multiple move sets, it's just working out pretty well. But well, the Blissey needs to make some good defensive moves right now. It's not that easy to stop that Hoopa, but yep, he just managed to come on time and just stop the scoring.
270 to 83, triple digit not even yet found. 20 seconds on the clock. Regice is going to be there. SATL can secure. Grey Matter trying to cause trouble in the meantime. Regieleki is acting as a distraction, so SATL should not have trouble securing Regice. Hoopa, hyperspace hole, runs back because he was getting pushed from Buzzwole as well as Blissey. 3 seconds and we are going to see Rayquaza, but look at the control SATL are taking. They're pushing towards Haveli's buff. Zoroark fights first. Mew. He was about to find the second if not for the Unite. Mew saves himself. Had to commit the Unite early, but oh, tall grass hiding. Grey Matter is done for. There's nothing that Hoopa can survive. Puts the hyperspace hole. Slowbro is super low. Slowbro goes alongside another. Blastoise out. Everybody's falling apart like bees, like flies, like dominoes. Whatever justification you want to give, it looks like Haveli squad is paper thin and they're being torn apart. SATL vanished the entire team. A 5 KO and then now secure Rayquaza, easy peasy. Again, send Urshifu, feint him. We're feinting Grey Matter. Uniting. Blastoise counter united. The shield might break through, but All Might! Somebody stop this madman! His smackdowns are insane. Superpower is insane. He is not looking forward to scoring, but bursting the teeth of Haveli. Those punches. I think those gloves are filled with metal right now. Unite finally from Urshifu, but is it valuable? Doesn't look like. He finds just one, takes down Chandelier, but look at SATL, even with losing shields, they are scoring because their Pokemons are alive, whereas Haveli's Pokemon are respawning.
The amount of cooldown, seconds are counting, SATL will be happy with the start. The amount of damage they have provided, the amount of KOs that they have got was tremendous. All Might finally getting KO'd by Knupa. But it's all done and dusted. You cannot turn the game right from here. Lapras is here to make some good assistance. The Chandelier just survives in the spawn. He's sitting on the right position to counter some good scores, but the time limit has already been decided and it's done. SATL Esports, the first match goes in their way and with a banger. Second round match 2. It's a great start, 517 and 83. Just suppressing Team Haveli in just double digits. It's a tremendous. This time if we just talk about Chandelier, 10 assists from the side of Badshah, 17. You look at the assists of all the players, it's in the double digit marker. How is it possible?
Because this was literally like puzzle. You know how you start or finish a puzzle? Gather the corner pieces. From one corner you start laying down the other pieces, joining them, and then you see the complete picture. Snowy started off, Zoroark early advantage, capitalized. In the meantime, Might leveled up. Then mid game, Might and Snowy capitalized. And end game, entire team together capitalized. You saw Rex, right after securing Reggie, Rex bought so much time where they could destroy the bottom goal zone. Valiant effort coming in from Uchiha Obito and Urshifu. You can see 98,000 in terms of damage, but the recovery was superb from Kyurem. 1 lakh plus.
You have to say this was definitely one of those team performances that we expect from the top Gs of this Indian circuit, and they have proven it once again that yes, they are here to win this May tournament. They're here to make their place in the playoffs, in the regional playoffs again, besides Revenant and True Rippers. SATL has still got a long way to go. They have to defeat Haveli in the next round to make their place in the low bracket semifinals against Team Liquid. Then again, they have to defeat Team Liquid to make the place in the low bracket finals. It's still a long journey for them.
Early game, you saw what happened right as of now. Urshifu did not find any value, and for that Zoroark took control of it, started jumping. But Urshifu came back into the game, but the survival, the healing, it was annoying. And I think the game changer or how would you put it? A moment where you cannot describe. Their water getting KO to a Regieleki. It can be laughable, it can be a funny thing, but for the team it breaks their mental. And after that you see, this is what I said, early game Zoroark, then Urshifu, then Chandelier came into the picture, the entire team started functioning, there was nobody left. Zoroark went bonkers, he's like madman, unchained beast, started jumping on anybody and everybody that he saw. Made sure Slowbro paid a price for trying to unite in front of his teammates. Then Might with the superpower and smackdowns coming through, sending players off to air, right, with those punches. He's just brilliant. He punches and the feint attack comes in from Zorok. The combos were just too brilliant. They did heavy damages coming through. At the end game, at least Urshifu popped little bit, and you saw they went for a goal. But come on, having a shield, committing a fight, and then after finishing the fight, then even after the shield getting destroyed, scoring 100 Nekroz. This tells you how SATL were prepared for this game, how well as a team they played.
As a team, 120% performance, we can say, out of 100. The amount of gameplay, the amount of strategically they have planned each and every attack, or maybe the stack, whatever it was possible from there, and they have provided it, and it's literally visible from all the stats that we saw earlier. You can just say, I haven't seen in my Pokemon Unite casting career, maybe in the previous time, I haven't seen an entire team getting into the assist of double digits, crossing almost 10 plus assists. All the 5 players have more than 10 plus assists. How is this even possible? I am really into some, thinking process, and my mind is still processing it. It will take some time for me. I have to talk with the players again, that how is this possible? What kind of strategy did you use? But yes, this time the chandelier is something that we witnessed on a very brilliant note. Might not have n number of KOs, but the assist or the support that he eventually provided to his entire team was phenomenal.
I think a lot of people were running away from Might and Chandelier. You could see when there was a fight happening, because of so much chaos happening, we were generally seeing the most prominent or visible movesets. But the movesets such as Overheat coming through from Chandelier, Imprison, even on the other end, Might trying to go for a smackdown or a superpower, right? With so much amount of chaos, you couldn't properly make a differentiation out of it. Even for the water pulse coming through, you might have seen the bubble beam, but the water pulse damage coming through, it was very strong that you did see. Again, different movesets making damage is something that you kind of expect. You cannot stick on to same type of moves. Water pulse did get its nerf recently, because of which you can see players are switching their movesets coming through, and different outcomes can be expected because of it. Water pulse has one advantage: depending on how many hits you get, those many water ripples will affect the next time you use it, whereas Perish has very little cooldown once you activate, and when you connect it to somebody, you can immediately pop it off again 3 times, I think, in a row. You can make use of it and do a lot more damage. So it's all about how you utilize it, how well you indulge yourselves in a fight, that you kind of pick an advantage for your team. And for now, SATL, they were in the driver's seat. Again, very small minute mistakes is what Haveli had to face here. Because of this, they had the downfall. First, their opening downfall was that Regieleki. Abdul looked full of confidence, Nekroz. Like, that little Wartortle having so much confidence, thinking that it could have taken Regieleki on its own, was insane. But again, it fell a little bit short. We were speaking about All Might and his damage. His frequently picked Pokemons have been Buzzwole in recent times, in World Championship series especially. And he's making justice to that pick. 64,000 damage on an average coming in per game. Now again, this is not his damage in total. This is per game damage on an average that we are seeing. 64,000, meaning he's somewhere always getting closer to 70,000-80,000 Nekroz.
Exactly, like somewhere around like 70,000 in each and every match is way too high. If you just talk about, it's not a matter of joke that you're getting around 70 to 75, 65 to 70,000 damage in each and every match. It's really huge. And as a player, this time Haveli needs to, if you talk about Haveli as well, he's just got 57,000 in a comparison. So if he's deciding again to go on a head-to-head with All Might, he has to be very much prepared, because if you are using a Lapras, that's a different call. But if you're picking up a Blastoise against someone like a Buzzwole, it might not be the same result as we speak.
So far, Nekroz, the stats which we have seen, whichever player or whichever team it favored, that team has been winning. In the first game against Team Liquid, it was no Lapras. Team Liquid in every stat, head-to-head maybe, Pokemon picks maybe, all of them in terms of damage as well, stayed better, got a 2-0 clean sweep. Now again, SATL are not just the fan favorites here, are also a team who have better stats. Haveli don't. In tournaments generally, like, when I go through stats, right, I always say that it's good to crunch that paper into a ball and you play a game with it rather than working on the stats and thinking that this will work out. Let's jump into the draft. For now, the stats have been working out in the team's favor, whichever has better stats. Will it work out in this second round as well? SATUL this time will not have the first pick. It is going to be the second. But ban. I think we still might stick on to Glaceon from one of the teams. I think it should be SATUL that will go for a Glaceon ban.
Well, this should go because obviously Haveli is going with the first pick, cannot allow a Glaceon in their favor, because even I believe All Might is quite aware that they won't be able to sustain the damage of Glaceon. But yeah, this time the ban of Chandelier is coming up from the side of Haveli. So yeah, they don't want the Badshah to again use that against them, because it has already definitely caused some pretty amount of damage. A Lapras pick coming up firstly from the side of Haveli. On a counter, we will be expecting a Cliffable and might be a Buzzwole or a Slowbro from their side.
Maybe players still think Lapras can change the game. I have seen so far, like maybe not in these recent games that we are watching on live stream or off stream, I've seen that even though with Lapras teams haven't been able to win their victories. So that tells you at the end of the day it's going to be team game. Let's see how well the team game goes through. Trevenant and Mew are going to be the next picks coming in from Haveli, and SATUL with a Gardevoir and Delphox back into the game. In the first one, Team Liquid showed us Gardevoir and Delphox. Right now it is SATUL.
But this time Abdul has decided not to stay with the Blastoise, going with a long range attacker, and Decidueye will be one of the most greatest options that we can actually call for. But All Might wait. Don't say we are going with the Gengar.
I mean, irrespective if he plays a Speedster, it's going to be amazing, and he picks up a Talonflame at the last. Range attacker and Speedster meta, it is.
Well, I don't know about all this Talonflame pick, but if it does work out for SATUL, it's going to work out in a very good way. If it does not work out, then we have to see, we might be going forward to a decider round.
Okay, you have second thoughts. I have only second thoughts if Uchiha Obito, Abdul, who initially made the choice of giving Decidueye for his team, given to Uchiha, can he make it work? This time Abdul, previously Blastoise, this time he's playing Lapras. Let's see if he'll be able to make it work. But so far, one of the best Slowbro players in India, one of the best I've seen so far is and has been Rex. He's again on the Slowbro. Slowbro is the true bro. This is what I always say. If the true bro functions, the true bro gets the win for the team. So we'll wait and watch right now. SATUL do not have any all-rounders or don't have a proper tank coming through in front of them. They do have one Lapras on the other end and then a Trevenant. So double defender comp coming in from Haveli. So the front line is going to be very interesting to play, but on the other end, Decidueye and Mew, both of them super squishy, do not have a lot of wiggle way to run away. They do have ejects, but Nekroz, it's not going to be easy to dodge SATUL. They know how to intervene to the back line.
See, there is a big experience factor that plays for the SATUL side, because they have been playing it for a very longer period of time, all the players in the side of SATUL, so they have an advantage, or maybe we can say they have got a good experience and they know when to do, what to do in what kind of situation. So that's kind of very much important for a team who knows, and he's coming up against some new teams who are just trying to enter again in this Pokemon Unite community. But well, Grizz, if we just talk about the initial stage as well, will be dealing a good amount of damage. Mew is just trying to prevent it from his side. Otaka, it won't be that easy. Rex is just trying to make some good moves and get some good scores, at least for the side of SATUL.
Light Screen and Solar Beam is a huge attack. It's super fun to see. If they're up close, put a light screen, push them back, and then solar beam, heavy damage. For now, heavy damage comes in from the ice shard on Abdul. Finds Talon out. Not too sure if Might got any stack because we were concentrating a little bit on the bottom because of the tussle that there happened. Doesn't look like he got any stack, I'm not too sure. But for now, it is going to be a 3v3 fight on the top. Might will capture 4 AOS energy for himself. Will look forward to a scoring. He's at level 5, but he knows he has to increase his level even further. Okay, battle of the supporters. Let's see how far. Battle of the supporters. Battle of the supporters. Both of them, Clippable and Eldergos, going against each other. One coming up with a slap, another one coming up with spores.
Important KO is also popping off inside of Gardevoir, but yes, indeed. You see, there's some good scores coming up inside of All Might as well on the top lane. He needs to get the control, he needs to evolve himself in the form of Talon Flame as fast as possible. Lapras is still there. But if we talk about using the aerobatics, a good move for All Might, but well, will Abdul just give him that kind of advantage or that feature to just come back? But well, this time there is a support, there is definitely a support All Might. I was looking forward to it and the Gardevoir steps in right in the moment. But if we just talk about right now, Abdul is just trying to make some good difference in the top lane. They are looking forward to get some good KOs. For that it will be really trouble.
Talon is something that Haveli need to be worried about. Will immediately jump on both Mew and Desi. Whenever and wherever. Oh wow, a moveset that I really enjoy. Fire Blast and Fire Spin on Delphox. Kyurem right now will be chased, but he knows he's a tank. He'll just be taking up the damage and act as a distraction. In the meantime, SHUL, Reggie spawns at the 7-minute mark without waiting for anyone or a battle. They quickly take on top of it. Psyshock and Psychic attack on the range attacker Gardevoir. Trying to go for a last hit secure, doesn't happen. The Psychic is good enough. And the Psyshock to push back all the players. Eldegoss the first, Unite already being used. But Unite was a little bit of a fail. Akemi around, he just stands in none other than his goal zone, having the blue shield advantage. Talonflame with a fly, gets a hit, level 8, gets a 16 secured, stacking up on the attack weight. Look at Rex, this is why I said he's one of the best slow bro players. Abdul this time, he is not going to die. He secures a Regieleki in the team's favor. But still the battle ongoing at the bottom path. Look at how Rex and Kyurem are playing. They're buying so much time, acting as a big distraction. Because of this, look at what has happened. Only the Lapras was able to go to the top path, destroy the tier 1 goal zone, and just score 91 goals. As it destroyed.
But yeah, using the fly again, All Might needs to do in the right moment. They need to step in and they just need to get the KOs. He needs to get the KOs in the right moment when their HP is quite low. Rex is there still stacking. The solar beam will affect Bacha a bit. But well, as we speak, there is a stack. Oh! The Unite move being used, just trying to push back. Haveli is still in closer area with Lapras. He's needing some impact. All Might is willing to get the KO, but now his HP is quite low, but still manages to get the Lapras down. The Fire Spin will be used. Eldegoss will be forced to just back off from that position. 8 more seconds to go for another Regieleki, or maybe a Reggie to spawn up in the bottom lane. We can see the Slowbro and the Delphox again. The Talonflame comes up for a help as the Reggie Steed appears. There's still 28 more seconds of time in top lane for the Regieleki to come up. Yes,
Abdul
being used. Oh, the Eldegoss. He's barely surviving, but he gets KO'd.
To save Abdul, the Eldegoss went through. Now Abdul is stuck, looking for the last hit, doesn't get anything. And in the meantime, goes down none other than Lapras as well. Talonflame Might, he's trying to jump up, get that Decidueye. It does run away, but they will look forward to a big 40 or 50 score. There is level 12 on the Gardevoir already with 44 AOS energy, can go for a 50 score coming through. They're trying to help him, but the hits are still through, and finally Might himself secures that 40. He says getting a 50 will be tough. Let's get and destroy it with a 40, and you can see both Haveli and SATUL have lost 1 goal zone each. But SATUL have a bigger score difference because they've broken the scores with bigger AOS energies compared to what Haveli have done. 146 to 99. Regieleki this time not going to be given away from SATUL. They're going to make sure they challenge and take the Regieleki in their favor. Light screen, Solar Beam. What you think about it is what you're seeing right now. Wood Hammer on Kyurem. Doesn't matter for him. But at least the Spirit Shackle drains a lot of health. It is right now an annoying move. From such a long angle sniping, it does cause trouble, but at all times that snipey Spirit Shackle is being only connected to their tanks and nobody else. Oh! Might, he's had enough. He pops the Unite, ravages on the Desi, picks up the KO, takes Eldegoss down and assists his teammate to get another on Trevenant. Abdul is here, but in for what? To go down again is what he's going to be seeing. He's trying his best. Trying to use the Water Pulse, trying to use the Bubble Beam. Mew tried to help and save him. Doesn't work out. The Scald is burning the Mew who tried to save, but nothing works out. And 228 to SATUL right as now. As they've destroyed the goal zone, now they're going to secure the Regieleki. And with the Regieleki, they can even try to push to the second tier. But with 30 seconds on the clock, there might be a Rayquaza battle, but before that there is a Reggie that has spawned at the bottom, and look at SATUL.
Gardevoir is already there.
Yeah.
Gardevoir is already there and sticking out with the Reggie Steel. He's making it sure that before in the span of 12 more seconds that we have in our hand, we're going to get this objective and we are going to get this buff in our favor. Now to get some good advantage. Yes, the attacking buff will be very much crucial for SATUL Esports in this legendary pet fight. Haveli needs this Rayquaza no matter what it takes. Lapras is there, the Rayquaza is getting melted one after another. Shots are being connected, but the Trevenant goes down. The fireworks have been initiated. There's a double KO streak, triple has been done. But now it's just formalities as the Gardevoir secures the Rayquaza, and it's all in favor of SATUL Esports.
SATUL dominate their way to victory in this lower bracket, will keep themselves alive and afloat. Snowy was not able to get 100 scored, but again Snowy's role being changed. Snowy was generally playing an all-rounder for the team, but now playing this range attacker, and you can see how much of an impact he's been. Mew with a serve. The only reason he's trying to do that is buying time. Finally, the Spirit Shackle connects on one of the ranged attackers, but up front on the face, Scald coming through, and then none other than the Side Shock. But nothing is working. Another flaming sweep coming through from All Might. He takes that Lapras and carries and throws it inside the base of Haveli. 944 to 113. SATUL are looking unstoppable. If they get any more AOS energy, they will look to score 1000 goals. Look at SATUL!
Close enough, close enough. Will it be 1000 score? It's not
a singularity inside their goal zone. Players are stepping out. If they get AOS energy, there might be just 1000 to witness right now. The scores are coming. A 16 was done. I don't think it was going to be enough. It was 944, so this will be around 970, but not 1000. But what a play coming in from SATUL. They sweep their way to the next round.
You gotta say, another banger performance from the SATUL Esports side. You talk about the scores, it's all above 150. Snowy will only have 150 and Del Fox there as Badsha will have 152. Others, it's all 162, 256 and 248. The scores are on N numbers, not even equal to the one Haveli. The entirety they have what they have
Three people
scored.
have 0.
Exactly. 3 people haven't got a single score, while if you see
4 people
But
have
well-
0 in knockouts.
Bacha stepping with 10 KOs itself and so much of assistance. You got to secure him with a 1,85,000 of recovery. It's a huge win for SCTUL Esports as they advance to the lower bracket semi-finals to face off against Team Liquid.
You can see the ranged attackers and Lapras did the damage, but not enough. Because Might, he was the surprise factor at all times. Rex going ahead in front of their faces. You can see both Rex and Kirim. I think you have to give credit to these two tanks. They were taking those Spirit Shackle damage coming in, Muse damage coming through like champs. They did not let Haveli any closer to their ranged attackers. Gardevoir and Delphox had no problem at all, and Might as well. Early game they were able to catch Might, but after that his fly and flame charge was enough. You could see Kyurem, as soon as he understood that okay, there's Mew or even the Decidueye trying to push, immediately pops the follow me, and all the moves just immediately connect to the Cliffable.
Well,
Close battle.
it was definitely close, like around 8 minutes 30 seconds or somewhat like that. It was quite close, but then the entirety things have changed. It was close because there was not a big difference, but as soon as the multiple KOs came up from side of SCTUL Esports, no matter what it takes, the final stretch fight, the legendary pet fight, played one of the most crucial factors, as it always does. And here, if you just see, almost close to 1,000 marker, it was tremendous.
It was. You can see Might got the early stacks for himself as he secured a couple of goals. Cliffable as well just kept on boosting, I think, the special attack specs it had. Not sure exactly if that was the item. And also, SCTUL did not force any goals in the early game. As you see here, as I did say, Might early he got a little bit KO'd, so immediately tried to get a couple of AOS energy, started securing and scoring. On the other end, if you see how the entirety of SCTUL played, they were not forcing themselves to score, rather forcing themselves to level up, keeping that level advantage. And that worked out really well. That duels were working out, and you can see Might with the confidence that he had because of that level advantage he gained, taking down a Lapras. And I felt like this Lapras which was there from Haveli at all times, you can see initiating battles way too early, even before the team was ready. And Might knew his objective, Mew and Decidueye. He needs to catch them, was catching. Now look at this, Abdul. His teammates are nowhere near. Mew came to save him, not to battle with him. That tells you, I feel like this, again, overcommitment. Look at this, Lapras alone, looking at the Rayquaza pit. I know it was for his steal, understanding his team is feeling oppressed. But rather than calling this a very strategized, very seamless gameplay coming in from SCTUL, it was a haphazard execution coming in from Haveli. Teammates were not ready and they were forcing those duels, for which SCTUL were more than happy to take it in their favor, and that's the reason we see SCTUL secure themselves another chance in the Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series May qualifiers. They're not out of the race, but the race is just getting tougher. As you did say, Nekroz, they are going to fight for another chance, but this time in the lower semis against Team Liquid. But right now, a very interesting match to look forward to. Who our first grand finalists for the May qualifiers are going to be is an upper bracket final match between Flipit and Team Griffin.
Oh, it's just going more interesting. Flipit. If you talk about the previous performances, they have defeated Zacian Hunter with a 2-0. They have defeated SCTUL Esports with a 2-1. Now they are up against Team Griffin, who is also known as one of the most toughest team in the Indian circuit to come up. They have also been, if we just talk about, in the very previous time when this Pokemon UNITE came into the action, the teams were formed. Team Griffin was once made. There were different players, there were different rosters. They have created n number of histories, maybe achievements, we can actually call it off. Now it's a new Team Griffin with some old players indeed, but yeah, this time it's much more stronger than the previous one as well. So it's going to be a tough battle for Flipit. to actually overcome this mighty Team Griffin and to enter and become the first grand finalist of this May tournament. But indeed, if they even fail to, defeat Team Griffin in the very first game or maybe in the upper bracket final, they will still have one more chance in the lower bracket final to win it and again get back into the grand finals. But well, it might be a long journey for any of one of those teams.
For now, I really like the name that Flippet have. The name right now composed of different players, have ex-Marcos players, hand joining new hands. So it's going to be interesting of how this team comes together. They did not have a great run in the April qualifiers. I mean, their league stage was phenomenal, but by the time they were about to reach the playoff stage, something went wrong. This time they've made it to the upper bracket final, one step away from grand finals. Whereas on the other end, the main problem that we have generally seen in Pokemon Unite, where teams are unable to get themselves the victory, is when the other team goes for a flip and successfully flips and secures a multiple goals on their goal zones. That is what a lot of teams are worried about. In the recent times, we've been seeing teams are still ready to counter the flips coming through, but certain times having the shield, right, teams try to take advantage of it, indulge in a duel and do take down the teams who were initially taking the Rayquaza. After stealing that away, KO them and then go for the goals itself. So I think it's not going to be easy. The final stretch has always decided what is going to happen, but in the previous two matches that we just saw, the final stretch in terms of a Rayquaza battle did not matter because both Team Liquid and SATL Esports, they looked very good. They were clean. They were challenging their teams as they needed to, as one force. There was no early commitments or aggressions. They all had players together. Let's see if that is going to be the same kit in the upper bracket final. But for now, we'll take a short break. And after the short break, there's going to be a new face joining with us. It's going to be Raider. But we'll see you with the interesting matchup of Griffin versus Flippet. Until then, a small break.
Well, hello trainers, welcome back again to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series May tournament. It is Nekroz this side, alongside me it's a new face joining me live on the desk. It's going to be Raider in the place of Lucifer. But now, as we move on, we have witnessed 2 matches, but now it's time for the upper bracket finals. Flip It versus Team Griffin. So Raider, as you've seen in the previous 2 matches, we have seen some unexpected, or we can say dominative performances from all the teams.
For sure.
It was a 2-0 indeed, both the matches. But this time it's upper bracket finals. The one who advanced to the grand finals and become the first grand finalist of the very May tournament. Which team will it be? It is definitely tough to tell. But what do you think? Which team might have an upper hand?
Ooh, talking about the upper hand, it's going to be a tough one for me, but eventually after, I guess, the first match of the BO5, BO3 to be precise, things might be a little bit more clearer. Let's talk about the team, let's talk about the rosters. Meanwhile, we've got Flip It, in which we have got Ishray, Mikey, and we have got Professor, and then eventually Divine is also there, along with Nightmare. If we talk about Team Griffin, then we have Muram, Walk, Tencent, Tesla, and Vixen coming into the play. These are the 5 giants representing their own team and representing the kind of aggression that is required. But let's talk about Team Griffin a bit more. The average damage that they have dealt throughout the event at this point is actually 2,63,703. That's huge amount of damage getting dished out onto the enemies. And when it comes to damage dealt, it's kind of similar, but there is a buffer of, I believe, somewhere around 13,000 points. Moving forward, when it comes to average recovery, that is also kind of decent. 1,53,587 is there. And if we talk about the frequently used Pokemon, it is Chandelure coming into the play along with the Clefable. That's a beautiful supporter in the play. And when it comes to a Speedster, I believe Dodrio is the pick. Meanwhile, for defenders, I guess we had a Lapras also into the play, and there we go. Flip It also coming into the scene.
If we talk about the pick rate of side of Flip It, it's definitely higher rate for Chandelure and Blastoise. Well, it's quite a surprise that we're seeing a Chandelure back. They're getting picked for a 60% of the time. But yes, indeed, if we are going to witness a Chandelure this time, it would be really something that I will expect, because in the previous 2 matches we have seen the Chandelure getting used up so frequently and so precisely. Especially Badshah picking up the Chandelure and providing so much damage that in the second round they immediately came up at, no, we don't want the Chandelure anymore, we're going to ban it straight away.
Yep. I mean, choosing the right one is going to be really very important, and eventually using Chandelure at the peak at this moment, I believe, will really help the teams, be it Liquid or Acetuel as well. Eventually, the performance was absolutely amazing. As you said, the domination factor was there for these 2 teams, but eventually now we are in the upper bracket finals. Underlying the word finals. This is going to be a tough one for both of these teams. Well, Flip It has to actually flip it against Griffin. When it comes to Griffin, they are known to be a bit more aggressive, but then again, very calculative at the same time. So looking forward to see how they're going to play this one.
Yeah, like previously we were discussing with Lucifer as well that
Yeah,
this team Griffin has got a very big past, and now this time they have got again coming up into some serious good action. They have got some previous old players from different lineups, but now they're coming up together again, trying to make it up to the regional playoffs. It's going to be an easy journey. It can be an easy journey, but no, we cannot say, because they have qualified for many phases and they have managed to come up in the upper bracket finals. But yet one more match and they can be into the grand finals. And as we know, if they enter into the grand finals, it will be already decided that yes, they have qualified for the regional playoffs and will be taking part side by side with True Rippers and Revenant, those who have qualified from the April tournament that what happened previously.
Pretty close to going in the big leagues. That's what Griffin is trying to go for. And eventually, if we talk about Flip It, I guess the name suggests it's all. They have to give something amazing at this point. They have to showcase their own talents. The trainers have to choose the right ones, and eventually the combination, the meta of using the right Pokemon is going to be really very important. Although there are certain buffs and eventually nerfs as well, but then again, the players are ready with the strategies, I believe, and that is why they're in the finals. There had been some amazing evolution in the players as well, because the kind of factor that plays the role of having some good Pokemons and eventually training with them, evolving throughout the way, learning what the strategies are, was absolutely amazing. From the registration to this stage of being in the upper bracket finals to be precise, it was a long journey for these 2 giants, but eventually just 2 more steps and then they will be qualified for the next one.
Exactly. So a big chance, or I might say a big deal, which we can expect from both the ends. Though we are not expecting it to be an easy battle, it's definitely a BO3 series. But yes, for now we have seen a 2-0, 2-0. Both of the matches went a clean sweep. Still, I'm not expecting it to be a clean sweep this time. I'm expecting it to be a 2-1. because both the teams also have made it to the upper bracket finals. Both of them have won all the previous matches. Until now, they haven't got a single loss in their favor. That is why they're here. And one team out of these two will face their first loss of this entire May tournament. Which team will it be? Is it Team Griffin or is it going to be Flip It? We're still into the question, because we have seen the new teams, those are coming up. They are just doing wonders. So I'm really expecting Flip It to make something surprising and make everybody those who are watching the stream live to know that yes, there is a new team into the question and they can actually make some serious trouble to all the teams.
Also, a quick question to you, Nekroz, that do you think is the BO3 is going to get utilized, like the decider is going to get utilized or not in this particular upper bracket finals?
I might. The same question was asked from this Lucifer in the previous time, and I told him again that there might be some chances again. But still, I am still expecting it to go in a single way, just a single way, because I really believe in the previous what we witnessed in the April tournament. It should go like this, because the new teams, they have come up with new strategies, some new play styles, some new composition, and it will be a surprise package for all the team. And on the other hand, if we talk about the lower bracket, we are still yet to know the results of SCTUR Esports and Team Liquid.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, learning the strategies of a newer team, which is actually fairly new in the tournament, is actually going to be quite difficult for the team which is experienced. Because right now, if I talk about the newer team, there are not many live streams for them. There are not many gameplays that they can witness and eventually learn their back-end coaches and analysis. Teams cannot learn what that particular team is going to come up with the strategies and eventually how they're going to perform, which Pokemons they might choose. After the first map gets over, I believe after the first battle gets over, things might change. They might be a little bit more predictable, I believe. But let's talk about the attacking side. First of all, we have got the purple side in the favor of Flip It, and eventually Team Griffin is going to be on the orange side. So the first pick for TG Tensai is going to be there. Let's see which Pokemon is going to pick. But before that, the ban phase is already here. So 2 Pokemons, or maybe just one Pokemon getting banned from each side is going to be there. Well, the battle arena is TS Sky Ruins, that's for sure. Well, in just 5 seconds, we'll get to know who is the Pokemon getting banned from Flip It, and exactly the same for Griffin. Ooh, that's a Slowbro and a Glaceon pick coming in. So after banning these two amazing, yeah, it is expected, but then again, let's see how Tensai is going to play with it.
The first pick should be a Lapras from the side of Tensai. On a counter, they wanted, yes, they were quite sure. We are going to pick a Lapras. On a counter, they might go with the Cliffable and the Slowbro, so it's better to ban the Slowbro this time. But on the counter, if you talk about Flip It, we'll go with Trevenant, might be? No, it's a Chandler. Definitely a Chandler pick. I'm not at all surprised. It is definitely one of those crucial picks right now. As a long-range attacker, they've got a Trevenant, but instantly Miriam locks a Dodrio alongside Tesla with the Hoopa. They were prepared for it. But if we talk about Professor, the Zoroark pick will be crucial. But on the other hand, the Cliffable also goes into the favor of the side of Mikey. This quite a needy pick from his side. But if we talk about Volk sticking with the Delphox, Tensai can go with that Snorlax. Yes, he does. He always sticks with the Snorlax. There's nothing more new.
Yeah, double supporter. I mean, double defender approach is already coming in from the team known as Griffin. They have already secured all the picks. Going forward, I would love to see what Shrey is going to choose for now. Well, they have the Trevenant. That's a very heavy hitter defender coming to the play. Chandelier is also there. We have a Cliffable also coming to the play. Now, finally, which Pokemon is that? Oh, another interesting all-rounder coming to the play. And now the preparation phase comes. Shifts in the Pokemons might be there. Like, choosing the right one is actually going to be quite crucial. Lapras is actually in the hands of Miriam. If we talk about Tensai, he's going to go for the Snorlax. There is a Delphox for Volk as well. Tesla is ready with the Hoopa. So, let's see how those hyperspace holes are actually going to help them.
I mean, if we just talk about recently due to new patch updates, Caesar is have a good buff for himself. The bullet punch he's having, you can actually cause some pretty good damage. And alongside, you've got a Zoroark, a Chandelier for yourself as well. On a counter, I am really expecting what can we expect from the side of Team Griffin, because Zoroark is a real big deal for any of the sides, and if you cannot expect anybody to just go in that. So you have to, if you are planning to make a counter, you have to make it possible to counter the Zoroark as much as possible. You need to get the Zoroark KO'd on a very early stage so that it will take some good amount of time to level up. And targeting Zoroark, I believe, is going to be the best decision that Team Griffin can actually counter.
Let's see how that decision is going to pay for the team particularly. But eventually, yes, the players are ready. I believe very soon we'll get to see that 10-minute marker. being hit, and after that the initiation of the battle will be there. Farming is going to be there for sure. The players are going to go for the mid lane or maybe the top lane so that they can get the level buffs as well, and it's quite crucial in the game of Pokemon Unite. Moving forward, in the center lane, I believe the Delphox is going to push forward. We do have the Lapras, and it is approaching the bottom lane along with the Delphox as well, and there is another Pokemon coming as a support system for them. If I talk about Shrey in the mid lane, again the farming situation is already on the progression side.
So you gotta say the start has to be very precise for both the Team Griffin. They're looking forward to just level up as fast as possible. They need to just get it done. Delphox always plays a major role, but well, the Zoroark will be the most important trump card for the side of Flip It. There are good scores coming from the side of Vixen from a very early stage, which is definitely crucial. But yeah, there's a chance of getting a good KO. The duo might just pop in, but Clippable just stops it him in the right moment, and Zoroark just manages to pass by just in the right moment. But well, Vixen needs to back out right now. They cannot afford to get any early KOs.
Yeah, if that happens, eventually the leveling up scenario is going to be a bit more, I guess, impacted. So that's really crucial for these guys to just survive a bit and eventually then level up as fast as possible. Rodrio is already on the move. Level 5 is there for him. And if I talk about some other Pokemons coming from Team Flip It, they are also trying to fight back. In the top lane, there is a complete ruckus going on. And also in the back lane, if I talk about the bottom lane, there are just two Pokemons trying to avoid the attacking formation coming in from the guys of Team Griffin. Team Griffin, that was a Snorlax, I believe, along with the Lapras. Double defender approach is going on in the bottom lane. That's kind of interesting going on. And Divine already gets punched up with that. A beautiful guy known as Trevenant has been taken down already out of equation. That means a KO is already here. With that, Team Griffin is off to a very good start. They have secured 70 plus points in their favor, and on hindsight, Team Flip It is just stuck at 23. But I believe there are still 8 more minutes to go. Things might change rapidly for Flip It as well.
Lapras is definitely looking forward for some of his KOs. Maybe Zoroark needs to be shuttered off. Level 5 he has already reached. He will create some hindrances for the side of Team Griffin. Not just willing to give up, because at this point if we just see if Team Griffin anyhow concedes any kind of early KO, especially on the top lane of Dodrio or Delphox, it will create very much impact for the side of Flip It. The hyperspace hole being activated, he might just try to go up in the downtown and the bottom lane to stack up for the Reggie, though there is still 34 seconds of time.
Yeah.
Cliffable and Zoroark definitely trying to make some good impact on the top lane. The 30-second counter already appears. Well, Vixen is just trying to manage and deal some good amount of plenty of damage on the side of Zoroark, because he always plays a very crucial role. But yep, the Zoroark, he's being pushed back one after another.
Well, Vixen is looking good. The Dodrio, the Speedster, is actually farming quite a few Pokemon, quite a few years energies in his favor, and eventually when the goal is going to be done, that will be absolutely amazing as well. On the bottom lane, Reggie Seal comes in. There is nobody to contest the big guys of Team Griffin. That is why they're just having the advantage out of it. But meanwhile, all the players are pushing forward in the bottom lane. At the same time, Vixen goes ahead and secures his own goals. That's absolutely impressive as well. In the top lane, there is Hoopa with the hyperspace hole. With the help of that, he's going to take back the locations in the bottom lane and eventually fight back. Let's see who's going to steal the Reggie Seal, and it is in the favor of Zoroark, and the team known as Flip It is going to have the advantage out of it. On the hindsight, Dodrio just finds a beautiful KO. With that, Trevenant also gets out. Trevenant is actually out of equation by the attacking formation of Delphox and the other Pokemons that are there. Look at that, once again keeping back, getting the health back in the formation and fighting back is going to be quite good. Lampent is still there. Okay, yeah, Chandelier is back with the final form. That might actually help Flip It.
Well, for now, they're just going with the buffs. Zoroark is going with the scores with the plus 16. He will add up to the side of Flip It. He will deal a good amount of damage. Delphox is there. Delphox is there. He will create those impact and he will get the KO down. Not a great decision for Zoroark to stay in that lane. When you've got a 16 score, you should just got to back out when you have just dealing a good amount of damage. Chandelier will try to create some impact, but the Snorlax manages to just go back. The old heat being used can be much more effective, but well, one of the gold zones have been destroyed completely inside of Flip It. Now, this time Griffin is looking forward to stack up on Reggie can get a good counter attack initiated, and they will be doing it. Zoroark, Scyther will be waiting the right moment, because they're quite aware that yes, there will be a stack push, and we can be just the trump cards just by being in the vulnerable angles. Lapras might be into some serious trouble, though the fireworks come good.
Oh, the Cliffable has been KO'd by the Delphox. But eventually, at the same point, I believe Dodrio was also out of equation. Zorak is also working its way. Yes, the goals are going to be done. 227 is the score for Team Griffin. That's a huge amount of lead coming in against Team Flip. But still, I believe things might change after the Rayquaza gets spawned. But there is still, I believe, somewhere around 3 minutes marker more to go, and then eventually the Rayquaza, the legendary boss Pokemon, is going to come in. And from the central lane, the players from Team Griffin are trying to push to the bottom lane. Meanwhile, having the purple buff is also going to be really very important for the Giants. And there we go, Slowbro is going to have it. WCS has been spawned. Nobody is concerned about it because there is already a fight coming in the bottom lane. In the bottom lane, multiple KOs. Cliffable finds the Lapras. His Tensai will be able to fall back. I don't think so at this point, but yes, Unstoppable is the guy known as the Tensai, the Snorlax. But look at this guy, look at Vixen. He's just completely going to seal the chance of securing some amazing goals. And with that 303 is the score, Reggie Ice in the favor of Chandelier. That means Flipper is going to have the advantage out of it. And Ulterior Swablu are now at the console.
Oh, they're being forced back. Flipit are being forced back by the side of Team Griffin to just fall back, but well, the multiple unite, triple trample being used. Won't be that much effective, though the Snorlax is trying to make some good impact to just push Flipit back and make this goal zone destroyed. 39-25 more scores. Delphox is trying to just get the hold of it, and this time the tower will be destroyed, and there goes the counter of Flipit. Scyther just overlooked, it's just taking the control. The Zoroark being shredded off by Dodrio. Volk will just definitely try to bounce back, go to the spawn, get the heals for himself, and then again come into the business on the top lane. But the Regieleki has already appeared, and it really looks concerning for the side of Team Griffin. Though they're quite close to around the 350 score, it's not that easy. It's definitely not that easy. But the Zoroark is just not giving up.
Look at that now, finally Flipit is actually going to have the advantage pretty soon of the Regieleki in their favor. Seems like that, but before that there are multiple contestants coming into play. The KOs are coming from Delphox as well. Despite of having the advantage of Regieleki, I believe the team is not going to be that comfortable. I'm talking about Flipit at this point because triple KOs are coming in. Chandelier has been taken down. The attacker is already out of equation. If we talk about the all-rounder, he was also taken down. So it's a tough fight. It's a tough fight for the team. Professor on the other corner, the Speedster working its way. No air synergies whatsoever, is about to get KO'd, and Hoopa was able to successfully find the way, along with the combination of a defender. Ulterior Swablu once again are going to be the center of attraction for the guys from Team Griffin so that they can have the level buffs. Although there is not a huge level buff coming between both the Giants, but yes, look at Delphox already at level 14. Nobody from the team known as Flipit is actually at level 14. That might just help them a lot. Initially, yes, they have the advantage of having a lot of goals in their favor. In just 20 seconds, we'll get to see the Rayquaza coming in. But in the bottom lane goal zone, I believe in the bottom lane, the focus is on the Regirock. Trevenant finds some beautiful hammers, and every single guy from Flipit is already concerned about this Regirock, and they are going to have the advantage out of it for sure. And with this, things might just be a little bit more difficult for the team known as Team Griffin. Ooh, the goal zone!
This defensive buff will be important, but look at the way Team Griffin, they did not even care. What was this hell of a move? They went all through that third main tower of the base zone, and they got some plenty amount of heavy scoring just before the Rayquaza fight. Now they come up with the help of the hyperspace hole. Now they're into some serious action as the Trevenant, yes, being KO, triple KO has been acquired by the side of Team Griffin with a 581 already on the board. The Zoroark is not really looking forward to go with the scores. He's really to just get some steals for himself, but will he be able to land the final blow? Yes, it does. No, it does. It's the Hoopa who takes it in the charge, but the Zoroark gets KO'd once again. As Team Griffin, they marches towards the goal zones to get some more into their pocket, and it might just cross amount of 8 or 900. But will it be enough to cross the 1,000 marker?
Possibly, that can happen. Already a 900 marker is about to get reached up, and look at that. Multiple KOs are coming in. Chandelier finds Delphox out of the equation, but Hoopa was able to secure another set of 74 goals. That's absolutely impressive as well. At the same time, we have the Dodrio finding its way, securing some amazing goals. 935 is the score for the Team Griffin. 40 more seconds left. At this point, the Ulterior Swablu is also going to be concerned by the guy known as Vixen so that he can steal the advantage of some more goals being done. Shrey on the other corner is trying to contest the Slowbro, but yes, the Slowbro is about to get KO'd, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The KOs are coming in. People are struggling from Team Griffin, but still, job is done. 935 versus 225. That means there's a buffer of more than 710 points, which is absolutely impressive at the same time. Cesar also gets picked off. We guess the all-rounders, along with the defender, along with the attacker, I believe, coming from the team Flip It, is already getting KO'd. This is the right time to go ahead for some more goals, but Dorio won't be able to reach out to that particular stage. With that, I believe the score is going to be somewhere around 935. Yes, another KO comes in. Trevenant was taken down. Oof. A beautiful dominating round coming from Team Griffin. An amazing fight, indeed.
The first round was exceptionally well played by the side of Team Griffin. The way they have performed, the way they have got that strategy up that nobody expected them to be. Everybody thought that they will be stacking in the legendary pit to get the Rayquaza melted at the very first stance.
Yeah.
But you have to say, Volk, I have to, give a complete heads up to this guy. This strategy they have made, it's tremendous. It's remarkable that they have got within themselves. Total of 10 KOs in his pocket solely with the 7 assists. Volk definitely is the MVP for this side for this particular match. Vixen also steps up with a 7 KO with the 6 assists, 15 assists from the side of Miriam. You have to say that Zoroark was being confined. That Zoroark was completely oppressed by Team Griffin. Not to allow him to come up and perform freely was one of the most important movesets that we can actually say that Team Griffin have played from their end. But well, that counter strategy, that particular strategy to stack up on the main tower, in the home tower, and get all the scores done before even the Rayquaza fight came, and with the use of hyperspace hole, they just came back in the right moment. It was definitely a very big and a bold move, but indeed it worked out so pretty well that nobody expected it to be. You have to say, Team Griffin, that's what an experienced team proves it one after another. But I'm really hoping that we might be not seeing a Hoopa coming up in the next round.
Ooh, that can happen. Hoopa ban could be there, but eventually look at that. Griffin was absolutely chaotic. Indeed, as you said, the experience paved the way for Team Griffin, and on the hindsight when it comes to Team Flip It, yes, their level bumps was actually quite adequate. You can already see 14, 14, 13, 13, 13. And that's kind of a similar level of buff that was there for Team Griffin as well, although in the later stages, I believe in just 1 minute marker, somewhere around Team Griffin was able to find amazing goals, and with that the level buff came in. So yeah, Flip It has to focus on those particular perspectives as well. Although Flip It decided to go for the bottom lane goal zone where they were able to get the Regi Rock, if I'm not wrong, in their favor before the Rayquazas get spawned. But that strategy coming from Griffin, Volk, and all the other guy coming from Team Griffin like Dodrio, they went way too ahead in the base goal zone of the enemy and eventually was able to secure some amazing goals. I believe at least 200 or 300 goals were dished out. With that score buffer, there was a tremendous amount of pressure onto the guys of Flip It, and you can already see from the start till the end, there was a complete control. In the graph, you can clearly check out that Griffin had a complete control in their favor. Every now and then, in every single marker, they had a lot of goals being done, be it the final stretch or the 6 to 8 minute marker or the 4 to 6 minute marker. Every now and then, it was Team Griffin which was securing some amazing goals. On the hindsight, when it comes to Team Flip It, they were stuck at the 46 points marker for, I believe, straight up 4 minutes. But eventually, after that, in the 6 minutes to 8 minute marker, they were able to secure somewhere around 80 to 90 goals, which was also quite good. Somewhere around, I did felt that Flip It might be able to flip the whole situation in the favor if they get the Rayquaza advantage. Well, while they were focusing on the Regi Rock, the strategies from were absolutely adequate, and with that, they had the complete advantage of the final stretch also in their favor.
You got to say, this final stretch, the fights that have been done in this very match, Team Griffin, they completely outperformed. But we'll have a check with a quick replay at what actually happened in this very start. From the very start, definitely they have got a good hold of themselves. Of the Regi Steel, they got the Zoroark was definitely making some hindrances, but they decided to stack up on them and just get the KOs done. The multiple stack decision coming up from the side of Team Griffin was really valuable. Though Zoroark was trying to make some valuable outcomes, but still every time Team Griffin was denying the fact that they can actually make some counter. This time Zoroark came in to get some KOs, but Lapras and Snorlax alongside Trevin also made some assists. This time they got a bit of advantage, but you gotta say, Zoroark was completely oppressed by the trio as well as the Delphox one after another, but this time Chandelier got some pretty good moves. The last time we saw before the final stage was this Regirock, where we actually thought that to come up and flip the game around, but well, that particular move turned the entire thing up. The hyperspace hole By using that, Team Griffin just came after scoring and they got all the KOs that they wanted in the very legendary pit, and everything just turned out in their way. The Rayquaza also went in their favor, and that was some real heavy scoring that we could see. But in the end, the KOs that were coming up from the side of Flipit was just formalities, because everything was already completed and done and dusted from their end, as Team Griffin just went up with a beautiful win 1-0 in the series, as the BO3 series is just getting more intensified, because it's just the first match. It's a 1-0 lead in the favor of Team Griffin, but the second round will Flipit be sticking on their name and will try to flip the series around.
It's a tough one for them. After seeing the kind of domination coming from Team Griffin, it really showcases that whatever Team Flipit is trying to do, there is a counter attack coming from Team Griffin. If they are going for the Regirock, there is going to be a baseline goal zone coming into the play. If they are securing the top lane goal zone, people are actually going to focus from Griffin at the bottom lane goal zone, or maybe just farm in the mid lane. That's quite crucial for a team, eventually reading the counter attack and also dishing out their own counter attack. So for Flipit, in order to win this second round, I believe they have to do a tremendous effort while reading the strategies coming from Team Griffin, getting the counter attacks ready. It's a tough one for them, but eventually we are talking about the grand finals. So yes, these tough fights have to be countered by that particular team. They have the potential, no doubt in that. We have seen Flipit performing exceptionally well, and I'm looking forward to see how Flipit is actually going to flip it, as you said, as per their name, against Team Griffin. It's not going to be an easy job for sure, but then again, Flipit might just be able to flip the whole situation around in their favor.
Well, if they can stick to the names of what they have, it can be possible. Possibilities are endless, but this time the way, I wouldn't say that Flipit played very badly, but you have to admit it, the Team Griffin were definitely one of the better side in this particular first round. Second round, another chance. I believe there will be a ban of Hoopa and a Glaceon from each other side, because I believe the first pick this time will be in the hands of Flipit. So we might be expecting a Glaceon ban coming up from the side of Team Griffin, and on a counter they might just ban the Hoopa from this side to just counter that. The Hoopa actually played a very crucial role in just assisting and transporting all the Pokemons from one end to another, especially in the very final stretch fight where we experienced so much heavy scoring, instantly coming back to the legendary pit and just getting the multiple KOs that nobody expected.
The best part was with the help of Hoopa, the keeping back to the base and being ready with the HPs and once again bouncing back in the battle and having the advantage of being the Pokemon which had the full HP and fighting against the enemy. Like, it was absolutely amazing. No doubt indeed, Hoopa actually helped a lot. But when it comes to Delphox, the attacking formation was also quite chaotic. With that help of Delphox, I believe somewhere around Griffin was able to find multiple KOs, no doubt. Pokemon like Dodrio was also quite chaotic after sealing the Rayquaza advantage and also securing some good KOs. It was also a very good Pokemon. So banning the right Pokemon is going to be also really very important for Flipit, because in the previous one they had the advantage of banning the Glaceon and also the Slowbro coming to the play. But in order to answer back, Griffin had the Snorlax and also the other Pokemon that was Lapras. So double defender approach was there for Team Griffin. They were having the tanking formation, also were quite chaotic with the attacking formation because they had the Delphox. So looking forward to see how it's going to play in this second round. Well, this could be the final one for Flipit.
Well, it can be. It's the series point, especially when you talk about, because if this round Team Griffin wins it, they will be going to the grand finals and will be pushing back Flipit to the lower bracket finals to play up against. But if we just talk about the draft pick, it is going to come up as we are expecting the bans. But on the other hand, it's for information to our audience that the lower bracket semifinals, which is going on between SAQL Esports versus Team Liquid, SAQL Esports, they are already leading with a score of 1-0 as well. So on that series as well, it's also a series point. If SAQL wins another one, they will be moving forward to the lower bracket finals and will be facing the loser of this upper bracket final, which might be Flipit, which might be Griffin anytime. But the bans, if you see, it's a Dodrio and a Slowbro. There is no ban of Glaceon. I am not sure why, but if I were Professor, I would have gone, yes, it is. The Glaceon instantly getting picked off on a counter. What we can expect? A Cliffable and a Trevenant might be.
Oh, the Lapras coming to the play from Urim and a Hoopa. That's interesting. Once again, Hoopa will be the champion for Team Griffin. Maybe that could be the case, but let's see what Divine and Mikey is going to pick so that they can counter attack the formation of the guys from Team Griffin. They already have a Glaceon coming into the play. After banning Dodrio, they might just be quite chaotic. Ooh, a double attacker approach, a Chandelier along with the Snorlax to be precise. That's interesting. Double attacker with a defender for now. Moving forward, Vixen and Tensai. Well, Vixen usually was very good when it comes to a delivery advantage. Is it going to be a similar situation for them? They might actually go for a Talonflame or some other speedster. Let's see what happens for now. Okay.
Well,
Triple defender? What?
Yeah, like it is a something of a like out of equation, out of everything.
Yeah.
It's a composition that we don't expect it to be. But I'm really hoping that this comp does work out for Griffin. I don't know what kind of moveset it is going to be. But well, Professor, this time going with the Guard Chomp. Again, Mikey sticking with the Blissey. And yes, Volk, if he goes with the Ninetales, I won't be surprised because this is one of the most crucial ranged attackers right now after this new patch update. This Ninetales can be very crucial for the side of Team Griffin because the composition is looking a dicey one, or I believe it can be a gamble for their side. Yes, we might expect Miriam and Vixen to step up as the attacking defender from the side of Team Griffin. They might be playing a bit aggressive, especially the Blastoise. Tensi might be there in the back end. Miriam might just go with the support system, but well, against Garchomp, Glaceon, Chandelier, how are they going to stack up? So when I believe Griffin, when they have seen that they have got a Glaceon, they've got a Chandelier, they've got some good damage dealers from their side, so why not we have the more damage takers from our side?
Exactly. When you know the enemy is actually going to dish a huge chunk of damages onto the particular players, so definitely having the tanking formation is actually going to help Griffin a lot. I'm looking forward to see how that will help them. But moving forward, if we talk about the picks, no speedsters, no all-rounder for Team Griffin. That's also a surprise to me, but eventually the pick is already done. Well, moving forward, I believe Trevenant, Blastoise might just save the game along with the Hoopa combination. Definitely that hyperspace can actually help them a lot, deeping back to the base or maybe just deeping from the top lane to the bottom lane. It is actually going to help them a lot. No doubt in that. Going forward, yes, Team Griffin is off to a very good start in the whole series at this point. They have got their they're about to receive, they have already secured their series point and they are about to receive their final map in their favor. Maybe that could actually happen. But moving forward, the 10-minute marker is already here. So let's see what Flipit is going to do in order to secure that 1-1 or maybe just equalize the scenario. Heavy is actually going to push forward in the mid lane, securing some good level buffs as well. It's really very important for this Glaceon to evolve as fast as possible.
Well, the buffs are being used, so on a special occasion we can see the Excavalier and the Gore being taken up by both teams. Team Griffin definitely has little advantage for their side, and in that case, when we talk about some early kills, if we just demand, yes, the Garchomp needs to be shut off, and Hoopa knows it pretty well. He's just trying to get some good info and he's just trying to get some good outcomes from their side. Some early scorings are definitely very much important, and they will get it, there's no doubt in that. But Chansey can cause some good trouble. The Glaceon steps in alongside.
Wow.
So it's not a good news for Team Griffin, because you see the Garchomp, the Glaceon and the Blissey stacking on the top lane. They need to come up with a good attack. And yes, Lapras steps in. The War Turtle will be there. They might have the Hydro Pump activated right away. But yes, the Hyperspace Hole will give them some good advantage to heal up again and come back stronger and get some good outcomes from their fight.
Yeah, that could be the case. If we talk about Lampent, well, definitely the attacking formation is also coming in. He's trying to damage out the players, but that won't cut the deal, I believe, at this point, because the leveling up scenario is going to be also quite crucial for Team Flipit. They have not yet secured even a single goal, so that's again a big sigh of relief maybe for the team. But eventually, yes, 7 goals have been done. That's interesting. Now the Squirtle is actually going to push forward and dish out some more damages. The basic attacks are coming to the play. Nothing unusual at this point. Everybody is just trying to be at a safer side, meanwhile securing some good points as well, having the level buffs. Meanwhile, well, there we go. Squirtle again gets damaged quite a bit, but he's still pretty close to his goal zone. The citrus berries are there on the back end, so if he gets damaged a lot, he can easily just go back and just be back with the HPs. But in the bottom lane goal zone, look at that attacking formation. Trevenant finds the Glaceon. A beautiful KO coming into the play, along with the Lampent out of equation. And now this is the time to dish out as many goals as possible, although Trevenant's focus is a bit more on the citrus berries so that he can heal up rather than going for the goal, because the KO might just have happened. Yes, another KO, and yes, exactly that's what happened. Trevenant is looking very chaotic. Squirtle on the hindsight on the top lane goal zone was trying his level best to go for some goals. Eventually was stopped by the Garchomp.
Oh man, but well, if we just talk about, on the other hand, when we were speaking that SAQL were then a 1-0 lead, Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts because SATUL, they have defeated Team Liquid and they have made it to the lower bracket finals. Though we can say that Flip It, Team Griffin, as well as SATUL Esports, they have qualified for the regional playoffs for the WCS 2023. But as we just speak up again, coming back to the match, the Reggie Rocket Field stacked for it. Team Griffin definitely looking forward not to give up. The Avalanche will be used. It has to be used. Snorlax cannot take it home, as Lapras will secure the Reggie Rock for their side. The Glaceon has good focus on top lane alongside the Garchomp. Trevin is looking for a steal, but no, it won't be. Timing just did not match with what he expected it to be.
Having the Reggie LK advantage can actually help Flip It a lot, but there is already a hyperspace hole coming into the play, which is actually going to help the team known as Griffin a lot, and you can already see the advantage that they're getting. Right now the focus should be shifted on the Reggie LK so that they can shut it down. Oh, look at that! Miriam goes in along with the Ninetales, securing some amazing goals. They've already a scorecard of 148. Snorlax is trying to avoid that kind of rampage coming in, but Tensai and the other guy that is going to be just farming their way, getting the level buffs, securing some good AOS energy. Tensai is already there with 30 AOS energy, and look at that in the bottom lane goals, and that's Chandelier working its way with another set of 30. This is absolutely impressive. The way their players are performing. Flip It is trying to survive in this game, but Trevenant gets taken down. He was getting cornered with the Glaceon attack coming into the play. The player was taken down with those icicles. Well, I would love to see how the battle is going to go from here. Lapras finds another KO. Multiple Ks for the Glaceon. That's interesting.
But for now, if we just talk about the Glaceon's KO was important, but last twice, you can just believe it. The double KO came at the right moment where he needed it to be. Oh, the Water Sprouts did not actually work out the way. But well, the Lapras using the Unite, just trying to escape from this position. He's quite aware. He's just trying to steal the buffs. Might be effective as well. And really looking forward with that rapid spin attack. Will it be there? Well, let me just talk about the Icicle Spears being activated. Glaceon is just trying to level up as fast as possible because he is one of those key players or the key Pokemons that can actually make counter flip for the side of Flip It. If Flip It loses this round, they will be facing off SATUL Esports in the lower bracket finals to make their best again in the grand finals. But again, this time, if we just talk about Team Griffin, stacking on the Regis, not going to give up at all.
Oh, one other advantage coming for Team Griffin, and with that advantage they can actually shut down a lot of players. But yes, the focus has been shifted to the Reggie Eliki because in the top lane there are 4 Pokemons, and with that the attacking formation for Team Flip It is looking good. They are actually dishing out a lot of damage, but still the players are surviving from Team Griffin. They are constantly dishing out the damage. Ninetales is going to secure another set of 29, that's impressive, and Lapras was able to secure the Garchomp. With that, the score goes to a 2-2, which is absolutely impressive. 222 points is there. Reggie Eliki, who is going to take that away? It's the Chandelier for the Team Flip It. And with that advantage, they are definitely going to punish Team Griffin a lot because there is a KO for Trevenant, if I'm not wrong. With that, another set of KOs coming for Snorlax, and the Pokemons from Team Flip It are now suffering, but still the attacking formation is there. Garchomp, look at him. He's trying to go on a chaotic rampage, but still, is it going to help them a lot or not? That's a big question. The hyperspace hole is already there so that they can keep it back to the base. But Hoopa was able to take down the Garchomp. Meanwhile, the goal zone has been destroyed. 1 goal zone from each team has been destroyed. Bottom lane goal zone for the Team Flip It and the top lane goal zone for the Team Griffin. But look at that, Trevenant was able to take down the Glaceon, completely cornering that particular Pokemon and still having the advantage of destroying the top lane goal zone. Same goes for the bottom lane goal zone. The story is looking similar for Flip It and Griffin in this particular matchup.
The Avalanche being used in the right moment against all the odds. If you just see, not letting the Glaceon escape from that part is definitely something the Glaceon wouldn't even just think of it, because the way he was completely trapped out, it was something that he did not desire. But the Lapras being on a level 14, still 54 seconds in the time, the Bubble Beam will not be that much effective because it is not connected. The Unite move being used, Lapras is just trying to gather as much as info as possible. But in my case, then the Garchomp will take the stance. The Trevenant needs to come up as a defense, but as we speak, the Regis has already appeared. The Ninetales, the Blastoise will have a look around. They won't be letting any other one to get close on this Regis. The Garchomp getting KO, the Hyperspace Hole being one of the most handiest moves that can actually use Team Griffin to make this defensive buff in their favor. But again, 16 more seconds on the clock for the Rayquaza to spawn and the legendary pet to be developed into the battlefield.
Oh, look at Lapras once again trying to do the similar thing. I believe the Lapras is going to go ahead and secure another set of 100, which will absolutely just completely diminish the momentum coming from Team Flipit, and same goes for Blastoise as well. Yeah, another set of 100 from Blastoise as well. With that, the focus on Rayquaza is there from the team known as Flipit. They just want to completely melt it down, but that won't be easy because the players coming from the other team is already there. Hoopa secures the Garchomp, and Hoopa secures with the Wings and Bound to be precise. The Rayquaza as well. The advantage now falls in the hands of Team Griffin. Seems like that is a complete one-sided domination coming for Team Griffin, and they might just back this out.
Lapras used his Unite move to carry Ninetales alongside him and just get it done to that base home zone. Will be just going back again to the spawn to just assist in the defense, not to let anybody score. It's already a win-win situation for Team Griffin. They want to close it off right here, right now. Still, if we just see there's a 50 score with to the side of Prevalent, we're just trying to slack off and just get the scores because there's plenty of them to reach to that base goal zone. But if we just talk about, oh man, it's going to be real trouble because if you just see, if this score happens, it's definitely something. But Garchomp is still holding on to the base goal zone. He's quite aware that there might be some of the players who might just try to get some good scores.
Oh, Trevenant
stack, it's a complete gamble. The hyperspace hole will be activated. There is the shield going up, but the Trevenant 1 second will be denied. This time.
Those 50 AS energies was about to get dumped up, but eventually the thumping damage coming from Divine was absolutely amazing, and with that, Trevenant had to fall back. But in the mid lane, I believe there is a complete showcase of talent, and eventually usage of utilities is coming in, and the moves for Lapras is just getting diminished. He's about to get KO'd, I believe, but before that, the Ninetales comes in for the support. Garchomp has been taken down. This could be another moment where they just might be able to secure some amazing goals, and this might lead them to the score of 900 or maybe even 1000. Yeah, there we go. The goals are about to get dumped, but before that, multiple moves. Oh, Icicles coming from Grayson is actually going to stop everything that was there, and with that, I believe the KO for Ninetales will be there. The time is up. 750 goals for Team Griffin, I believe, and somewhere around 200 to 300 goals for Flipit. But yeah, we know we have got the grand finalists, I believe, and that is Griffin.
Ladies and gentlemen, behold the first grand finalist of this very May tournament of WCS 2023 qualifier India. It is none other than Team Griffin who takes the spot with a clean sweep again in the upper bracket finals. As we speak, Flipit will go down to face SATUL Esports in the lower bracket finals, which will be one of the most, I believe, the desired games for the side of SATUL, because Flipit has already defeated SATUL once with a scoreline of 2-1, and they have pushed them back in the lower bracket. So this time SATUL, they wanted to be a clean sweep against Flipit to make it a counter and get their plays done in the very grand finals of this WCS 2023 qualifier India May tournament. But will it be possible, as Team Griffin will be waiting in the grand finals position to see whether they are going to get this upper hand or not, because SATUL, they're looking promising, while Flipit, they have to wait some more time to get into the grand finals.
At this point, yes, definitely Flipit is actually going to suffer a lot, but Team Griffin, they are actually going to be happy, but the competition awaits them. We have to see which team is going to face off Team Griffin in the grand finals, but other than that, when it comes to damage dealt, damage taken, and the recovery done, I believe at that point, we can clearly see Muram did a hefty amount of damage along with Volk. That was the Ninetales for the team of Team Griffin. If we talk about Team Flipit, from their corner, the heaviest heavy hitter was the Glacier, and definitely those Icicles were able to, I guess, diminish a lot of attacking formation coming from Team Griffin, and that is why Team Griffin's players were getting killed multiple times. The combined effort of that guy known as Trey with the Divine was absolutely impressive as well. The damage taken from the Snorlax is kind of decent, but eventually the situation where Griffin had the triple defender pick actually paid them a lot.
Firstly, we thought that this triple defender comp might be useful, might not be, because when we just realized that there are damage dealers from the side of Flipit, so Griffin decided to take his damage takers from their end, and that it actually worked out pretty well. Vixen stepped up as the attacking defender, same goes for Tencent as well, with the wood hammer and all. But well, if you just talk about this time, the bounce, it was real hard. Team Griffin just got the momentum started right before the Rayquaza fight. They did not delay it. They went straight for the scores. They got it a good hype. They got the Rayquaza. Then they got after that. It was all done and dusted. After they secured the Rayquaza, before really thought that Flippit might be turning the game around, but we'll have a see over the quick replay from what we just experienced right now between both the teams. The second round of this BO3 series, which turned out to be a disaster again for the side of Flippit. From the very start, it was a focus that we need to shut down the Garchomp and the Glaceon for the side of Team Griffin. The Glaceon did manage to land some good blows, but eventually being countered one after another as the Ninetales made the pretty interesting move from their end. But if you just see, Team Griffin never given a chance to Flippit to get any kind of objectives from their end, so they dedicatedly want everything to go in their way one after another. The Glaceon tried to get some good KOs, but eventually being pushed back. The Trevenant played a very major role, but still, sometimes it was all Garchomp and the Glaceon who took the control, but eventually Team Griffin, the triple defender composition worked out so pretty well. Especially in this kind of situations where the Water Spout and Rapid Spin attack, it went out so berserk, getting those multiple KOs. But this time, as the Avalanche being used, trapped the Glaceon and got the KO right in front of that position. The Rayquaza then being melted in the very last second. Yupa stepped in, got the Rayquaza, and the rest was completely the formalities that were left from the side of Team Griffin, because they just went on scoring after KOs after KOs. Team Griffin, the way they have managed to secure the grand finale spot, it was mesmerizing. As we just talk about the tournament bracket, Team Griffin has already made their mark in the grand finals. But if we just talk about the lower bracket finals, Flippit versus STL Esports, the upper bracket semi-finals, revenge, will it be taken up in the lower bracket finals? Will it be another 2-1 in the favor of Flippit, or is it going to be a 2-1 or a 2-0 in the favor of SAQL Esports? Well, for that we need to be waiting, because both the teams are just getting prepared for the next matchup. But if we just talk about Griffin, waiting for the one of those teams to just come up in the grand final and to face off against them in the BO3 series.
If I talk about Team Griffin, they must be ready at this point, because eventually either it is Flippit or SATOL Esports, both of them have got their own synergies, and eventually the X factor that is actually going to help them a lot coming from the lower bracket finals, they might just be able to steal the victory in their favor. Although it's going to be a tough one for them for sure, but yes, I have to look into the fact how Flippit is going to secure victories against the team known as SATOL Esports, because eventually in the second game, I believe today, SATOL Esports had a complete domination over the other team known as Haveli, if I'm not wrong. So that domination factor might just save their life at this point. The way their experience was working out against Haveli might just save their life once again. And yes, as you said, this is a revenge game coming from Team SATOL Esports, because right now, SATOL Esports is going to face off the only reason why they are actually in the lower bracket. They are going to face that reason. So I have to see how SATOL is going to fight against them.
Oh, it's a long way. It's definitely a long way. Another 3 more matches, and might just getting wrapped up in 2 matches. Might be the first 2 rounds will be enough to just wrap the things up. But SATOL, they're hungry for the victory. Because if you just talk about the previous time, in the April tournament, they were completely defeated. They did not have any scope to make a comeback and make it to the regional playoffs. But now they've already made their position in the regional playoffs. So now they will be focusing on more and more to get some good position. The next matches, like the lower bracket final, the grand finale, adjust the formalities for the position of the first, second and third, which will determine the prize pool for sure. But the top 3 teams, we have already got it. We don't have to just wait for it. But the players also will be playing. Who are they? Talking about the rosters, let's check it out. Which players will be playing from each other side?
From Flippit, we do have Shrey, Mikey, Professor, Divine and Nightmake coming into the play. And if we talk about SATOL Esports, the lovely Rex, Novi, Kurum, Pacha and All Might is going to be there. Well, I have to see how All Might is going to perform in this particular battle, because he has been mesmerizing throughout the day. But yeah, moving forward, definitely after beating Liquid Esports, again, I would love to add on SATOL Esports is on a roll. They are securing some beautiful 2-0s in their favor. They are completely giving that one-sided domination type of factor. So they have to give it against their mortal enemy at this point, which is Flippit. And if that happens, I believe the Grand Finals is going to be mesmerizing as well, because in the Grand Finals, if SATOL Esports bags out their first victory, they might they have to bag out another victory if I'm not wrong, because the reset is going to be there in the grand finals if the lower bracket team is going to bag out the grand finals first round. Yeah.
I'm expecting it to be a 2-0, though it's very early to say, but I'm expecting it to be a 2-0. Talking about the stats, the info card of SCTUL, the most pick rate is there for the Gardevoir and the Chandelier as being the long range attackers. Then we see a 50-50 for the Cliffable as well as the Lapras. Then we see a 40 for the Slowbro as well as the Eldegoss. Yes, damage dealers are there on the higher amount. Same goes for the damage taken as well. But SCTUL, what kind of strategy are they planning right now? Because they have to take the revenge. They're quite aware of the compositions and the strats that they have built from the side of Flipit. So they have to be very, very much cautious, because Flipit will be wondering to get another chance to play against the Team Griffin in the grand finale. Same goes for SCTUL Esports as well. But if you talk about the info card of Flipit, it's a bit different.
Oh, for Flipit, we do have a decent amount of damage being dealt, like that is 2,31,652, and when it comes to the damage taken, that's kind of on the upper side. 2,37,312. The average recovery is of 99,891. When it comes to their favorite Pokemons, I believe we have Chandelure, and along with that a 57 pick rate for the Zorak, that's the Speedster. When it comes to the defender approach, I guess they have got their own Blastoise, 43%. Same goes for Hoopa, that's a supporter. Another attacker is there, and that is going to be the Cinderace, which is again having the buff at this point. 29% is the pick rate for that particular Pokemon. And with that Blissey coming to the factor, I believe that is 29%. So yeah, it's decent for Flipit as well. I would love to see how Flipit is going to perform, because watching the previous match, I believe Chandelure is for sure going to be there. Along with that, Chandelure, they just might have the advantage of a Snorlax. If that happens, it will be absolutely impressive as well. But yeah, the battle for Flipit is actually going to be a little bit more risky.
Momentum has been breached. That one momentum that Flipit were carrying out throughout that upper bracket finals has been completely breached out by Team Griffin. So we have seen in the past times, Raider, that whenever a team loses momentum, they go on losing some pretty more matches. But yep, that can be an advantage for the side of SCTUL. They might have dropped down to the lower brackets, but that doesn't matter, because they are on a winning streak, one after another. That too with the clean sweeps. 3 clean sweeps we have seen, or for now 3 to 4 clean sweeps we have already witnessed for now. Might be a 4th one. So we have to wait for that, because I'm really expecting it to be a 2-0, but I believe both the teams are not letting it go, because the previous time it was 2-1, in which SCTUL Esports were completely pushed down to the lower bracket. Might be a 2-1 this time again.
That can happen, but eventually talking about SCTUL Esports, I believe at this point we have to address the fact that every single team, be it Griffin or the Flipit or SCTUL Esports, they have actually qualified for the regional matches, I believe. So that's a good thing, but eventually now they are fighting for the positions in this one. So yeah, it's going to be crucial for SCTUL to steal that victory in their favor and just go for the grand finals, fight with Team Griffin, and maybe have the victory out of it as well. But yeah, for Flipit, in order to survive in this particular battle, in order to have the second place or maybe even the first place, because if Flipit is going to beat SCTUL Esports, not just a revenge match is going to get over, they will have their revenge against Griffin as well. Maybe. That can happen. So this story is actually quite interesting at this point.
It's all revenge story for the side of Flipit.
Too many revenge stories.
Because too many revenges are just coming up from this side. What against... I won't say it's a revenge for SCTUL. It is a revenge for SCTUL rather than Flipit. Flipit is just like, oh, we have defeated them before, so it doesn't matter. This time we are also going to defeat them again. And that kind of story can happen. But yeah, it might happen with Team Griffin. But as we just speak, this is the draft phase. SCTUL Esports will have the first pick, and Flipit will be there for the second. The first bans we expect it to be a Glaceon. In my opinion, I really expect it to be a Glaceon and a Slowbro.
Well, definitely have to look into the fact that which are the 2 Pokemons getting banned at this point. Is it going to be the Pokemons that you talked about, be it a Glaceon or some other Pokemon? I have to look into that fact. The battle arena is going to be Theaskyrons for sure. It's a Dodrio, a Speedster along with the Lapras. That's a completely different bans, I believe. That's interesting. Let's see what All Might is going to choose. Meanwhile, yes, definitely banning the Dodrio is actually going to impact a lot coming to the formation of Flipit, but they have secured a beautiful Glaceon. The attacker in their favor is already there. Divine comes up with the Slowbro in order to answer back the ban of Lapras with the Chandelier. That's again a similar thing. Chandelier is the most favorite, I believe, one of the most favorite Pokemon for Flipit.
I am really not getting the point. Why would you just go with a Lapras ban but though not a Glaceon? Zoroark, Lapras, Cliffable, you're just throwing away all the broken composition to SCTUL. On the counter, they're just trying to come up with a Blissey, or maybe a Hoopa can be a good choice alongside a Garchomp. But still, what is just going on? Okay, so Scissor and a Hoopa has been decided for the side of Flip It. Rex will stick with the Snorlax, should be sticking with the Snorlax. Badshah might just go with the Delphox or a Gardevoir. If it is a Gardevoir, I won't be surprised. But okay, so this time a Mew again. And Rex, if we just talk about the Snorlax, can be a fittable pick and they will stick with it. Shrey with last pick for himself. Might just go with a defender or a speedster for himself.
Yeah, that could be the possibility, but yes, they definitely have got their own kind of composition at this point, missing a speedster at this moment. Is it going to be a speedster or a Gardevoir? That's a beautiful attacker coming to the play if it is actually going to be there. A ranged attacker, definitely that is the case. Now the preparation phase comes in, so they are just going to shuffle around with the players. But yeah, the 5 Pokemons for Flip It are Chandelure, a Slowbro coming into the play along with the Hoopa so that they can have the advantage of hyperspace holes, which they were missing against Griffin. I believe that might just save the day for Flip It, along with a beautiful all-rounder and a ranged attacker that is going to be the Gardevoir. When it comes to SATL Esports, again a double attacker approach with a speedster, with a supporter and a defender as well. So there is a all-rounder missing, but I believe that is going to get compensated by having the Glaceon in their favor.
I really believe that this kind of composition, if you the heavy hitters, if you just come with a comparison, Zoroark can be one of the most vulnerable Pokemons again. Like, you need to make a counter towards SCQL. I believe the one Pokemon to be very aware, or you might just need to KO it on a very early instance, it should be Zoroark. If you have managed to able to counter the Zoroark as well as the Glaceon from a very early stage, it will grant you some more access or maybe some more advantage to your own Pokemons to level up much faster and to just degrade the speed of leveling up for the Zoroark and Glaceon. If Zoroark and Glaceon gets into a good level 10 plus in a very early stages compared to your Pokemons, you will walk into a real bit of trouble. But without any further delay, let's head on to the first round of this low bracket finals of WCS 2023 qualifier India May tournament.
Alright, off to a very good start, once again trying to farm and eventually level up as fast as possible. That's going to be the main meta, and having the level ups is going to be quite crucial. Look at that, Litwick is already at level 3. Same goes for the Gardevoir, same goes for the other Pokemons coming from the other team, that is going to be SATL Esports. Mew is there, that means the Solar Beams might just help save the day for them. At the same time, I believe the approach is going to be a bit more aggressive for SATL Esports. You can already see they're trying to push back the players of Flip It on the bottom lane goal zone, and the vice versa situation is happening for Flip It as well, because the Hoopa along with the Scizor is actually going to push back quite a few Pokemons in the top lane goal zone, and there is a huge amount of damage being dished onto the speedster and the supporter for the team.
Yeah, at this point, I believe like SATL Esports, they will be just looking forward to. They have already played with Flip It. They know the game style. Same goes for Flip It as well. Flip It might have an overconfidence at this point. And yes, they have defeated SATL Esports, so they might be just getting an upper hand again. They might just come up on the top again. But SATL Esports, they have to be very cautious, because who are just being there, just trying to get some good steals, won't be able to make it. The Snorlax is still there. The Scyther will there. The triple stack from both the ends, but now what is going to come up? Solar Beam won't be that much effective, as Flip It will get that buffer in themselves. The Scyther is still coming with some good scores. Will open up the score in card for the side of Flip It. Still in a good need. See, they are still in a good need to come up with some good scores. But Zoroark also starts up SATL Esports. They're not lagging behind at all.
Yeah.
What they want is just to get some good early KOs.
Yeah, the KOs are lacking at this point, but eventually when it comes to the goaling situation, definitely both of these teams are looking similar. Snowy on the hindsight, the speedster worked its way to secure some amazing goals. Now the KO comes in, the speedster has been taken down. The Hoopa advantage is actually going to help this team a lot, I believe, in the further stages, in the later stages of this particular game. But moving forward, yes, the Regis are actually going to be the question in about 45 seconds. Then eventually we'll get to see how they're going to perform with that. But there we go. Another beautiful attacking formation. But the Glacier fights a KO on the all-rounder of Team Flip It, which is again quite impressive. In the top lane, there is a lot of fight going on. Mew, along with the Snorlax, is trying to fight in the bottom lane goal zone. Although it's not going to be that easy because there is a ranged attacker. The Gardevoir is there with the Lampent also coming into the play. Slowbro is already there, the defender who is going to tank a lot of damage. And you can see he's already healing himself. Once again, going for the push. The hyperspace hole is already ready, so the players can TP back to the bottom lanes or wherever they are required at this point. So it just might help Flip It a lot, and Flip It is looking off to a very good start. They have found their own synergy, and the Symphony is there because they're getting multiple KOs. They are securing some good angles as well. But at this point, the Reggie Ice is at the contest, and the complete focus from Team Flip It is actually there. 4 Pokemons to be precise. Oh, actually 5 Pokemons coming from Flip It are there, but the Solar Beams come into the play. There would have been a KO. Gardevoir finds 2. That's impressive.
Well, for now, if we just talk about that one move again, it's working out for Flip It. Shutting down the Glaceon. Zoroark is definitely crucial, but if you just talk about Zoroark, he's there to just steal the buffs. The Chandelier might just spot him in the right moment. The Reggie is being controlled, the Flip It. It is going to be a complete lit match between both the teams. But now it's the focus. Now it's the focus to get the Reggie in the favor. Snowy is there around, so to cure him. Not getting a Mew, getting a Gardevoir would have been a better choice, but Zoroark uses Unite. The Chandelier goes down, might just get a second deck, gets the Gardevoir down as well. The Glaceon comes up, steps in, the Scyther is barely surviving and gets the Reggie down in his favor as well. The Zoroark will get the lead, but Flip It manages to get the Reggie, so it doesn't matter though the KOs are being initiated. The Ice Blue Spear will land some good blow towards the side of Slowbro, but still Flip It are having a good lead for themselves.
Yep, at this point, definitely Flip It is actually having a lot of advantages in their favor, and if they perform like this, I believe SATL is going to have a tough time having their own way in this particular game. I believe already 5 minutes marker is about to get over, and still SATL Esports is unable to get a lot of KOs. They are still struggling with the HPs, they are still struggling with the level buffs. Hyperspace Hole is also helping the team Flip It a lot. Well, having this advantage is actually going to be mesmerizing for Team Flip It.
At this point, if we just talk about the Hyperspace Hole being activated, Chandelier will go on the top lane, just trying to stack up and get some good values for himself and for his team. Flip It are looking good quite enough, but SATL Esports, I have to say that taking a Mew in the place of Gardevoir might be a good decision, might not be a good decision. The patient stage being activated. The Zoroark steps in right at this moment. He needs the KOs. He needs those KOs. He's hungry for those KOs. But Clippable will get the Scyther down there. The Reggie Rock is being contested. Flip It will be there to get it inside of for their favor from their side. Still not having a good start. Reggie Rock will be going in the favor of Flip It. SATL Esports trying to make some counters, but all the objectives are going in the favor of Flip It.
Yeah. And that's a good thing for Flip It, but eventually SATL Esports have compensated with the gold buffer that was there. Right now they are actually leading the charts with, I believe, 37 or 38 points in their favor. This is absolutely good for them. Moving forward, if we talk about Divine, he has got the 40 AOS energies, but he's unable to find the way to just go ahead and secure those goals. Because the bottom lane first goal zone is already destroyed, and the top lane goal zone, things might not be that comfortable for them. Flip It has initiated the hyperspace hole so that they can approach the Regieleki, but the Regieleki has been stolen, melted by the guy Snowy. With that advantage, I believe, with having the 6 Pokemon in their favor, they are actually going to emphasize a lot of pressure onto the top lane goal zone. But look at that damage. Mew is about to get killed, but before that, Hoopa gets connected. Hoopa is out of equation. Divine is already getting punched up quite a bit. Another KO speed for SATL Esports is done. He has been KO'd. Now let's see how far Professor is going to go. Professor is trying to approach for the top lane goal zone so that he can just secure and dump down the 50 that he has. But Mew is pretty close. Is it going to be that situation where he's going to just completely shut it down? Yes, exactly, that's what happened.
Denying the fact that Scyther can come up and get a good score, it's fine. And still then it's fine. But how long? Zoroark cannot actually solely go and get the KOs and get all the favor for himself. They need to understand that SATL Esports, it's a very close competition that is going between both of the teams as what we wanted it to be, and it's all going the same way. The Clippable is still there.
Yeah.
Need a good score, need a 20 score to break this first tower down in the bottom lane. Dice Spear is being used. Glacier needs to level up as fast as possible because there's just 15 more seconds of timer. It's level 13 for sure. But if we just talk about again, All Might Might have to wait. This bottom lane objective will be crucial. This 38 seconds will be crucial for both the teams. Flip it wants this defense buff for themselves. The Glaceon not just willing to give up. All Might knows it pretty well. The Icicle Spear will land some good damage, but the Regidog goes in the favor of the side of Flip It. 20 more seconds to go. Still now, they are not here. Just willing to get some good KOs. They just want to save it. They don't want any KOs. SATO Esports, they have to focus on the Rayquaza fight. They cannot mess it up there.
Yeah, indeed. If they lose the Rayquaza at this point, eventually Flipper is going to have a massive opportunity and just shut down Team SATO. Although they have secured some good buffs. They have secured, I believe, 91 plus points in the favor SATO Esports against the team known as Flip It. But look at that, SATO is already grouping up in the mid lane goal zone, so that mid lane to be precise, so that they can shut down any possible situation where Flip It is actually going to come up as an aggressive stance. But yeah, the KO should be there first of all. Divine with the surf was trying to just deny, but look at that. The Divine is about to get taken down. Is it going to be that situation? No, I believe Divine has fallen back from that particular mid lane. But still, Slowbro is coming in, trying to connect. Those HPs are actually getting healed up, but still, I guess Flip It is struggling. Flip It is struggling at this point. But Rings and Bound coming to the play. With that, the KOs might just come in. And yes, Flip It has been taken down. Is there another KO coming in? Have to look into that fact as well. Slowbro on the other corner is just denying the fact that Snorlax is trying to counter it. Oh, Shadowloo finds the Snorlax. Again, the Glacier has been taken down. This is the opportunity where Flip It could actually secure the Rayquaza in their favor. Could actually melt it out. Let's see. Will they be successful in it or not? Completely going down to the base so that they can keep it back and once again heal themselves with the Hoopa. Flip It is trying to have the advantage, but still SATO is back in the game.
Oh, Zoroark steps in,
That's
but
it.
it was a complete suicide.
That's it.
It was a very big blunder, and the Rayquaza goes in the favor of Flip It. Shadowloo will get this little down as well. There is no counter movement. There is no code for the counter scores. There's a heavy scoring getting done by Flip It. SATO Esports, not a start they expected it to be. But you have to admit it, Flip It. They're definitely the better side. They are definitely the better side. And when they've got an Nigel like Divine in their favor, there's nothing more that we can actually expect it to be. The Glacier will be still there. The Hyperspace Hole being activated. Zoroark, before even the Hyperspace Hole can just get him into the safer place. He gets some good outcome. The Gardevoir cannot do much more thing. It's all done and dusted. There's nothing more that we can expect from that side. As Flip It, they have got a good hold and they are just getting on with 1-0 lead in this BO3 series.
Yeah, the team which was sailing smoothly, I believe, have now a big hiccup in their face, and that is Flip It, because the situation of having the completely one-sided domination is now out of the equation for SATO Esports. They have to secure the next 2 rounds so that they can bag out this particular lower bracket finals. Although it's not going to be that easy, because Flip It now have the nerves to press onto the team SATO Esports. But Snowy did a commendable job. That Speedster did a commendable job indeed. But on the other corner, when it comes to Professor, that particular all-rounder, it was chaotic. The KOs coming from the corner was also quite good. Although we can clearly see there were not a lot of KOs, but then again, assists were there, then again, the damages were there, and also the goals that were done by Flip It was also quite on point. Stealing that Rayquaza advantage was actually the thing which completely turned down the game for SATO Esports, and it was in the favor of Flip It. And actually, as per the name suggests, Flip It did the same thing that they wanted to do against Griffin. But fortunately, now Flip It have their own grasp of this particular matchup. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to perform in the next one.
Oh, that's for sure. 464 it was, but eventually we just talked about 255 as the score limit that SATO reached out for themselves. Snowy tried to just step up and get some values for his team, but he couldn't manage. Yes, the composition was good for SATO Esports, but Flip It definitely turned out to be the better side. This time, talking about the damage dealt, 35,000 for Shrey, 72,000 by Professor. You have to just say that the Scyther actually worked out pretty well for them, but in comparison, 78,000 for Glaceon, 77,000 for Badshah. The Gardevoir did make some good impact. Same goes for the Hoopa as well. In the final stretch, the legendary pit fight, everything turned out in their way just by a Hoopa who just went out with the Rings and Bound and unleashed everything that he could have done in that very particular place. He just got the value that he wanted and everything was just right in front of him.
Oh, wow, indeed. Hoopa was actually the chaotic situation, was actually the one which created a lot of chaos for Team Flipit, and eventually SATL Esports was unable to answer back those sleeping bag situation through hyperspace rules, and eventually when the LTs were used at that point, eventually Hoopa did a lot of damage as well. All in all, Professor was the one which had the highest amount of damage from the team of Flipit, which was 72,624, which is actually quite amazing. If I talk about the Glaceon, somewhere around I did thought that Glaceon was actually going to create a lot of ruckus, but unfortunately, Glaceon was the Pokemon which was getting pegged every now and then by the team of Flipit. So I guess the next round is actually going to be quite crucial for SATL Esports as it comes to the series point for Flipit, and SATL will have to start all together once again in this lower bracket finals.
Lower bracket finals did end it in a very, very good note. But no, it's not the fight. Like, did not end it, but it's just a start. But if we just talk about Flipit, just got a 1-0 lead.
Yeah.
Still one more round for Flipit, one more round for SATL to make a comeback. But if we just talk about the graph, it was definitely, we can say, it was a close battle. It was definitely a close battle till even the 8th minute. But as soon as almost the 9th minute, we can say, it was a close battle in which SATL Esports were leading. But as soon as the Nekroz came into the hands of Flipit, everything just turned away from the side of SATL Esports. But well, it's just the beginning of the series. There's still 2 more rounds to go in which SATL Esports needs to win. They are definitely in a desperate need of a win for the next round, because if they don't win it, it will be a very, very big trouble for them to just stay alive in the series. And if anyhow Flipit manages to win it still by beating SATL Esports, then SATL will be just stacking in that 3rd position while they will move on to the grand finals. But before that, we'll have a quick review over the replay of what happened in this very first round of this lower bracket finals. We'll have a look of all the instances and the crucial moments that happened in this very first match, because that was all you have to see at the first. If you just see, Snowy wanted to get some good handy moves, but he was covered. He was completely stacked up by Scyther as well, and all those Slowbro and all. They were completely stacking up, and each and every time Flipit got the hold of the objectives, they were completely getting and overpowering SATL Esports one after another, not giving them a single chance to make a comeback. But if you just see around the stacking push, the stacking attacks that were done by Flipit were completely denied. Zoroark, this time he just got a Unite move, which actually gave him a bit of advantage to come on the top. The Glaceon, I wouldn't say the Glaceon did not work out too much. It did work out, but it was not enough for the side of SATL Esports to make a comeback and a counter against that composition of what Flipit had in this particular fight. Again, the Regirock being completely taken over by the side of Flipit. All the objective buffs that Flipit got them some good amount of advantage, though there was very minimal chances the Regirock got into the hands. But again, Zoroark just coming up with his Unite move, slowly trying to get some KOs and get a good hold, was one of the most, I would say, big mistakes that SATL Esports actually faced in this particular match. You cannot actually rely on a single Pokemon to get some good KOs when he's the one who will be targeted the most. But in the final stretch, everything turned out in the favor of, as they just got everything what they wanted. SATL Esports were completely overpowered, and they were not able to make any kind of counters in that particular match, or maybe we can say in the round. But it was definitely one of the most crucial things that we can actually call it off for from their end. But still, there is a number of things that are left to do, because it's just the first round. Second round is still there. If SATL Esports anyhow manages to win that round, the series will be still alive for them, and the chances for them to qualify for the grand final will still be alive.
Have to look into that fact. Let's see how SATL is going to perform in this particular game number 2 of this matchup. In the lower bracket finals, definitely SATL is unable to find their own grasp, because from the start of the day, if I'm not wrong, there was a very good fight coming from the corner. But yeah, there we go. Let's talk about SATL Esports. SATL Snowy is the guy which was actually using a lot of Gardevoir picks, which was able to utilize a lot of times the Gardevoir. But in this particular matchup, if I'm not wrong, there was the Speedster, the Zoroark coming into the play. And indeed, Snowy was the guy which was the MVP for the team as well. But the average amount of damage that he deals is 65,057, which is 24% for the team. And average damage taken is 40,915. And the average recovery is on the lower side, because the kind of Pokemon that he chooses is obviously not the one which can recover a lot because he has got the speedsters and stuff. If we talk about Flipit's MVP, that is Professor. He was choosing quite a few. Oftentimes he is going to choose the Zorak, I believe, and somewhere around the all-rounder of known as Garchomp is also picked. Like 25% is the pick rate for that particular Pokemon. Again, similar situation as per the guy from Team SCTL is here. That the average recovery is not that much, but when it comes to the average damage taken and also dealt, it's kind of similar because these are the frontline attackers. They just try to be on the upside and eventually go ahead and secure some good KOs and also do some amazing damage to the goals. So yeah, that is the kind of situation which both of these guys from their own respective teams are suffering. All in all, I believe, yes, Professor could actually once again come up with some good attacking formations. He's very good when it comes to a speedster pick. For Snowy, I believe the picks of Gardevoir, the range attacker, could be quite beneficial. Have to see what they're going to do in this next one, the game number 2 to be precise, because they have to put up their 110% effort. Because if that is not there, I believe SAT is going to go home with just the 3rd position in their favor.
Well, it's quite true. Even if we just see, we have seen this kind of comebacks from the side of SAT. It's not that it's first time we are going to witness that SAT Esports might be in this kind of cliffhanging situation. If they don't win it, they are not going through. So this kind of situations are quite common. But yeah, as there is still a factor that Flipit have defeated SCTL Esports in the very first fight or the battle that they had in the upper bracket. So in that case, that advantage is just being granted. Flipit knows pretty well how to counter SCTL and how to counter the moves. They haven't faced Griffin before that lower upper bracket final, so that was one that might be one of those causes that Griffin actually managed to outperform and Flipit. But this time, if you just see, I believe that Team Griffin will be prepared with some more counter strategies rather than what Flipit will be ready for them. Because if Flipit wins it anyhow this round, it goes in the favor of like Flipit. SCTL will be staying in the 3rd position as you mentioned earlier, but the grand finals will be much more interesting because that time Flipit are desperate at this point to get the revenge.
Definitely. At this point, SAT Esports have to step up a notch, get some good goals in their favor. Initially, they were actually looking quite good for, I believe, first to 4 minutes. I guess there was a struggle for SAT Esports because at that time, eventually Flipit was doing something amazing while they were securing goals, they were getting the KOs. But after that 4-minute marker, somewhere around 4 to 8 minute marker, SAT had the buff in their favor, had the advantage in their favor. But all in all, we'll talk about all those stuffs after this round gets over because this is game number 2 of the lower bracket finals. SAT wants a start, Flipit on the other hand side wants to end this one way too early. In the clean sweep situations, Flipit could actually end this and once again go ahead and take the revenge against Team Griffin in the grand finals. It's not going to be an easy one for Flipit as well. But for SAT Esports, the start has to be there. Here, Skyruins is going to be the battle arena. And look at that, the bans are coming. The Glaceon has been banned by SAT Esports. And for Flipit, it is the Lapras. What will All Might pick at this point? He is the guy who's going to pick the first Pokemon. SAT Esports to be precise is the team. Flipit on the other corner is going to set up accordingly. Oh, Chandelier has been snatched from Flipit. Now things can actually flip out for Flipit.
We can actually see. But then, more precisely, if we just talk about Bacha coming with the Chandelier again and the counter, it's in Hoopa as well as a Slowbro. So yeah, Slowbro has always been a true bro, as always Lucifer says it. If you just stick to it, it will be one of your crucial trump cards in an entire match. But All Might, we have seen him doing wonders with that Blastoise. Again, can we see him playing that Blastoise? No, he's still sticking with the Zoroark. Definitely, it's quite needed. The Chandelier pick at the first might be a crucial pick for Bacha. Now, Night Mimic, what is your pick? It's a Delphox and the Scissor can be a good pick.
A Delphox, that's interesting. They definitely have got a beautiful attacker coming into the play. Chandelier and a Blastoise. Accordingly, at this point, I guess Snow is actually going to choose his another favorite Pokemon that he loves to play with, and that is the Zorak. Moving forward, definitely supporter should be there, and that's exactly what is happening. With that blissing advantage in the favor, things might change for SAT Esports. This could be the round, this could be the game where they might secure their first opening, and we might actually go for the decider that we were talking about in the previous cast today. But Shrey, the last one for the team, a Tyranitar. That is interesting. If it is going to get confirmed, it will be a very interesting pick coming from the team known as Flipit, and they might just go all bonkers. Oh no, that's a Gardevoir. That's again a surprising factor, but then again, I guess the punches are ready from Flipit.
Flip wants to close it off right here, right now. Again, that deadly duo ranged attacker combination, as what I fear the most is this one, as the Delphox and the Gardevoir are in this very same team. They have also got a Hoopa for the healing. But if we just talk about some frontline attacking, that will be handed over to the Scyther. I believe that is going to be Professor, but will this time the composition will work out, because as the long range attackers, if we just speak, the Chandelier is not there. The Blastoise is more bound for getting into the defensive stance rather than, I believe, going into the aggressive ones. So we'll have to wait. They've also got a Snorlax as a defensive option as well. It won't be that easy. It definitely won't be that easy, Raider, to make any kind of counter.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's see.
I mean, the picks have already run. We are off to a very good start at this point of the game number 2. Looking forward to see how this game number 2 is going to pan out for SATL Esports. I have emphasized enough that this is a very, I guess, crucial match for SATL Esports, because they might just find their opening. On the hindsight, when it comes to Flip It, they are just going to completely shut down SATL Esports. I mean, it's looking like that, but yeah, the game is already getting started. So yes, looking into the fact at this point, SATL Esports is ready. From the purple side, they're going to push forward. Some of the Pokemons are going to go for the bottom lane goal zone. For example, there's a Snorlax along with the Litwick. And on the hand side, when it comes to the top lane goal zone, there we go. We have a Blissey along with the other Pokemon, that is going to be the Squirtle. So yeah, that might just actually save the day. And if I talk about the Gardevoir, trying to take the purple buff along with the orange buff, so it might actually help Flip It a lot. Once again, look at that. They are trying to deny every single possibility of SATL Esports securing some good goals in the initial circuit. Hoopa trying to damage the other Pokemon. The all-rounder is already there, trying to damage other players as well.
I would say that's trying to steal the buffs from the opponent's side, or we can say the ones which will help them to level up. It's a very good decision. But for long range, or we might say for a long run, it's not that easy. Definitely not an easy one. Zoroark is there just to level up himself. He's already in level 5. He's got all the buffs what he wanted. But the main factor that comes up, that Flip It has already is aware of the counter strategies that you can actually come up with. SATL can come up with. SATL Esports need to do something different to make Flip It a bit more surprised. But the Slowbro, he's in some serious trouble. Again, if you just talk about the hyperspace hole being activated, it might be a good move to Flip It to get some good KOs, as the Zoroark has been put to rest by Slowbro.
Now it's looking like SATL Esports is trying to find their own grass, but Flip It on the high side is actually securing some amazing goals. The players who have been KO'd are back in the meta and back in the formation, but Lampent finds a beautiful KO as well. 22 scores has been done by SATL Esports. That was the Squirtle. But yeah, the contestment is still going on. Let's see, is it going to be a situation where Squirtle is going to get KO'd? But yes, Squirtle was able to fall back, and now they're trying to again get the neutral Pokemons in the favor. So yes, I guess that single Pokemon is creating a lot of ruckus against Flip It. And it is actually looking good for Team SATL Esports. But on the bottom lane goal zone, again, the suffering is there, the damages are coming in. With the Hoopa advantage, Flip It are looking kind of decent. But once again, the start is looking good for SATL Esports. SATL Esports is trying to pressurize a lot on Flip It. Kyurem trying to find an angle, trying to find an area from which he can fight back, from which he can support his teammate. That is going to be the Squirtle, the defender for the team. And Scyther is actually there, the Gardevoir is there, so there might be some chaos coming up in the top lane goal zone.
Less than 30 more seconds to go for the Regis and the objectives to spawn up. We can see this time the stack is being done. Badsha is quite prepared. Zoroark comes in, his HP is not that much high. Cannot take the risk. The overheat might just be used. But tries to back off, which is definitely a good decision. The hyperspace hole being activated. Zoroark needs to play for the most crucial part in this very fight as Flip It and not willing to give up this Regis at any cost. The Scyther is already there to melt it down. Make some stack possible, but well, this time Scyther again doesn't allow it. No, it doesn't allow him again, but Scyther will be getting KO'd. They might have got the objective, but that doesn't mean that they won't be getting KO'd at all. Scyther has definitely been KO'd, but Zoroark needs to be at the backside for now because he has dealt a good amount of damage. But the main focus right now for the side of SATL should be on the Regieleki.
The Reggie League is actually at the contest at this point. Definitely, I guess that the contestment is going to be there. But on the bottom lane goal zone, there is again sudden shift of the momentum. The guys from Flipit are trying to be chaotic. Snorlax is trying to create that boundary. They is trying to push back the players, but gets KO'd at the same time by the Gardevoir. On the top lane goal zone, there is the Sizor securing some amazing goals. There might be some KOs also coming into the play, but the Gardevoir is trying to run for the life. Hillfox might have just saved the day for the Gardevoir, but no, Zorak is actually going to corner him out. There is going to be a KO, I believe, very soon. The slaps are coming from Blissey, and that's it. The KO is there. Gardevoir was running for the life, unable to secure that particular advantage in the favor of the top lane goal zone. Yes, the Reggie League is getting contested. Hoopa is there for the team known as Flipit. Otherwise, if it is actually there, if that particular Pokemon would have been in the favor of City Esports, they could have easily TP'd back to the top lane goal zone and secured the Reggie League advantage. But look at that. Reggie League is just completely going to destroy the top lane goal zone. With that, Flipit is looking good. Flipit is actually securing some amazing points, but in the bottom lane goal zone, Flipit is actually having a tough time securing and maybe dishing out the damage that is required. But look at that, another KO. That's it. Allrounder has been taken down by the Chandelier, and now it really seems like that SHL has found their own momentum.
SHL need to find their own momentum like this only. They need to get some good scores. The Excavalier from the side of Flipit, they need to steal it, but well, the slower appears. It's better for Snowy not to just be a bit greedy rather than just to be a better on a safer side. Could be a better decision. The Gardevoir needed the key, like level up, and he will get that. It's 108, 85. The SHL Esports, they're coming with some counter scores as well, but the Regirock has already appeared. And right now, the main focus of Flipit is to just get it done in their favor as well. They don't want to lose it anymore. SHL, they want to make some good moves, but well, the Fire Spin will actually make some good amount of damage. You had been activated, but this time the Regirock has been secured by SHL Esports. The Rapid Spin with the Water Sprout combination has always proven to be very much deadly. So we can see the Scyther just popped up in a very wrong moment, might just be KO'd. The Water Sprout has been activated, but yes, the Zoroark has been KO'd by Delphox.
Multiple KOs are coming in. Flipit is looking good at this point. They're trying to secure some good KOs, but look at that. The damage was absolutely amazing. He's trying to TP back to the base, and exactly, Mikey was able to help him a lot at that point. Meanwhile, also securing some neutral Pokemon, but Rex, look at him. He's trying to just keep the goal zone. Meanwhile, getting the KO. Chandelier finds the Slowbro. With that, Squirtle was able to take down the Delphox as well. Gardevoir finds the Squirtle. So yes, there was a complete ruckus coming into the play. I feel like at this point SHL is looking good when it comes to their level buff and also having the aggression into the play. Look at Slowbro, stuck at level 9. There is no one from SHL Esports at that particular level. 3 Pokemon are at level 12, 2 are at level 10, and that is actually helping them a lot. Once again, oh, look at him. Look at the Squirtle, look at the Blastoise going on. Once again secures the all-rounder. So I guess yeah, Flipit is actually going to have to run for money at this point.
Well, I really believe that this time Delphox is completely helpless, but Chandelier will get the Gardevoir down as well. Scyther's KO is really playing the crucial part. SHL, are they making a comeback this time? They're not letting any other one just get it done. But when you just talk about it, it's definitely something. It's like SHL Esports, they have got a small lead, but indeed it is much more effective. Flipit can actually flip it at any moment. The Reggie League has been secured by SHL Esports. The previous time it was definitely going from the side of like Flipit. The way they were completely dominating was tremendous, but this time the urge to just stop SHL Esports attack, this kind of frenzy attack is definitely, I would say, important. But well, the Regirock again being stacked.
Oh, I mean, the level difference is absolutely amazing. Seems like that definitely is SHL might be just able to back out this particular round with this particular game, because look at the level difference that is there. Nobody from Team Flipit is actually at level 13, and there is a guy which is at level 14 coming from SHL Esports. They have got their own Unites farmed up, and same goes for the team known as Flipit. But right now, the Rayquaza is what we are waiting for, and everybody from SHL Esports is now going to start off and attack and punch back and try to melt that particular Rayquaza. Meanwhile, on the top lane goal zone, I guess the Delphox is just trying to deny the Zorak so that he is unable to secure that particular goal. Maybe a 100+ goal is going to be there from Zorak's corner. Slowbro is trying to target him, trying to shut him down. Won't be that easy. Look at that Water Sports once again coming to the play. This could be a KO. This could be a KO. Is it going to be that situation? I believe that Yeah, the KO comes in. It's the Cliffable who has been taken down, the Blissey to be precise, who has been taken down. At the same time, the players are actually going to push back to their own goal zone because look at Blastoise, he's on a roll. He's dishing out amazing amount of damage at this point. Still, nothing for Flipit, nothing for SATL at this point. They're getting the KOs, no doubt in that, but still, I really hope there is going to be something different for now. Keeping back to the base, trying to have the SPs. Once again, the player gets cornered. Oh, one of the all-rounder out of the equation. Flipit is suffering. No Rayquaza is concerned at this point. Nobody is concerned with Rayquaza. Everybody is just trying to take as many SKOs as possible. 2 Pokemons of the team Flipit is already out of the equation. Well, fortunately, the Delphox is going to be back. Gardevoir, the ranged attacker, is already suffering with the massive damages, but Delphox finds a Zorak.
Oh, it's a double KO. It's a double KO. Flipit will be into some serious trouble. The Slowbro needs to be alive. Blastoise cannot be let go like this. It is going to turn up to a very big disaster as the Scyther has to make the move. There is a big difference from side of SCTUDs, but they just need to defend it. But a 50 score from Scyther can actually turn the tables around. No, not that much. They need double score. They at least need double score from this position. The Rayquaza is there in the process of getting melted down. Delphox will be stepping in. The Zoroark is still there. The Hydro Typhoon being used. All Might just pushing them back. SATL knows it. They knows it that this will be their game. The Rayquaza being melted, but there is no more time. Flipit does it. But this time, will it be enough? There's a plus 64, but no, it is not at all enough to make any kind of huge difference. As we just say it.
Wow.
Oh, Flip it was close enough, but SAT.
Oh, what?
Oh my god.
2 points?
Oh, just 2 points. Just 2 points. And
Wow.
SATL, they have equalized the series finally.
Barely. But yeah, they have equalized. No doubt on that. Oh, we are going to go to the
it was
decider.
very close.
But this was a nail-biting situation. Eventually, the Hoopa, which was able to secure 64 points, have somewhere around, I believe, saved the glory for the team. But then again, SHL is going to find their another way in the game. They have to go for the game number 3. Let's see what they're going to do in the game number 3. But other than that, wow, man, I'm still looking at the factor that 258 and 256, just the buffer of 2 goals. That's it. That's it. Even a single AOS synergy could have made the difference, I believe.
I believe Flipit will be just, regretting this one, that why we haven't got a good score and on a very early notice. If we had a 1 good score previously or maybe on an early stage, these things could have been different or maybe in our favor. SETUL, they had a complete advantage, but that one mistake could have costed them the entire match. Just imagine if Mikey had 2 or 3 more AOS energy and could have got almost like
Exactly, yeah.
70 or 88 score for himself. The things would have turned out to be drastically different. Well, we cannot expect anything less from the lower bracket finals, right? Both the teams,
Yeah,
they
indeed.
have just got their entire journey getting into those ups and downs. So right now, Flipit needs to just get some really good output. So the next round, the decider round, it's going to be really crucial because if SETUL wins, they are going to go into the grand finals. If Flipit wins, then Flipit will be the one to go into the grand finals.
It's actually a very nail-biting situation at this point because SHL from the start, just like the previous game number 1 to be precise, they had the complete control in their favor. Eventually that Rayquaza stealing was there from Flipit's perspective, and also this time the same thing happened, but eventually just 4 or 5 seconds were left if I'm not wrong. So yeah, definitely Flipit tried their level best. Eventually it was SHL Esports who had the last laugh in this particular fight. You can already see from the start till the end, it was a complete control coming from SHL Esports. They had 158 points after the 7-minute marker, and somewhere around 112 points for Team Flipit was there, and they were struggling with it till the end. But eventually, after the Rayquaza was there, it was the team, it was the Hoopa, the Mikey, who was able to secure 64 points. That was good, no doubt in that. Indeed, it was a very impacting fight coming in, but SATL in the final stretch was able to secure 100 goals. If that 100 goals would have not been there, things would have been literally very, very different for SATL Esports. They would have been gone home with the 3rd position in their favor, but all said and done, the current scenario is that Flipit has to fight back once again. SATL has to once again find their grasp, have the complete advantage from the start till the end, to be honest. Then only they will be able to back out the whole victorious momentum and eventually go against Griffin for the grand finals.
Yeah, that's for sure. But we'll have a look on the replay again of this round. What actually happened from the very start of this very second round of the BO3 series. Second round was really dramatic, to be precise. because everything just turned out in way. From the very start, if you just speak, they've got some good, especially this future side coming from the side of Gardevoir, definitely something that will help me flip it to make some counter moves. Coming with that objectives, Flip It started off with a real good note. They were making some good differences from the very start so that they can actually bounce back. They can manage to get some good KOs. They were getting the good KOs. Stopping the Zoroark from the very start was one of the most crucial things, but the Zoroark managed somehow, in some scenarios, they managed to just overpower players of Flip It, but he was stacked one after another. Not allowing him to just open up was one of the most, I would say, good strategies that Flip It actually desired of. So we can see the Blastoise. He did some real annoying things. You have to admit it. Blastoise was much more annoying than any other Pokemon. But the final stretch was completely a disaster for the side of Flip It. If only that 100 score did not happen from the side of Blastoise, and other side, Flip It would have gone their way. But SATUL, a very good fight back from their end. We have to admit it. The way they have played, it's really tremendous, and we really expect this kind of gameplay from all the teams those are participating in this kind of World Championship series. So for now, this is going to be the decider round. I'm really pumped up to know what is going to happen, which bands we will be expecting. Will there be any changes in the composition? Will there be any kind of new bands that we are expecting? Possibilities are endless.
Indeed, they are endless, but eventually there is one thing I'm actually still missing from Flip It's corner, and that is the read about the level buffs that the other team is getting. Remember, Zoroark was at level 14 and eventually at level 15. On the hindsight, the players from Flip It were even struggling to go for level 13. That's the one level buff that was there for Zoroark, and also for the other Pokemon, they were at level 13 or 14. Eventually, when the players from Flip It was stuck at 11 and 12 levels. So that level buff can actually impact a lot. We have seen in the previous stages as well how far that level buff can actually impact the performance for the team. So yes, Flip It has to decide and eventually go for some more ceilings of the level buffs, have the EOS energies in their favor, go for the goals, go for the ceilings of neutral Pokemon so that they can have the advantage of leveling up as fast as possible. Let's go to the info card so that once again we can get an idea about the players. So this time it was All Might. Buzzwole is the one Pokemon that he loves to go with as an all-rounder. At the same time, Lapras is the defender that he loves to go with. Yes, definitely, having the Lapras comes up with the advantage of having a lot of recovery as well. That is 22,606 when it comes to the average damage taken. That is 58,986, pretty close to a 59,000 marker. Average dealt is also quite decent. 68.5k is going to be the average damage dealt because Buzzwole is actually a very good heavy hitter. Same goes for Lapras. Despite of being a tank, Lapras is actually quite good when it comes to the hitting permission. Now, this was SATUL Esports. Have to look into the fact who is going to represent the particular team of Flip It. No doubt, SATUL Esports had a very beautiful run in this one, but just barely they were able to win it. So, yeah, they have to be pretty much more serious at this point for the game number 3, the decider one.
Oh man, the decider will be really crucial. SATUL Esports, All Might need to come up with some good strategy, but on the other hand, if you just talk about Mickey, to be honest, IOG Mickey from the side of Flip It, 26,870 damage dealt, which is almost close to 27,000. But damage taken, if you just concede, it's 55,000, way much more than, almost 50% more than what he actually has got the average damage dealt. Taking the picks of Hoopa with the 56% of rate, 22% rate of Blissey. Mickey can be one of the most crucial players that they have to look it up for. This time also playing the Hoopa, he played a very major role, but could not make it through to the stage that they all desired. Though we can just say this time these stats won't even matter if you just win it. Yeah. It doesn't even matter because the amount of damage dealt and the amount of damage taken, it doesn't matter. But well, if you win it and go into the grand finals and face off against Team Griffin, it's a very big thing.
Yeah, I mean the main goal at this point is actually facing off Team Griffin and being in the grand finals, because eventually both the 3 teams have actually already qualified for the regionals. So again, for SATUL Esports, for the team Flip It, or eventually for Team Griffin, it's all about the positions that they are trying to fight for. But once again, let's go to the game number 3's draft phase. And in this one, I would love to remind you once again, the Sky Ruins is going to be the battle arena. It's a very beautiful map, but eventually when we talk about the ban phase, again, quite skeptical about the Pokemons that are going to get banned.
Oh well, I'm looking forward. A Glaceon and probably we can say Hoopa. I want to see a Hoopa ban because I believe SATL won't be allowing them to take a Hoopa again because it's quite annoying as well. But no, it's a Dodrio and it's a Lapras. There's no ban of Glaceon this time again. So, if there's no ban of Glaceon, Professor, I believe we are going to see a complete Glaceon pick.
Chandelier it is.
Okay.
Once again. Indeed, I mean, Nekroz, after looking at what Flippant loves to pick, I guess Chandler is the first Pokemon that they every now and then choose to go with, and missing on Glaceon is actually going to give the advantage to the SATL esports of picking it up. And along with the Glaceon, they are going to choose the Cliffable, which is absolutely impressive once again. And Hoopa, for sure, is going to get confirmed by Mikey. He is quite good with it. What? Okay, that was just missing us with. That was just a small, minuscule amount of Sebele pick coming into the play. But eventually, we have got the Slaybro and the Hoopa is already there. 3 Pokemons have been confirmed from Flippant. Now waiting on the last 3 for Team SATL esports. Okay, a Snorlax and a Blastoise to be precise. Double defender approach, that might just save the day for SATL esports. On the high side, Shrey and Professor are ready for the counter for the team. Urshifu. That's interesting. If Urshifu comes into play, the heavy hitter might just bag out a lot of victorious fight for the team known as Flippant, because Flippant is actually somewhere struggling while securing the goals and actually having the level buffs in their favor. So that is the one thing they have to work for in this particular matchup. So they have got an all-rounder, they have got a beautiful range attacker that is going to be Gardevoir. So yeah, Flippant is looking good when it comes to their punching scenario. But on the high side, Badsha might just go for the Mew. The Solar Beams are going to invite Flippant to a very decimating match.
Oh man, this one is going to be very crucial. The decider indeed. Flippant versus SATL esports. The one who wins goes through into the grand finals to face off against Team Griffin. Which team will it be? The composition of both the teams look pretty intense. They look pretty, I would say, determined and believable that they can actually come up and win it. But the one thing that matters right now, right here, is how you play, how you strategize, how you... Because this time, it's all what you have to give it up. If you can give your 101% in this match, at least to qualify for the grand finals and acquire the second spot, that's all matters. That's all that all the teams, all the players wants from their side. But Reader, what would we get? Oh, by the way, I just forgot to tell you that there's Umbreon and Leafeon coming up very shortly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What's your plan on gifting me on my birthday?
We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that. First of all, we have to decide what's the venue for your party as well. Right? So yeah, that's one thing. But yeah, moving forward to the game, let's witness the final decider map between Flippant and SATL esports. Have to see what is going to be there for Flippant at this point, because from the start SATL is having the control, and at the end it is Flippant which is laughing, having the Rayquaza advantage. But yes, for the game number 2, despite of having the Rayquaza advantage, Flippant was unable to do much. See, losing a game is a different thing. Losing by just a single point or a 2 point is actually a different thing. So yeah, Flippant is actually going to be a little bit more. It hurts. It's really painful, to be honest. Yeah, moving forward, how SATL is going to enact in this particular matchup is going to be really very crucial, because they know every now and then Flippant is the one which is able to steal the Rayquaza despite of having the level disadvantage for Flippant. They are the one which is actually laughing at the end, having the Rayquaza in the favor. But SATL might just do something amazing in the initial 8 minutes that even the Rayquaza advantage might not help the team, just as in the game number 2 happened.
See, there is a number of possibilities that we can actually see, but I can actually assure you that in this case, if anyhow SATL esports, one of the mistakes I believe they are making is that they're facing the chaos, not getting the objectives in their favor. Because Flippant, every time the objectives are coming, they're having an upper hand in that fight. They have to focus on getting the objective. This time, as Snorlax gets a level up for himself, SATL esports need a good start. They definitely need a good and a higher start if they want to win this one. If they want to defeat Flippant. If they cannot win the objective fights, they rather have to come up with some good scores. And they are doing it, though they have got a small start. They have to focus on it.
I mean, they're just trying to increase the buffer that is there between Flippant and SATL esports. That's quite good. But on the hindsight, Flippant is also trying to answer back very rapidly. And I'm quite impressed to see in the top lane that again the things are looking good for the team known as SATL Esports. And if we talk about Flip It, they're just struggling to survive at this point. Professor once again falls back, has a Citrus Berry in his hand so that he can just heal back once again. The level buffs are again starting off quite well for the team known as SATL Esports. So yeah, there we go, SATL Esports again off to a very good start.
The Glaceon is coming with the Icicle Spears. More precisely, if we just talk about these kind of moves, do actually give you some good amount of damage. There's still 40 more seconds to go for the objectives to come up. Knight, Mimic. He's quite confident with the Chandelier and he's not willing to give it up. No, not at all. He knows he can just come up with some good damage, but well, the Glacial stage won't be that much effective. The Glaceon will go down. The Scyther will get one. The Gardevoir will get another. And it's a complete pool, and the people will be coming up shortly. The Solar Beam is also dealing a good amount of damage. The Snorlax is there. It's a complete shield for the Mew. Not letting anybody to touch him down. The Chandelier is there. And now the stack. Flip It is ready. Flip It is ready. The Regice is there. The Icicle Spears already made the damage, but this time SATL will get the first hand. Will get the Scyther as well. You can say it's a free KO with that objective though. Slower also goes down. It's time for a counter strategy, or we might say a counter adapter with the side of Flip It.
Yeah, that could be the case, but Flip It is just trying to regroup for the bottom lane goal zone. This time they don't have the advantage of heavy hitters at this point, I believe. Heavy hitters are there, but they have to level up as fast as possible. Blaster's on the other corner, look at him, already at level 9, dishing out a lot of damage, securing a lot of goals as well. 68 points for Team SATL Esports at this moment, and if I talk about Flip It, they are stuck at 17 points. Alternate Swablu in the mid lane is actually at the concern, so they're just trying to have the advantage out of it. Hoopa on the other corner could actually have set the particular hyperspace hole, but at this point Blastoise once again off to a very good start. Look at him going on, trying to just give as much as damage as possible. Mew also comes up at the same lane. In the top lane goal zone there is a complete ruckus going on. In the bottom lane goal zone it's Hoopa, which might actually go for the goal zones, but before that, look at that. Regieleki gets connected by the Gardevoir. The range attacker finds a beautiful pick onto the Regieleki, and with that they have got the 6th ally. And let's see how the distraction is going to pave the way of a glorious victory for Flip It.
Flip It already have got a counter. Like if you have got the Regice, no problem. We'll get the Regieleki in our favor. We'll keep you busy for some time. Like Glaceon will just go away. He's not waiting or letting down. In any case, the counter scores from Flip It are also coming with 40 plus score, and this tower has been put to rest. Glaceon will have an intention to get the buffs steal from their side. It's not an easy job at all. 12 more seconds to go for another Reggie to spawn up. Probably a Reggie steal. You can expect it to be. There's not a big difference, but yep, still this difference can be overcome with the SATL Esports not just trying to give it up. They won this victory. They want it to be in their favor. The Regirock has been acquired. And now it's time for a counter attack, but the Glacial stage will be used because Icicle Spears is dealing good amount of damage, but with the Hydro Typhoon might just get some good while the Rapid Spin getting activated. These values are important, the scores are important, but
nice.
Oh, that's quite nasty.
What a
they were
counter.
not able to put a single score in it.
Exactly. Everybody was ready and jam-packed with the scores in their favor. The Eos energies were just overflowing, but eventually all of a sudden the complete shift is there. Look at that, Flip It is actually having a buffer in their favor, and along with that the Solar Beam comes into the play, but still not enough. I guess this counter is looking quite good for the team known as Flip It, but they are now getting KOs. They are also getting KO'd at the same moment. Look at that, Flipable has been taken down once again by the Gardevoir. The range attacker is actually working its way. Slowbro finds another one. That was the Blastoise, if I'm not wrong, who had been taken down. Now with that, the goals are coming in, but Divine was again getting denied by the goals. Oh, Glaceon again getting contested. Slowbro getting contested. With that, there is an open opportunity for the teammates of Flip It to just shut down the goal, and that's exactly what happened. The bottom lane goal zone and the top lane goal zone both have been destroyed. Flip It, which was not looking good in the initial circuit, is now looking very comfortable, now looking very confident as well, and SATL is having the run for the money, and now they have to focus a bit more onto the Rayquaza as well.
They have to focus it on. They have to focus it, because if you just talk about Chandelier, with that overheat is just getting good amount of damage from a good distance. It doesn't need to be followed up with any other one, but Flipit knows his objectives are the key to their success, and they have got it. The Chandelier will get the Regiliki for their side. Now the entire focus shifts onto the bottom lane. The Regiliki will hit it. There is no second thoughts. There's Hyper Phase already reactivated. The instantly need a support, and they will be granting. The Chandelier steps in. The Hydro Typhoon will not be that much effective for them, but still they're just making some moves. The Slowbro is still trying to make it up. The Scyther will be getting KO'd, but as we speak, the Reggie Steel appears. But it's a complete stack push. It's a very big stack push, and it's a successful one indeed for the SQL in sports. They have to just make it up. The Reggie Steel needs to be acquired. 30 more seconds to go, and they need this victory no matter what it takes.
Once again, two of the Pokemons coming from SATL Esports keep it back to the base so that they can safeguard their own top lane and bottom lane goal zone. In the mid lane, I believe in another 15 seconds we'll get to see a complete rampage coming up, because indeed Flipit now knows that in the previous matchup in the game number 2, the only mistake that they did was delaying that Rayquaza melting down in his situation, and due to that they lost the game with just buffer of 2 points, to be honest. So this one, it is going to be a very early start, I believe, and yes, there we go, multiple unites being thrown here and there. Rings and Bound is already coming in. Hoopa is trying to be chaotic onto Rex and the other Pokemon, but look at the KO. The range attacker Gardevoir is done. Not just that, Chandelier has been also taken down. That means indeed this is SATL Esports' match. The way the SATL Esports is performing in this particular matchup is absolutely impressive. They're getting the big guys out of the equation. The big guns are done. And here's the Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon gets the Rayquaza. I mean, that's it. That's it, guys. SATL is going to face off Griffin in the grand finals. Seems like that. It's just all about how much points SATL is going to bag out with this victorious battle.
The revenge is successful. SATL, they have to come up, but the shield.
And that to a 2-1.
Blastoise could able to score it. Oh, he will be disappointed with it. The moment he was just trying to step in and get the scores done, but it's all done. The revenge has been acquired. It is avenged. The previous defeat, or the cause, the reason that actually pushed SATL down in the lower bracket, that's the reason that they're facing right now in the lower bracket final, but eventually the revenge has been taken. Rex is just looking for an opportunity. He will get it. He'll get it for sure. It's a play plus 84. Trying for a counter-attack scores, but it cannot be done. How are you supposed to do
Oh, again.
The Hydro Typhoon being used, just trying to distract and buy some time, and it's quite enough.
Yeah, it is. 30 seconds more to go, and eventually in these 30 seconds, scoring somewhere around more than 500 points is not going to be an easy task. And you can already see on the hindsight, they were slippable, securing some more goals. Multiple KOs are going to come in. The Gardevoir gets connected by the Blastoise. He has been taken down. Rings Unbound is already there for Mikey. Let's see how Mikey is going to perform with that. I believe the KO is going to be there, and for sure, Blastoise, look at that, another KO for Blastoise. With that, yes, SATL Esports have got their revenge, and that too, a 2-1. Exactly what they faced against Flipit in the initial circle.
We got a 2-1, but well, I really believe Flipit will regret the second round. What happened?
Oh, for sure.
2 points, that 2 freaking points would have turned the entire tables around for the side of Flipit. But well, with this, if we just talk about in the WCS 2023 qualifier India May tournament, Flipit will finish off in the 3rd position, as SATL will move up the fight for the champions title, or the 2nd push. At least we can say that the top 2 teams of this May tournament are none other than Team Griffin and SATL Esports. So,
Yeah.
now the question arises, which team will be crowned as the champions? Because Griffin are looking quite strong, because they are not even closing it with a 2-1, they're all closing it with a 2-0.
I mean, that's exactly what SATL was also doing against Haveli, against Liquid, but they suffered against Flipit. So yeah, things might change for Griffin as well. Have to see how SATL is going to perform, because SATL, if they are able to bag out the first grand finals victory in their favor, they have to again reset and once again win that particular matchup, so that they can altogether secure the grand finals and first position in their favor. So SATL have to go a long way still after bagging out this particular runner-up position in their favor. On the hindsight, all Griffin has to do is come up with a 2-0, and that could be it. Griffin could be the crowned team as the #1 in this particular May tournament. Looking forward to see how that happens, but before that, let's talk about Flipit and SATL Esports' statistics. Yes, the defeated one had a lot of damage in their favor. Mikey, look at him. A lot of recovery was done, but eventually the damage dealing was there from Nightme. and also from the perspective of Shrey, the Gardevoir and Chandelier was actually quite chaotic in the initial circuit, if you guys remember. But after that, when the Glaceon had the right level, look at that, level 15. All Might had level 15. Once again, the level buff comes into the play. And Nekroz again, I guess Flipit was somewhere around unable to find that level buff in their favor.
Exactly, that's the fact. That's the only reason that everything went down. Flipit, almost the main thing that they were continuing from the previous 2 rounds was just to get a hold of those objectives that they were completely denied by SCTUL in this particular match. And the jump from that moment, the scores were levelized. It's like 2-point difference. There was not at all a huge lead, and from that position everything turned out in the favor of SCTUL Esports. There was nothing that could stop them because the Rayquaza went in their favor, and everything goes in that team's favor who has got the Rayquaza in almost 90% matches. And that's what happened in SCTUL's favor. But with that, if we just see, there's a big blow towards the side of Flipit, but though it's not the end because they have qualified for the regional playoffs. So Flipit needs to grind some more. They have to come up with some more upcoming strategies so that they can provide and prove it in the regional playoffs. But we'll look into the replay again of this match, and we'll just see those crucial moments that actually happened from the very start. If you just see, SCTUL Esports, they were on a focus to oppress Flipit no matter what it takes. But yes, some early KOs were faced by SCTUL Esports, but when the objectives arrived, there was no room of mistake from the side of SCTUL Esports to make any kind of counter. But if we just talk about SCTUL Esports, one after another, they got all the KOs, and this stack push was really crucial. Though we can see the Chandelier played a brilliant role in order to just bring back and just hold their sights because they wanted to get some good output. The overheat, the Unite moves coming up in the right moment, getting some good outputs was definitely crucial. But well, you have to admit it, SCTUL Esports, they stepped in the very right moment where they needed the most to be in. Though the rings and bound were unleashed, nothing actually happened in the favor of Flipit, and SCTUL got the right thing on the right moment, and they struck it at the right time to get this value, to get this match, and to get the series in their favor to move in to the grand finale of this WCS 2023 qualifier India May tournament.
I mean, eventually when we talk about the last final stretch, I guess at that point it was indeed the Blastoise which was working way too good for the team. But now moving forward, yes, we have got the tournament brackets. If you guys remember, in the lower bracket final, it was Flipit against SCTUL Esports, where SCTUL Esports is able to bag out the victory, and now they're going to face in the grand final the team Griffin, which was a complete dominating team against teams like Flipit, which was again quite good against team SCTUL Esports. So yeah, looking forward to see how the grand final pans out. Remember guys, there is a reset also coming in. If SCTUL Esports bags out the victory, they have to again fight back team Griffin for another victory. So they have to get 2 victories in their favor if they want to become the champion of the grand finals. On the hindsight, being the upper bracket grand finalist, I guess Team Griffin is actually going to have the advantage of just shutting down once SCTUL Esports, and if they are able to do that, they will be crowned as the champion.
Oh well, that's for sure. This is going to be a big battle because SCTUL, they don't need, if they want to win, if they want to be the champions of the WCS 2023 qualifier India May tournament, they wouldn't have to defeat Griffin once, but twice they have to win it to brag that particular position. But oh man, it's going to be still a long journey. SCTUL Esports, they might have thought that it's going to be easy, but it's still a long journey. But for Griffin, things are quite different. If they win this BO3 series against SCTUL, it's all done and dusted, man. It's your championship that you can take it away. But right now, we're going to take a short break, and after the break, we will be just going forward with the grand finale. But we might have to wait some time. Because the players are just getting prepared. The stage is just getting set, because this BO3 series will be one of the most crucial BO3 series of this entire May tournament.
I mean, it's the grand finals, definitely. This is what we were talking about and waiting from the registrations to this stage, to be honest. So this is the grand stage that we are talking about. Looking forward to see how Griffin is going to perform against SCTUL, because indeed SCTUL was good, but Griffin had the complete domination against all the other teams that they were facing. So now, as Nekroz instructed that we are going to go to a 10-minute short break, and after that we'll be back with the grand finals for us. Yeah. Four Pokemon WCS, oh actually 5 Pokemon coming, Fuller Beams coming into play. There would have been a KO, Cardio finds 2. That's it.
Cutting down T-Shot. Not getting it. Many choices to rock. Uses Unite. I have to say that. Rock steps in right and forward.
Damage, Mew is about to get cleared, but before that, Hoopa gets connected. Hoopa is out of the equation. Yes, the mid is struggling. Brings and Bound is there out of the game coming in. After doing that practice, well, it's denying the fact that Knowledge is not under it. Liquid is trying to have the advantage, but still, it's a good back. Massive damages, but Delphon's right. The level buffs are again starting off quite well for the so yeah. Gets connected by the Guardian, the range attacker finds. Oh, exactly, technically quite good for the team as something like they are now getting heroes, they are also getting healers, so it's a problem to take it down. With that, the goals are coming in, but Divine was again getting denied by the coach. Rings and Bound is already coming in. Hoopa is trying to be chaotic on the Rex and the other Pokémon, but look at the KS Really Sports is performing in this particular matchup is absolutely impressive. They're getting the big guys out of the equation, the big guns. 500 points is not going to be an easy task, and you can see on the hindsight there was capable securing some of the last twice. He has been taken down. Rings and Bound is already there for Mikey. Let's see how Mikey is going to perform in the journey. Both of these results are similar. Only on the inside, this is going to be competition. Still, yes, Griffin is struggling. Griffin is struggling at this point. But brings up now is there another game coming in. After that fact as well as speaking with the other corner is just denying the fact that Nekroz is just trying to counter it. Griffin is trying to have the advantage, but still Griffin is backing. This could be a KO. Is it going to be that situation? I believe that. Taking back to the base, trying to have the back. Gardeman, reach attack and notice some massive damages. Middle box fight. Level box again starting off quite well for the team. By the Gardener, the range attacker finds. Oh, nice. Exactly. That is looking quite good for the team known as Ultimate, but they are now getting KOs. They are also getting KOs at the moment, but along with that, the goals are coming in, but Dubai was again getting denied by the. Inbound is already coming in. Rupa is trying to be chaotic onto Rex and the other Pokemon, but look at the chaos it release versus performing in this particular matchup is absolutely impressive. They're getting the big guys out of the equation, the big guns. See with the hindsight there was capable securing some blast twice. He has been taken down. Rex now is already there for Mikey. Let's see how Mikey is going to perform. Definitely both of these teams are looking similar. Knowing again that this is about the are actually going to be the question and the complete focus probably implemented actually there. 4 Pokemon to be precise, actually 5 Pokemon coming in. Cooler Beams coming into play. They would have been a KO. Gardener finds 2. That's it.
Shutting down 3 shots. Well, hello trainers, welcome back again to World Championship Series 2023 Qualifiers India May Tournament. This side Nekroz alongside it's Reed joining me live with us for the grand finale of this very May tournament. It was indeed a very hectic day. It was a long day for all the teams, for all the players, but right now it's the final moment. It's a fun moment to cherish as well as to make some noise as well, because both the teams, it's none other than Team Griffin and SATL Esports, who will be facing each other again in this grand finale for the hashtag 1 or the hashtag 2 spot. But which team will be turning up as the champion, that's still a question mark.
Well, at this point, being in the grand finals was definitely a dream for SATL Esports while they were pushed at the lower brackets. But then again, I would love to add on that for SATL Esports, being the champion is going to be a bit difficult against Griffin. There are two reasons due to it, because they have to reset, they have to bag out another victory if they want to become the champions, and apart from all the other things, Griffin is a team which have not lost any matches today. They are looking very dominating, and even the team that was there in the upper bracket finals, that was Team Flip It, if I'm not wrong, they were able to do that 2-0 in front of them as well. A clean sweep was there, and every now and then they had close to 900 points in their favor. Oh, we'll talk about all of those things, but before that, let's talk about the rosters coming from Team Griffin and SATL Esports. First of all, Griffin has Miram, Wall, Tencent, Tesla, and Vixen. Vixen is very good with the speedsters that he chooses. Walk is again very good with his attacking formation. If we talk about SATL Esports, we just saw their formation, we just saw their kind of synergy. All Might, Badshah, Kuram, Snowy, and Rex are the 5 member standings from the SATL Esports. Have to see how SATL Esports is going to play against a team which actually knows how to give that counter strategies, how to give those counter attacks. Because I remember against Flipit, when Flipit was actually having the advantage of Reggie Rocks and having the advantage of sealing the objectives, at that same exact moment, what Griffin decided is going in their base goal zone and securing some amazing, tremendous, huge goals, to be honest. That's exactly what they can do against SATL Esports as well, because SATL Esports has kind of a similar gameplay when it comes to Flipit. But moving forward, Team Griffin has secured some serious damage, and that is 2,75,592. When it comes to damage taken, that is 2,42,169. And recovery is also quite decent, because every now and then their players choose to go with Snorlax, Lapras, and even Trevenant is actually there for a few times, and Blastoise is also there for the team. But yes, the frequently used Pokemons are a speedster, that is the Dodrio, along with the Lapras, that is a very beautiful defender along with some heavy hits. And if I talk about Chandelure, that's 57% pick rate with a Clefable as well, the supporter for the team. Again, Snorlax is also there with 57 pick rate. And if I talk about Hoopa, that's 43% pick rate. But then again, that support is also quite good with those hyperspace holes. We have seen throughout the day how beautiful Hoopa can be when you actually use it in the right fashion.
Exactly. It means like I cannot say that there's not even a one single substitute Pokemon for the Hoopa. You cannot even get any kind of counters for a Hoopa. That's the main thing. You can actually KO him or something like that, but no alternate options you will get for himself. But right now, if we talk about the Chandelure comes into the play, same for the SATL side as well. 54% pick rate with the Clefable and the Chandelure, as well as the Gardevoir. 38% with that Zoroark as well as the Lapras. But now as the Snorlax comes in with a 38% of pick rate, there are some definitely different stats that we might be expecting, because yes, SATL have made it this far with the Zoroark from their side, from the Chandelure on their side, the Clefable in their side. But this time, it's definitely something that they have to put their 101 effort. They have to put in before the regional qualifiers. I believe this is the best thing that they can actually count in for, because if they can manage to win this mini tournament in the June, before the LCQ, we'll also get some good chances to practice, and in the regional playoffs, oh my god, I'm really pumped up for that.
Oh yeah, definitely have to see what happens at that stage. But in order to see that, I believe we have to face the grand finals as well. And again, the emphasis is going to be there that SATL, Flipit, and also Team Griffin have already secured their own slots for the regionals. But then again, it's all about the placement they are going to get in this championship series. I really think that Griffin is going to have a little bit more easier time, and eventually if we talk about SATL, they are going to have tough time in order to secure those victories, those rounds, those games in their favor. Bans of the Pokemons are going to be also quite crucial, along with the picks that they are going to take. So for SATL, I really believe there is going to be some Gardevoirs, some Chandelures coming to the play. For Griffin, there might be some other situation coming to the play. For Griffin, I have to see how they're going to perform against SATL, because that will be an eye-pleasing moment for us as well.
Oh well, it's definitely going to be an eye-pleasing moment for us. I cannot wait for the exact match to get started, because it's definitely a PO3 series. But as we mentioned earlier, if SATL is willing to win this tournament, they have to defeat Team Griffin not once but twice. And winning 4 rounds against a team who is continuing with a 2-0 clean sweep streak. It's difficult. It's more difficult than it seems to be.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
too, it's Team Griffin, which has got an IGL-like Volk. He's the one who has got an experience of international circuit. He has represented India in the ACL through a different team name, but definitely the experience that he carries is the example But without any further delay, let's head on to the draft pick grand finale's first round, where Team Griffin will have the first pick for their side, as STUL will be there in the second. I'm expecting a bans of like a Glaceon and Rodrigo, but we'll have to see what happens.
The ban phase is actually quite crucial for sure. Yeah, Thea Sky Ruins is going to be the battle arena. Acid Really Esports is going to be the one which is going to choose the next Pokemon. I believe the first pickers are Griffin. So yeah, definitely have to see which are the two Pokemons getting banned. Okay, that's a Chandelier and a Glaceon. Ooh, the heavy hitters are already out of equation. Let's see what Tesla is going to pick at this point. Is it going to be a speedster for the team that is going to be a Rodrio, or oh, they have a defender, and that is going to be Lapras. So let's see how Lapras and its own meta is going to help the team known as Griffin. And on the hindsight, when it comes to Acid Really Esports, they are also going to pick a defender that is Slowbro, along with a Clefable, I believe. Things might change, but yes, Clefable has been confirmed. Let's see the confirmation for Slowbro will come or not. No, it is a Blastoise. And we already have seen how beautiful STUL is with the Blastoise in the previous matchup.
I mean, we are quite accustomed because all night in the previous 2 to 3 rounds he was playing Blastoise, he was getting good values, he was converting it into some good instances, and I believe it is going to be the same for himself. But right now, as we just talk about, this is the moment. Kyurem is there with the Clefable. Rex might be going with that Trevenant. Bacha should stick with that Gardevoir in my opinion. He can play pretty well, but with the 90s, so that's also a very good pick. If Bacha can actually play it well, we are quite, accustomed that Bacha can actually play the long range attackers pretty well. Volk will be going with that Delphox as Tesla takes on with the Hoopa. Snow is still with the last one, might go with the Zoroark, which is going to be a good choice for sure. Confusion between Zoroark and the Gardevoir, but I believe Zoroark should be the verdict.
A speedster for the team, that definitely could be the one thing that might actually help them. Again, some shuffles are there between Gardevoir and the Zoroark, but finally it is done. It's Zoroark, a speedster coming into the play from both of the team. They have an attacker and they have a double defender. Pretty much a similar approach coming from both the teams, but having the Hoopa might just be the X factor for the Griffin. And if I talk about Acid Really Esports, they definitely have got their own double defender approach with a speedster along with an amazing attacker that's Ninetales. And with the Clefable, they are going to secure some beautiful points, I believe. But then again, for me, it's looking like Team Griffin might just have the upper hand in this game.
Oh, well, might have an upper hand, but this time, it's still, it's tough to say. It's definitely tough to say.
It is.
But when we just talk about 90s, especially the moves, we talk about the Avalanche and the Blizzard, this competition is really something against which it's very turned out against the Ninetales for sure. And I believe that kind of combinations will be used this time as well from side of STU. They're quite aware of that. But I really am looking forward. Bacha, he is one of those most crucial players, or maybe I can say the trainers, that has to make the bigger move alongside the others. But yes, tough call, tough decisions, greater rewards.
Yeah.
Still, will Team Griffin be able to counter it?
Too many questions. I believe we are going to get those answers in just 10 minutes. We'll have to see how the performance is going to go. Definitely, yes, Team Griffin is off to a very decent start and they are just trying to farm. They're just trying to level up. Look at the Lapras already at level 2. Is about to go for the level 3 for sure. Meanwhile, I believe SAT will have every now and then showcase their talent while securing some early goals. That's exactly what they're trying to do at this point. Look at Clefable trying to track down the Doduo, but Doduo secures another 2. That's amazing. Once again tries to go for another set of goals, but might, look at him, he's going to secure 4 goals, and then the contestment with the Hoopa and the Doduo is going to come in. There could be a KO like situation coming in, but might falls back. I mean, this portal is just trying to be a little bit more on the far other ends, but there could be a KO like situation coming in. All Might is actually going to be there on the top lane goal zone. He's going to have the Citrus Berry advantage. Along with him, there are some more Pokemons coming in as a backup for him. And on the bottom lane goal zone, we have a heavy hitter, that's Ninetales, with the Snorlax trying to keep the attacking formation coming from Team Griffin. That's kind of good, but then again, look at Hoopa, trying to create a lot of trouble.
Hoopa is one of those supporters who actually creates quite a lot of trouble for the others. Zorua still trying to level up. Snow, he needs to step up as fast as possible. He needs to contribute in good KOs, and Zoroark is just saying he needs to just show his wrath. But the Dodrio is there to make some counters. Though we can say that no sell at this moment. Griffin Esports. It will be hard, it will be tough, it's not easy because you cannot underestimate your opponent grand finalists because they're also here after winning the matches. So you have to keep them in the equal position. The Dodrio. One more KO and they can get some good amount of scores in the top lane.
Yeah, the score of they were trying to actually KO down that particular Pokemon, but eventually it was not that easy. Look at that, once again the formation is there. Vixen is trying to be aggressive. Well, the Pokemon was on fire, but the backup is there. The Zorak is actually here, so things might change. The triple trample is actually going to be there very soon once the Unite moves gets unlocked. But at this point, it's level 6, so definitely have to wait for that as well. Ooh, another set of amazing 24 goals dying down. SATL Esports once again playing in a very similar fashion as they played against Flipit. From the start, they're trying to have the control, but eventually they are repaying with the KOs. Look at that, 2 KOs are already there. And with that, the push coming from Griffin is going to be tremendous. They are going to create a lot of buzz at that point. And look at Hoopa. Look at the Hoopa. He's trying to actually create a lot of shifts. Have to see what happens at this point, but eventually 58 goals, that's mean. Oh, 100! Griffin is actually now having a lot of advantage when it comes to the buffer in the goaling scenario, but the focus will be getting shifted very soon because in just 20 seconds we'll get to see the Regis coming into the play. On the top lane, there will be a Regieliki. In the bottom lane, there could be Regi Ice, Regi Steel or Regi Rock. Let's see who is going to focus at that point, but eventually in the top lane goal zone, the destruction is done. 80 points for SATL Esports and already a goal zone has been destroyed. I mean,
it's just the start, and it's just the start. Team Griffin is just getting a hold of it. They have to focus on the water. He started barely surviving. He was just barely surviving. SATL Esports will get this Regieliki. There's no doubt in that. They will get some plenty amount of good scores as well. They are looking forward to grab some good stuffs. They are looking forward to get some good outcomes. Snowy will steal the buffs from the side of Team Griffin as well. Not getting a hold of it. Reggie Steel will create some hindrances. Slowbro comes, like Snorlax comes in, but won't be able to get this objective in their favor. The ball will get this Reggie Steel in their favor. Might just give them some a little bit buff, but Griffin need to put this pressure on. Wartortle will be just going for just getting those buffs in their favor. Zorak is still there just to level it himself up. Drio needs to come up with some good scores. Much needed scores for sure.
Yep, he was able to secure, I believe, 13 points, and eventually after that, the Wartortle came in, gave a huge amount of damage, and Wartortle is just on its way to become the Blastoise that we really want to see at this moment. But eventually, look at that, TG Muram and the other guys are dead ahead in the circle, in the particular goal zones, and they're trying to get as many KOs as possible. Wartortle has been taken down by the Dodrio, which is absolutely impressive. Zorak finds the Delphox, the attacker, the heavy hitter for the team has been taken, and Barsha on the outside. The Ninetales is also working its way, but look at Vixen, already at level 10, about to go for the level 11, and this looks quite an amazing way, quite in an amazing way, because the only guy from SATL Esports which is at level 11 is going to be the Zorak, which is the speedster. Other than that, everybody is stuck at level 8 or level 9, but on the other corner, if we talk about Team Griffin, look at the level buffs. So this might be the thing which now SATL might actually face, the level buffs. If that is going to be that case, it will be absolutely easy for Griffin to just completely shut down the players. Once again, TPing back to the base and coming back to the locations from which they can fight back, and you can already see Lapras and the Dodrio are trying to approach for the top lane goal zone where Blastoise is already waiting for them. Blastoise is already trying to gatekeep it. Regieliki is actually spawned, and that's a major concern for the Lapras and Dodrio. But in the bottom lane, look at that. Delphox is trying to fight back. Delphox is trying to get as many SKUs as possible. The serfs are actually coming in. Snorlax is ready. So, yes, the supporters are also coming to the play. But look at Snowy. On a completely different note, he goes in, secures 50 goals, and that's it. The buffer that was there, which was looking quite a big one, is now getting countered.
The hide the space hole was activated, but nobody actually tried to go out and get this value, or they just tried to stop him because they were more focused on getting this Regice in their favor. The Unite being activated slow. Snorlax might just have an upper hand, but the trio will get it for the side. For his side, Griffin might just have a good advantage with Unite being activated. Hoopa needs to get some huge amount of KOs. He needs to come up with some KOs, but Zoroark needs to be stopped. Indeed, the moves are being implemented. The Lapras is getting a double KO streak, a triple KO streak, and then the Snorlax will get one. Zoroark has been put to rest. The Hydro Typhoon comes in the right moment, but another KO might stop in. Blastoise would have turned out to be a better case, but this time he has been punished. The Water Pulse from the side of Lapras will stun the Kyurem for some time. Might just get some good kills. The Slowbro is there as well. That's the door. Needs to be slowing. They're trying to get the steal. But will they be able to? I don't think so. It's a very tough call. Lapras needs to back out. Slowbro has got some good heavy hits. He cannot stand out. He wouldn't be able to stand for a long time, as though they're dealing a good amount of damage. No hyperspace hole can actually fix it. The Kyurem is still there, trying to hide it out. Tesla needs to back out. Miriam is still holding the hyperspace hole. Won't be just of any use though. Another hyperspace hole has been activated. Talked about, but she is still looking for an opportunity to make some good scores.
Yeah, eventually Dodrio on the top lane is just creating a lot of buzz at this point, and that is exactly what SATL is able to read, and that is why Blastoise is there to just completely safeguard the top lane goal zone. It's going to be a tough one, but eventually the Heavy Hitter is also going to the top lane goal zone, and that's going to be Ninetales. Lapras is already there, a contestment which is going to be surreal for sure. This first game is looking quite good. In the grand finals we are, and look at Blastoise. Way too low HP, but then again, tried to be chaotic. Dodrio punishes him off. Delphox on the other corner. Oh, the Ninetales, exactly as you said, is also going to get KO'd. Oh, the Lapras was on point at that moment, and eventually once again taking back to the base so that they can have the HPs and eventually be ready for next contestment. But after remember, Regirock is there. Regieleki is already on the top lane. Nobody is concerned about that Regieleki, but maybe the Regi on the bottom lane could be the contestment for the team. Oh, the final search is here. Now the focus is going to get shifted from both of these teams. Multiple KOs could come in, and look at the unites being found from both of these teams. That means we have 10 unites at this point, and these amazing unites can actually create a lot of buzz. And look at the damage. Look at the damage Tensai is suffering with. But Vixen on the other corner is going to secure his 100 for sure.
Oh well, this time it's really important. 300 and 130 though. The Rayquaza fight is important. The Zoroark is still not dead. The Zoroark is needed much more in the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah.
Lapras is keeping him busy right now. He's quite aware that yes, he's going to come stronger again. The Bubble Beam is just stopping him. The Triple Trample might just get some good kills. Yes, it does. SATL Esports, they're just lagging behind the Zoroark. You are being completely missed, my bro. You have to step in right now, as the Rayquaza will be getting in the favor of Team Griffin. There is no cap in that. The Lapras, the work he was assigned has been completed. The Hydro Typhoon won't even matter to them. The Lapras was still with the 50 score. The shield is still there, but it will be broken down this time. Oh man, God, it's definitely one of the most crucial moments. The Zoroark was much needed in the legendary pit rather than any position, but I gotta say Griffin got the hold of the very first round.
To be honest, a very huge failed attempt coming from Zoroark as well. He was trying to safeguard the top lane goal zone, but right now they are even struggling to safeguard their baseline goal zone because all the other goal zones have already been destroyed. All Might is already suffering quite a bit. He might just get KO'd, but yeah, KOs are coming in with the Delphox's help. The KOs comes in. They're trying to secure some more goals, but there is everybody from SATL Esports trying to safeguard their baseline goal zone. They don't want this gap to be much more than the gap is already there. 676, that's what the score was. But even after that, Hoopa secures another set of 8 goals. There might be some more goals coming to the play, and yeah, there we got a set of 6 goals coming into the play. Another 4. That means the score might be pretty close to 750 or maybe even 800 to be honest. But all in all, yes, Team Griffin off to a very good start. SATL is struggling quite a bit. And as you said, Nekroz, SATL has to secure 4 rounds if they want to bag out the victory. On the hindsight, Griffin has to secure just 2. And out of those 2s, already a round is in the favor of... Yeah, they are at the series point.
One more round. Team Griffin. See, if you talk about the composition, there is well nothing wrong. There was literally nothing wrong with the SATL composition. It was perfect. But the main thing that happened, the moment you needed the Zoroark in your favor, SATL Esports, the moment they needed the Zoroark the most, he was completely trapped. And Zoroark, I cannot blame Snowy for that as well, because he had not got any single other options. If he would have left that goal post, then Medium was ready to score a proper 100. There was no way you could have stopped Medium from that. If Snowy went to the Rayquaza fight, there would have been a 50-50 chance that he would have got a hold and he could have got that Rayquaza in their favor, because already 2 of his players were already down. It was a very tough decision for Snowy even as a player to make it and to do it in that some fraction of seconds, but it actually matters. This is what Pokemon Unite is all about. You have to take the decisions on a very short time, and short means I really say in seconds you have to decide what you want to do and where you want to go. If you make it at the right time, at the right moment, you can bag up your victory. But if you cannot, this is what it does. SCTL Esports not having a great start in the grand finale for now. But we'll have to wait for Team Griffin. Will they be able to score it with another clean sweep? The grand finale can be there. The champions title can be theirs, and that $7,000+ can be theirs.
Yeah, the prize pool is at stake. Many things are there which are actually going to be quite an important drop for Team Griffin at this moment. But eventually, looking at this graph, you can clearly see in the start, yes, SCTL for a brief moment was trying to compete against the Team Griffin and eventually was setting up their own markers. But after the 6-minute marker, they was just stuck at 130 points and just stuck at 130 points for the next 6 minutes, I believe. Next 4 or 5 minutes, to be honest. But other than that, for Griffin, I guess they had a very good start. From the start, they had the control and they were getting multiple KOs as well. Despite of choosing the right Pokemons, SCTL Esports suffered a lot due to, I would again like to emphasize on the point, due to the level buffs that Griffin had. From Griffin's perspective, they were having level 11, 12, 13, vice versa, and on the other corner, if we talk about SCTL Esports, they were stuck at level 8 or 9 or at 10. So that's the one thing which was quite chaotic for the team.
Indeed. But if we just talk about again the replay, the first round, it says we just talk about the start. Vixen and SCTL look quite promising, but well, Griffin always had the counter for it. Snowy just tried his level best, being the Zoroark, he needed to step up the most and got some early KOs which actually affected the side of Team Griffin a bit. But after that, when Griffin just tried to come back, they came up with some crucial attacks, the counters, the unites, the dumps that were done was on a so much higher level that SCTL could not stand even a single chance. The moment Griffin stepped up, it was all. And no wonders, SCTL were just completely stunned out. They tried their level best, but the stack scores, especially the Blastoise, he tried with a rapid spin but could not get what he wanted. But when you talk about the Rayquaza, he was there, just trying to hold it off. But instantly, Vixen coming up with this moves, the Lapras with that waterfalls, he strapped the 90s and got that KO, especially in the last final fight. It was all done as a team game. It was a complete team effort that was put up by the side of Team Griffin. Just locking the Zoroark in a single position just by not letting him go in the Rayquaza fight was one of the most crucial decisions that I believe that Team Griffin did. And Lapras, hats off to him. Miriam, the way he just manages to stop the Zoroark. It's not a very easy job, but yes, as he was a defender, he can actually take a good amount of damage. He manages to stop the Zoroark, and that's where the entire match was decided.
Definitely, the tussle which was going on in the top lane goal zone was absolutely mesmerizing. Already, I believe every single guy from Team SCTL was struggling there in the legendary pit. They were trying to take the advantage of Rayquaza, also at the same time trying to dish out the Unite so that they can take down the players from Griffin. But at the hindsight, what was happening, Zoroark and Lapras was just fighting their own battle. See, there was nothing to lose for Team Griffin at that point because Griffin was actually creating that distraction. That is the kind of beautiful strategies Griffin is actually ready with. They know how the other team is going to perform and they are already ready with the counter attacks. And that's the best part. The split second decisions that the IGLs are able to take. You were talking about Volk, if I'm not wrong, as IGL, which is actually orchestrating the fight at this point for Team Griffin, which is absolutely impressive, to be honest. Having the right strategies in a split second was quite an important aspect of this particular game. And eventually you just get 10 minutes, that's all. And in those 10 minutes you have multiple objectives to conquer with, you have 5 Pokemons to take down with, and multiple times you have to take down. It's not like that you are just going to shut one Pokemon down and he is not going to respawn. He's going to respawn. It might take time, but he's going to respawn. He is going to be back with the full HP. He's going to attack you. The time he is going to take to respawn is going to he's going to be ready with the strategies from which he can take you down upward once again. So all in all, it was absolutely amazing. But Team Griffin definitely was able to had a beautiful idea of what the SCTL was capable of. And once again, I have to emphasize that SCTL has to bag out still 4 rounds. And all Griffin has to do is bag out their last one. Team Griffin's Vixen was the guy which was actually quite chaotic. Frequently used Pokemon is for sure. Dodrio for him. I believe that in the next one, Dodrio could be getting banned.
I mean, it's a complete win-win situation for side of Griffin. But yeah, I really don't think a team like Griffin cannot win and one more round, as they've got a good start. there is a chance that even if just consider it that SCTL is going to win the second round, there's one more round and in which there might be a chance that Griffin will bounce back, because Griffin is not a team that can be easily beaten down. SCTL, I'm not telling that their lineup is not matchable with Griffin, but yes, definitely Griffin, the way, the momentum, the gameplay, the strategies, the counter moves, what they are coming up with, it's really something that cannot be beaten down. I'm really, excited much more to see all the teams like True Rippers, Revenant, Griffin, SCTL playing, and same as if you just talk about, the other teams who will qualify for the regional playoffs. I'm really excited to see them and those matches, because those will be one of the most toughest and I would say the most exciting matches of the entire WCS 2023 qualifiers in India. Because in this Indian region, we are seeing so many new teams, but all the new teams are showing so much potential from their side.
That's the best part. Despite of being a new team, lacking the experience, but still they are getting the job done. What if they are going to get the experience? What will happen after that? Well, we'll talk about all those stuffs, but before that, we have got the game number 2 of the Grand Finals already running, and this is the drop pick phase that is here. Here Sky Ruins as the battle arena. In another 15 seconds, I believe we'll get to see which other 2 Pokemons getting banned, and after that, SCTL is going to pick their first Pokemon. If Dodrio gets banned by Team Griffin, I won't be surprised at this moment. Other than that, the Chandelier and also Glacian were banned in the previous matchup. Let's see, is it going to be a similar ban or something different is going to be there? Oh yeah, there you go. SCTL themselves were able to ban the Dodrio because they know how chaotic that Pokemon is. On the hindsight, Griffin was able to ban the Lapras. A Chandelier might be coming in from Might side or a Glaceon. Oh yeah, the Glaceon is here, I believe. Let's see, is it going to get confirmed? Indeed, it is going to get confirmed, and with that Chandelier along with, I believe, maybe a Hoopa or some defender. Oh, Chandelier with a Slowbro. That's interesting.
I mean, this time it's Volk stepping up as a Chandelier. It's something a bit surprising, but for me, I will wait for the preparation phase because I don't think Volk is going to stick with a Chandelier for sure. But yes, Kyurem stacking up with that Cliffable, Rex with that Snorlax, still a good decent pick. But Griffin, if you just talk about, well, what is going to be coming up from side of Volk? Volk, what's your plan? I really want to know. Come on, let me know by any kind of hints or something. But Tesla, it's going over the Hoopa. Vixen sticking with that Blastoise for sure. Badshah, definitely a Delphox or a Gardevoir. I don't expect any other thing from his side. Snowy might just come up with a Buzzwole, which might be exchanged with All Might in the preparation phase, but Badshah sticking with the Mew, not with the Delphox, allowing Mewrim to actually take the Delphox from his side.
Well, indeed, it's a good sight to see, but eventually, as you were talking about, waiting for the preparation phase, we might see some shifts or shuffles coming with the Pokemons. Yeah, Snow is going to go with the Glaceon, Mew is going to be there for Badshah, Cliffable is going to be there for Kyurem, Snorlax for Rex, Might is going to play with the Buzzwole. An all-rounder coming into the play. SCTL is trying to be a bit more aggressive in this particular matchup, but Chandelier is there for Volk. I believe he's going to for sure confirm that particular Pokemon. Kyurem will be picking up the pace with the Delphox. Hoopa also in the favor of Team Griffin. I believe this could be the final match. Yeah.
Still early to say, Raider, but we have
I mean,
to
it
say.
is, no doubt.
We have. If we predicted any of the things turns out to be jinx, it's not going to be a good sight for us. You see, we cannot actually tell this fast, but yeah, for sure, as the picks concern us, things might be just a bit dicey. I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen next, and in some few more seconds, or maybe in just next span of 10 to 15 minutes, we will be able to know whether we're going to go for a decider round or we are going to crown Team Griffin as the champions of this May tournament. But for that, you need to stay up, and ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the very second round of this grand final as Team Griffin looking forward for a victory, and this competition looks quite strong, but SCTL, they're also here to win it.
Oh yeah, SCTL definitely wants to reset this grand final at this moment. They just want to bag out the first victory and then eventually the second one as well. And Exceligor is at now concerned so that they can have the advantage of the orange buff. At the same time, if we talk about Might, off to a very good start. He is just trying to dunk as many goals as possible. On the hindsight, Griffin is just orchestrating their own strategies. The Squirtle goes in, secures 4 goals. Buzzwole was able to secure another set of 5. And look at that, Litwick was already been taken down by the Mew. That really shows the potential coming from Team Griffin and also from SATL Esports. There is again huge amount of goals, preference of the goals, and having the level buff is actually going to be quite really very important for the team. Buzzball has been contested and has been taken down by the Squirtle, and this is a very good thing for the team known as Griffin, because now they are stepping it up. They're getting the level advantage. Look at this, Fox already at level 5. Same goes for Glaceon from the other side. But everybody from SATL Esports is either at level 5 or level 4. Same goes for Griffin as of now. Maybe things won't be comfortable for SATL Esports for now because they are trying to put up a lot of pressure on the top lane. But yes, as the Hoopa is going to pick up and put that hyperspace hole, leaping back to the goal zone, once again being ready with the heals and the HPs is going to be the scenario for Team Griffin.
I mean, you can actually say like Team Griffin is not having great start, but yeah, it's quite similar as what we saw in the previous round. There might be some changes in the beginning game. We have seen Team Griffin making wonders, though. Still, there's something. There's a number of things that we have to wait for. 74. The scoreline is just settling up like this. Oh man, I'm just looking forward to what can happen next. It's not that easy. Definitely not easy at all. All Might is quite ready. With the Buzzwole, he's trying to get some good damage. Like, if you just talk about the perspective of All Might, he's like, I'm done playing a defender. It's time I'm stepping up as the all-rounder and just getting some KOs and value for my team. Griffin has eventually equalized, but the Fire Spin is just creating hindrance for the Snorlax.
I mean, definitely the trouble is there for Snorlax and he's about to get KO'd out, but fortunately he is there in the goal zone. Going to take the Citrus Berry as well. But yeah, apart from all the other things, leveling up situation is looking quite good for SATL Esports. Although Griffin is just trying to set up the counter attacks, but they are failing, but not miserable to be honest. They are failing by a minute margin. Pretty soon, after the, I guess, Regi LEPs or the Regis are going to get spawned, I believe things might change. But those advantages of having the Alternate Swablu in the favor of Team Griffin was absolutely amazing. They are actually going to level up fast. On the hindsight, I'm looking forward to see how Slowbro is going to put up a dent onto the formation of Team SATL Esports in the bottom lane goal zone. Look at that. Plenty of, I believe, solar beams are coming in from Mew's perspective, but still not enough. On the other corner, if we talk about War Turtle, well, he's trying to convert the advantage, but Buzzball was able to just completely KO him down, completely shut him down. And also the hyperspace hole has been created so that the advantage in the top lane can be created in the favor of Team Griffin, and yes, they are able to counter it. Buzzball has been taken down. With that, a complete open space is there for the top lane goal zone, and look at that. In the goal zone, numerous goals are going to get dunked, but I believe SATL is not concerned about that. SATL is just trying to look after the bottom lane goal zone, to be honest, so that they can shut it down.
Well, I would say that at this position, like we were talking about 76 scores have been done by Griffin, but for now it's not that easy. The hyperspace hole is just getting used. Well, the Chandelier has got some. Volk has got some good choices. You have to say, the movesets that he has decided, it's really, it can actually work out pretty well. But eventually, the hyperspace hole again with the rapid spell is coming, and oh, it's something. You cannot just wait up. Buzzwole, he's just going all out. He's just getting all the KOs that he wanted, but Delphox will create the impact, will get the Buzzwole down at the very right moment that he wanted it to be. One of the most crucial KOs, I would say, but before the Regieleki fight, it will definitely make a bigger impact. But if we just talk about all the gist, it's just making so much problem for the side of SATL.
Well, yeah, definitely those amazing KOs are actually putting up a lot of full stop onto SATL Esports, but yeah, Mew answers back by taking the Chandelier at the other corner. For talking about the top lane goal zone, again, some more contestant is coming in. Multiple KOs could be coming in. Verum goes in to take the Citrus Berry so that they can have the right HP, so it will help them to fight back, and that's exactly what is happening. But eventually that fruitful push from SATL Esports is not at all fruitful anymore, because a sudden counter attack was there from Griffin's perspective, and that's absolutely amazing. That's the best part of Griffin, that every now and then, even if they are suffering with a huge amount of damage, they are able to set back with a lot of counter attacks. Look at those Eos energies just lurking in the tall tree grasses, and that's quite impressive. But let's see how Might is going to play with it. The Buzzball once again is trying to push forward. On the bottom lane, I believe we have the Regice. Taking that advantage of Regice won't be that easy. Chandelier on the other corner already gets damaged quite a bit, but Blastoise and the other Pokemon are also trying to encircle. The supporter Clefable also comes in. Glaceon is trying to approach for the Regice. Won't be that easy, but still that's the main focus. Ring Sunbound are here. And with that, still it's Glacier who takes the advantage out of it. Hydro Typhoon also coming into the play. Knockouts are there, and this is SATL Esports answering back with the mayhem that Griffin was able to create.
Oh well, we can actually say, at this point, every time we're seeing Super Power being beat by Bollywood, it's all what we're seeing might be just one step closer to the KO, but still Griffin is in the advantage. You want to make it the best out of it. The call to Juice again being activated will eventually grant them of success. Well, the Nation has been KO'd, but scores have been a good way. It has been increased by the side of SATL Esports. The Chandelier is in a very low HP. Fireworks being activated by Delphox. Might just give them advantage, but this time it's Berserk. It's Cosmo who steps in and will be getting some multiple KOs. Vixen goes down as well. It's all the formalities that are being done by SATL Esports because it's going in the buzzword way. All Might is angry. All Might is definitely angry at this position. We can see the gameplay. He's just going all out. There's no way you can stop this All Might beast. He's just going with all the smackdown possible. It's triple kill streak inside of Nation as well. SATL, what is up from their side?
A complete role reversal, I believe. They are trying to become the aggressive one. They are trying to have a lot of damage, and having that buzz wall is absolutely impressive for the team. And eventually, those heavy hitters are working their way, create a lot of pressure onto the guys of Team Griffin. But Griffin might be ready with another counter attack that they usually do. Going forward, I would love to see a decided round coming to the play. Once again with the Solar Beam, the pressure falls in the hands of Team Griffin, and SATL Esports is now going to explore some other options. But other than that, 8 goals coming into the play. Not a lot of goals, to be honest. With that, Hoopa falls back. Altarian Swablu is now at the contestment. Was able to take the advantage out of it. Multiple Unites have been farmed. If I talk about Buzzwole and the other guy, that is going to be Glaceon. Both of them did not have their Unites, but fortunately now they have got their own Unites, so that they are ready with the Rayquaza fight in their favor. Looking forward to see how they're going to melt down the Rayquaza, but before that they're going to take the Regi Seal advantage. Look at that! Man, oh man, SATL seems like they are just ready with everything that is there in their potential arms. And they just want to be all aggressive at this moment. No speed server servers, so that is why Griffin won't be able to steal some goals. But look at that, multiple Unites so that they can melt down the Rayquaza. Who is going to take the advantage out of it? Delphox gets taken down. Hydro Typhoon also coming to the play. Rayquaza, it's SATL, I believe.
It's Hoopa! It's Hoopa!
What?
It's Team Griffin!
That's it!
It's Team Griffin, but there's plenty amount of scores to get scored. They have managed to get a lead, but there are counter hundreds and hundreds of goals that are being scored by SATL Esports. They're still in a very big lead. They're still in a very huge lead. Oh my god. Even after Griffin has got that Rayquaza, there's still not enough in the numbers to make the counter possible. Oh my god, they need 2 scores. Delphox needs to step in. Delphox needs the score. As well as Chandelier. These 2 scores are very, very much important for the side of Team Griffin. Tencent application will be making hindrances, but Delphox gets 26 more seconds to go. The Hydro Typhoon being scored. It's the score that might just pop, and it's 80 more. We can expect a 50. Hoopa is there. They need to dump the Unite moves. It's still a 50-50 situation. There is still a small amount of score that is left. And the slow bro is going. It's 4. It's 501 as Team Griffin takes it home.
Let's see. Is that it? It feels like that. 647. That's it, man. Team Griffin is going to become the champion. Seems like that of the WCS 2023 qualifier India Way tournament. A very close, a very amazing battle coming from Team SATL Esports in this particular matchup. Definitely, I thought for a moment that in Grand Finals game number 2, it is going to be SATL Esports which is going to secure the advantage. But no, at the end, have to add on. Griffin is the one, ready with the counter attacks, ready with the strategies. All hail Volk at this point. What a beautiful battle indeed. The Chandelier was able to save the game for the team.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta stop this giving me heart attacks like this, bro. What is wrong is, I don't know what's wrong in this one, but the way the complete dicey situation, SATL, they were on a lead. Griffin came in, they got the Rayquaza, but they were not able to get the scores right on because there were 2 counter scores coming from the side of Kyurem as well as Snowy. With a 200 score, they made it up to the 400, but still it was a dicey situation in which Griffin There was no way could have got the counters, but the timer. It all went down. The Unite moves, the dumps, the movesets, the KOs. That all helped Griffin getting this victory in their favor. It's much more, I would say, pleasing for the side of Griffin. Oh my god, this is going to be one of the most greatest grand finals that I've ever seen, because for a moment we thought that SATUL Esports who is going to take this round and we will be moving forward to the decider one. But Griffin was like, bro, we still got a timer. We still have got some more seconds to go. And let us just play our game to just prove you wrong. And they did it. Oh my god. It's something unbelievable.
I mean, the best part was that Griffin had an idea of melting the Rayquaza way too early, because when the Rayquaza was melted, I guess only 45 seconds of the 2-minute marker was spent. That means they had 1 more minute to go with, and eventually in that 1 minute they were able to dump down some amazing goals. Had the advantage of having the shield on Slowbro, if I'm not wrong. So Tencent was also able to secure some amazing goals. And all in all, Griffin had a beautiful idea. Look at that. In the final stretch time, when the Rayquaza was taken down in just 8 minutes and 15 seconds, I believe. And after that, the struggle for Team Griffin started while securing the goals, because on the hindsight, it was Mew and also the other Pokemon which was able to secure quite a few goals for Team SATUL Esports. I believe somewhere around 200 goals were secured. Yeah, you can clearly see 200 goals were secured from SATUL Esports even after having the Rayquaza advantage in the hands of Griffin. So for a moment, we both as a caster thought that things might change. Maybe we are going to see the decider, but eventually that's not the case. Griffin chose violence today, and indeed they were able to shut down the players in the last minute. And in the final stretch, you can see how many goals are there. I believe somewhere around at least 600 goals were there in just last few minutes.
Oh, we gotta say there, you can. This graph actually tells so many things, but we'll have a replay over the entire match that actually happened, because this is how I really want to live this moment again. But starting off, SATUL, they got some early kills. The Team Griffin also got some early kills in their favor, but Buzzwole went into some berserk mode. You have got to tell, Chandelier at the first, the fire spins from the side of Delphox were really something that could not have any counters inside of SATUL. Glaceon got every hold which was possible with his icicle spears, every time getting the hold of it. But at the very same time, Chandelier, every time he was getting KO'd, Griffin were falling back. But yeah, in this moment, when you just see the entire movesets being dumped, SATUL Esports, well, a moment ago, it was completely in their favor. Then this game, Ball, he got an idea, he got the KOs, he got the high scoring genre, he got the stack up from his side. He's trying to get some good KOs, but well, SATUL, the counters, Buzzwole, especially All Might with this smackdowns. It was something that we can actually say was more something scary for the side of Team Griffin. But this final stretch fight, Koopa stepped in with the rings and bout, got the Rayquaza in their favor. Still, there were not enough of the players to get the scores done, but this time the movesets, the Unite moves being dumped out of it. The early KOs that were helping, most precisely, the Chandelier stepped in the right moment, getting the right KOs. It was just formalities for the side of Griffin as they scored, and there was not a single signal or maybe a full stop in the scoring.
Definitely, in the last final stretch, eventually, if I talk about the last 1 minute, it was all Griffin. Wherever you see, it was Griffin. They were getting the KOs, they were getting the goals done and dusted, and eventually they were just pushing way too hard on the goal zones coming from SATUL Esports. On the hindsight, SATUL Esports started off quite well. From the start, they had the control of the map, and eventually, if we talk about even the initiation, I guess the reason why Griffin was able to melt down the Rayquaza in their favor was kind of the Mew and the other Pokemon that was there on the top and bottom lane goal zone of Griffin's side. So they tried to overextend, they tried to be a sneaky one so that they were able to secure, but they had to remember that Mew is a very good heavy hitter, along with the other one that was there on the back end for team. Both of the attackers were just going for the goals. So I guess at that point, somewhere around SATUL messed up. Other than that, I believe SATUL had a beautiful advantage in this particular matchup. Even after that, I guess somewhere around SATUL Esports tried to defend their own goal zones, but eventually it was not that easy. Shields were destroyed, but still the chaos that came in from the other team, the unites that they were getting farmed up was absolutely impressive, and that's how to nail the final nail into the top. And becoming the champion was a glorious one for Griffin, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, indeed, it was a very, very long day for all the teams, those who have played. Let it be Griffin, let it be SATUL, let it be the others, those who have participated. But you have to say, this day, it's definitely fruitful because we have got another 3 set of teams, those who have qualified for the regional playoffs of this WCS 2023 qualifiers India. And let me just say, at this moment, at this point, the 3 teams that are advancing, I wish them very best of luck because the regional playoffs will be very, very tough. Because as we see, as the regional playoffs will be starting very shortly in the next month, there's still a good of time for ample amount of time to make some good practice. Because if you see the teams those who are playing, they're all the best of the best from their region. And a very big congratulations to the entire side of Team Griffin, Miriam, Volk, Tencent, Tesla, Vixen. Those have qualified for the Pokemon UNITE region
as well. And in the initial battle, I believe, when they were facing off Team Flipit, I guess Vixen was also quite amazing, if I'm not wrong, with the Rotary in his hands. So yeah, indeed, every single guy coming from Team Griffin had their own potential, and eventually every single guy in the last grand final battle also gave their 110%, because even if a small slip-up was there, SRL could have capsized on it. So yeah, at the end, definitely the team effort paid off for Team Griffin, and they are the golden team to be precise of this tournament, or this qualifier, to be honest, moving in the regionals.
Exactly. But now it's the time. The names: True Rippers, Revenant, Team Griffin, SATL Esports, Flipit. Now, which will be the other 3 teams to take the part? June LCQ. It's still there. There's still amount of time. The teams, those who have not met the requirements, or might be those who have not been able to qualify till this stage, is be prepared, because if we just talk about there's still amount of time, you can practice it up, you can come to the LCQ, you can again perform the same schedule, you can still have an upper hand to qualify. So in that case, we can actually say that possibilities are endless. There are still many new teams, upcoming stars, upcoming trainers, those who are willing to become the champions and represent India in the global stage in Yokohama, Japan. It's so big deal, you know. It's the world of anime lovers. The one who is like me, the Weeb fans. You can already go there and enjoy your anime stuff as well as play and represent our country.
Definitely a lot of stuff to do, to be honest. But eventually, for the day, I believe I'm absolutely impressed by Team Griffin, because complete 2-0s coming from the corner, a one-sided domination, a true champion to be precise, no doubt. For SATUL, indeed the journey was a bit tough by facing a 1-2 score against Flipit, the team which was there in the lower bracket final. I really thought that SATUL will have a tough time facing Team Griffin, because Griffin was on a roll. No doubt SATUL also started off way too well when they were facing off Team Haveli, and the way the performance was actually coming up against other teams like Liquid on the back end in the offline mode. We did saw after getting the updates that it was a 2-0 against Liquid for Team SATUL Esports. So indeed SATUL Esports was looking good, but after having the first game, to be honest, against Flipit Esports, things changed rapidly for SATUL. And due to that, I believe somewhere around SATUL Esports was unable to gel with that kind of confidence. And eventually, the level buffs, that's the biggest thing I've seen today while analyzing and seeing the gameplays coming from all the other teams, be it Haveli, be it Liquid, or some other teams like SATUL Esports, or even Team Griffin or Flipit. Every single team suffered a lot while having the level buff difference. So that is the one thing I believe in the next regional playoffs, or in June, things have to be considered by all these teams. Definitely we have a gap of 1 month, but eventually that 1 month is going to go in a blink of an eye if you are unable to practice it.
Oh well, some amount of days is going to change, but we'll have a look on the brackets as we see Team Griffin. What a long journey they have came up, beating Team Imperium, then coming up against No Lapras, beating them down again, coming up against Flipit, beating them again, then moving to the grand finals, and again welcoming SATUL Esports with the style, as well as bidding them a goodbye. But
yeah,
we just talk about the champions are here. They're here to conquer. They've already showed it. And now it's the time the champions will move on to the regional playoffs.
Definitely Griffin impressed us a lot, no doubt in that. But moving forward, Griffin has to be vigilant. Because indeed, we remember SATUL is already qualified for that regional playoffs. And also for Flipit, same situation goes on. And all the other situations are there. So yeah, for Griffin, the revenge battle could come in anytime by SATUL Esports or even Flipit, I guess. But yes, let's talk about the teams which have been qualified for the Pokemon UNITE regional playoffs at this moment, and it is on the golden place. On the first place, we have Team Griffin, Miram, Volt, Tencent, Tesla, and Vixen. Many congratulations for you guys. On the hindsight, when it comes to the runner-up position, it is SC12 Esports also getting qualified for the Pokemon UNITE regional playoffs. We have Rex, Snowy, Kyurem, Bacha, and All Might. Absolutely, All Might and Bacha impressed us a lot today. Snowy on the other corner was also a very good guy, a very good trainer to be precise. On the hindsight, when it comes to the second runner-up, the third place is in the favor of Flip It. Shrey, Mikey, Professor, Divine, and eventually Night Memo was there. So yeah, definitely Flip It had a hard time facing off SC12 Esports and also facing off the other team known as Griffin. But then again, they are still getting the second chance in the regional playoffs. Yeah.
And with that, the audience those who are watching us live, why just watch and enjoy the game where you can also take part and as well as win some crucial rewards. The Pokemon UNITE Challenge Day 6.17. You can actually enter both on the timing sessions that I mentioned. You can win. It's all the matches that you will play will be on a BO1 format, and you can actually come up with 1 or 3 players individually with yourself, and you can play and earn some good rewards for yourself. And for more details, you can check it out from the main site. But for now, if we just talk about this entire event, is just going so much interesting. But on Saturday, you can chill it out. You know, the ones who's the audience, those are some the chill players. They want to just enjoy the game. You can come up. But well, again, 25th, we are going to get the Umbreon, and probably 7th, we're going to get the Leafeon again. And I'm quite sure that Sam and Raider are going to give me 1 Ute EVs. So I hope I get it on time.
Okay, is that so? Let's have a look at that as well. But other than that, yes, definitely we are all excited about these two Pokemon because every single team had their own potential, have their own meta of playing, and eventually it all depends how the whole team effort is going to play and how the whole team effort is going to come up to an end. So for Griffin, I believe, yes, there is a congratulations, but it won't be that easy for Griffin as well. For SC12 or some other teams as well. Every other team is going to face a lot of ruckus in front of them. So yeah. For that, they have to evolve in the next 1 month.
Oh, well. Our job is done for today. This side, Nekroz alongside Raider. On another side, it's going to be Lucifer. We'll be signing off.
Yeah.
We'll meet in the LCQ. Till then, bye-bye. Take advantage for this side. And in that case, we'll talk about some early queues if you just demand.
Just go back and just be back with the HPs. But in the bottom lane goal, so look at that attacking formation. Trevenant finds the Glaceon.
Has good focus.
Absolutely impressive. The way their players are performing. It's the Chandelier for the team flip. Advantage, they are definitely going to punish Team Griffin a lot because they're going to help them a lot or not. That's a big question. The hyperspace hole is already there and the top lane goes for the team. With that, the focus on Rayquaza is there from the team known as Flip It. They just want to completely melt it down, but that won't be easy because the players coming from the other team is already there. Hoopa secures the Garchomp and Hoopa secures with the wings and bounce. Oh, I see the Gem of Completion is actually going to stop everything. Now, definitely both of these gems are looking similar. Only on the inside, but it's work with three. Regis are actually going to be the question about putting
steps in right at the
trying to have the advantage, but still SC12 is back in the Snorlax is trying to create that boundary. The other guard away on the top lane goal zone. There is the Sizor securing some amazing goals. There might be something interested. Koopa is there for the Flip It, otherwise Flip It for now. Keeping back to the base, trying to have the it's going to be back. Gardevoir, the ranged attacker, is already suffering with the massive damages. But Delphox back once again. The level buffs are again starting. Now getting KOs, they are also getting KOs. So Zippamotto who has been taken down. Now with that, the goals are coming in, but Divine was again getting denied by the Rings and Bound is already coming in. Hoopa is trying to beat chaotic on the Rex. 500 points is not going to be an easy task, and you cannot see on the hindsight there was flippable. Securing something on the Blastoise. He has been taken down. Rings and Bound is already there for Mikey. Let's see how Mikey, but at this point it's this level 6, so definitely have to go for that as well. Ooh, another set of amazing critical goals done down. SCPL Esports once again playing in a very similar fashion. Whoa! Be chaotic, Dotway punishes him off. Delphox on the other corner. Ooh, the 9 kills is it. Also coming to the play, Nekroz, excessive.